Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live
to bring the spirit to speak directly to us and with wit and wisdom from our loved ones. I love that. That's when we know that kind of they're really there when they give us a personal joke. We know, okay, that's really, Aunt Sally or whoever. So without further ado, let us bring on Claudia. You're welcome, and you are right there.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm so grateful that you're here today, and let's all invite our loved ones in spirit in. They're here anyway, but who doesn't like to be invited, right? So my name is Claudia Milligan. You can find me at hellofromhome.com. It's not like they're in heaven. Well, I'm sure but anyway, they're right here. They're right here. They're at home. So I was in accounting for a long, long time. Debits on the left, credits on the right, crystals in the garbage where they belong, right? Nonsense, total nonsense. And then in 2017, my only child, David, passed into spirit. And all of a sudden, crystals started making a little bit of sense. The doors started opening to spirit. And I know you probably know if you're here that once you open that first door, there's doors all over the place, right? So I started studying mediumship, reading books, going to mediums. What's a Reiki medium? I started learning all these things that I had poo-pooed, pushed away. And I started studying, full-time job studying. I used to think everybody can connect with spirit. And I was corrected. Everybody can connect with spirit if you do the work. If you meditate, if you study, if you listen, if you pay attention, if maybe take a class. So I did that. And I don't wade, I dive. So I dove. And early on in my mediumship, spirit would come in. And I think they were frustrated with my mediumship, and they would just say, just let me talk. No, But I found out that spirit knows way more than mediumship teachers. So I started letting them speak. I studied trance. And so we're going to see what happens. And it's up to spirit, but it's up to you too. Some people might say, you sit and enjoy. I'm going to ask you to work. I'm going to ask you to send love to those that you love in spirit, to the people around you. If you're really spiritually advanced, love yourself. But that love bumps up, hi Gwen, bumps up the energy in the room and will help me out. So if I do a nosedive, I'm going to blame it on you. All right. So I'm going to be going ahead. I want to introduce you to my boy. This is David, Letters to David, a book I wrote about connecting with my son early on. And I said to him, David, your name is littler than mine on the cover. Is that okay? Ma, my name's in the title. So, I'm aware of a younger man with a ton of energy, and just so much joy. This feels like somebody who hasn't been in spirit more than a year or so. Named Michael just dropped in. This could be his name or a related name, just a hello from spirit. I just got the sense that he had big feet. There's a gentleness to him, but he also could be nuts. Feels like some of that was he worked in an altered state, meaning he would have liked a little bit of liquid refreshment. I'm going to check and see if we have somebody. Who is this gentleman here for? This is an art, not a science. So if you want, okay. But if you can take about 80%, we have a younger man, not too long in spirit, feels like a really bubbly personality, active, energetic. Who knows, maybe some ADHD going on. Checking? Okay, this is when I wish the floor to open up and swallow me. Send up the love, please. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to introduce this fellow again because he's here and he's standing there like, and it feels like there's a mom or grandma here for him. Energetic, bubbly, sweet, quiet, terrible hugs. Like not the bear hugs, but the like, oh God, let this be over. Sorry, guy. Okay. Sir, can I work with you? Hopefully he'll come back.
Sure.
I'm going to, now some mediums will say you can't tell spirit what to do. I know this is true. I've tried it. But I do also know that you really want to hear from somebody in spirit. They want to hear from you. And they're not in a basketball game, right? They're here. Who would you like to connect with today?
I have a friend who passed.
What's his name or her name? Does this fit with Harold? Like he would have liked a beer with you. And just a second. This is a close friend, and it feels like it was a while before you got to trust each other. But he would have had a funny sense of humor. I believe he just came in with the old Noxzema ad. The closer she gets, the more you need Noxzema, something like that. But the idea he's given me is that you weren't sure of each other. And it feels like both of you were, I'm just going to check him out. I'm going to make sure that he's okay. But you got closer and closer and started throwing out little bits and pieces. And you started trusting each other, telling each other stories first, and then telling each other about your heart, about what was going on in your life. Make sense? Harold, does barrel chested fit Harold? Okay, then what he's talking about is pride. You knew that your friendship with him was priceless. You knew this. And he's just busting with pride. He's talking about how sometimes the love between a woman and a woman can be so close and so strong and so trusting. But that's no big deal because women do that. But when a man and a man can exchange hearts and can hold each other's lives, there's the magic. And you had that with Harold. So I just want to let him talk. Is that okay with you? You are a joy to me. I cannot express enough that you came here, that you asked for me. It's so exciting to be called on, to be asked. You know I miss our time together. But what you may not be coming to believe exactly yet, or at least not coming to know, is that I'm with you. I'm watching you. I see you go to the grocery store. I see you look at the prices. I see you. I know you. I believe in you. And I'm not asking for your help. But then, for God's sake, pay attention. And then he goes, he's like, thank you. He's a cool guy. I'm just going to check real quick that first guy that came in. The name Mike, a lot of energy, a lot of joy, but also a lot of pain and baggage in his life. Did you just think of somebody? If you know what I'm saying, but you don't want to talk to this guy because he's a jerk or whatever, just tell me. I think that's mine. Pass. Okay? All right, I'm going to go ahead. Okay, so an old song came on. It's out of a musical that I can't remember right now. But it's anything you can do, I can do better. I can do anything better than you. This is a sibling of somebody here. Very, very competitive. It feels like in your family of origin, there was about a tablespoon of love. And I'm thinking 3, 4, 5 kids. So who can relate to a sibling? Some competitiveness. Feels like there was a closeness there, but there was also a one-upsmanship. And you really had to work for affection, for love, and respect in your family. And if nobody raises their hand, I'm like, did you all grow up in Scottsdale? I'm going to give. Feels like a sister. Feels like Bewitched just came in. She would have loved the show Bewitched. And she would try to. I think I'm going to go back to accounting. Hey, sir, can I work with you, please? This is my fallback. My teachers say you should not do that. You should just pull them out of there. Pull it like here. I love your hair. Oh. Wow. What's your brother's name? It might have been my mind, but I just wanted to remember to listen to that song. You're older than me. Is he an older brother? Handsome man. And out there, he didn't make excuses. He did. I'm getting the sense that he has his hand on your shoulder, that he stands behind you. It almost feels like you had recently, you had some kind of accomplishment, graduation, a new job. That he just busted, hands on the shoulder, and he's like, I'm taking full credit. He had a great sense of humor. He said, speak for yourself. Can I pray for you? Oh, bro. I'm still here. You know me better than that. You know I never walk away from you. Well, I would, but I always come back. I'm with you. Trust me. You know those noises, those sounds, you know the weird things that are happening with your electronics? That's on me. That's on me. I want to tell you. Love doesn't die. Love doesn't die. And neither do I. You know me. I'm bigger than that. I'm more. Even more than you know me. Just like you're more. And I'm seeing who you are. I've never seen you. And I am so over the moon with you. I love you. Keep talking to me. Keep talking to me. Thank you very much. Oh, hi, sweetie. Is this your first mediumship yet? Okay, we have a drinker. He came in with a tumbleweed song. I'm not going to sing any more than two. I think it drives spirit away. But the line that came through was, I got a bad liver and a broken heart. So I'm looking for somebody with a loved one in spirit. Not, I don't think he was like, gutter alcoholic. He just liked to be buzzed. It feels like a family member. It feels like there would have been a lot of conversations, including cards, like family get-togethers. Raucous sense of humor. Raucous is not a word I would use, but he loved nothing more than people who were real. He might very well have said something to you like, you be you, everybody else is taken, for gosh sakes. Feels like it might be an uncle. Think back. Uncle, and send the love. You guys are not doing so great. I'm just saying. Send the love. Family member. A little bit of a drinker, card player, family. You don't have to give 100%. I'll take a passing grade. What's your uncle's name? Jimmy, and what's your name? Aaron? Ariel, pretty. Okay. Jimmy. Another song. Did your Uncle Jimmy like music? Yeah. Okay, she's got a rose in her teeth and a lampshade crown from Joni Mitchell. And he's laughing at you. He was there early on when you had maybe your first drink. Does that make sense? Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Okay. What else you got? It feels like he would have had a lot of laughter about some of your family members, especially. He was very good at the zinger. And sometimes he would zing people and he would laugh because they were so dense they didn't even get it. Does that make sense?
A lot of people call themselves and he was kind of like, doesn't really matter. Nobody like had issues with him. Didn't matter what drama was going on. He just kind of made everything fall by being a little over top.
Beautiful. I like him. Okay, can I bring him in? My sweet girl, you always got me. You always got me. You and two other people in the whole world got me. There's a gentleness in you that I could never quite find in my life. And you're teaching me. Yeah, you could teach me while I'm in spirit, just like I could teach you while I'm in spirit. I want you to know I'm walking side by side with you. I want you to know I wish you were my own Rose. But you are. I think we're more family than anybody else in our family. I used to think, wouldn't it be nice to be adopted? And then you came along. And I thought, no, I'm okay being in this family. You make me smile. You've made me cry, but tears of joy. And I want to tell you that I love you. Thank you, Ariel. What's your name? Marie. Marie. Marie, is there somebody you'd particularly like to connect with today? My mother. What's your mom's name? Marie. I just got a flash. You were named after your mom. Feels like there was a sternness to Marie. Mother was really important. And it was just the most important thing she ever did in her life. You couldn't believe it. Are you first? Or the first time are you first daughter? Okay, because when she held, and it feels like you especially, she was like, holy expletive. Feels like you were different than the siblings that preceded you. You are more like your mom. Does that make sense? A saying just came in out of nowhere, which is how I know it's them. You don't need to throw a brick off a dump truck. You got each other. You hurt each other too, because you were so much alike that there was a little bit of that. But you were the repairer. You would come and say, Ma, I was out of line. And she would go, baby. Make sense? Can I bring her in? She's a powerhouse. She's a powerhouse. Baby, don't make yourself a stranger. I know we've been close. We've been far away. We're closer now than ever. When I went to spirit, I didn't say goodbye. I said hello, because I'm here. I'm here with you. I want you to know I'm proud. I'm proud of the choices that you're making in your life. Your choices to put yourself first, to take care of yourself. My gosh, so many people think it's their job to take care of everybody else. Think of the lady whose name is on your birth certificate. Take care of her. Love on her. Oh my gosh, I walk with you. I smile with you. We're always together. Don't forget me. Talk about me. If people get bored, get rid of them. And I leave you with their love. Thank you, Marie. Paul Simon's song. I don't know which one it is. Many's the time I've been mistaken and oftentimes confused. It feels like there's a gentleman in spirit who had an interesting relationship with reality. I feel like he would have been very creative, very emotional, very passionate, very joyful, but he also dealt with his demons. It does feel like he's taking some sort of responsibility for his passing. He says, wait on him. So I'm going to wait on him. Gentleman in spirit, confused, dealt with confusion, dealt with pain, dealt with burdens, dealt with trauma, but dealt. And he was a person that other people would often come to. Hey, let me tell you something. Something just happened. And he would listen, not my forte, but he would listen. Really special, special gentleman.
Is it John?
He went like this, but it didn't feel like a no. It felt like he's messing with somebody. Tell me what's your name? Okay, he would probably know both. And Pat, what can you take of what I said about this gentleman?
He had a brain injury, a near-death experience, and he was kind of.
Oh, cool. Okay. So my question is, why do you say, was it John?
I guess because I didn't hear all of it.
Oh, okay. I'll let you slide this time then. He's reminding you what his name means. I believe he said beloved. I don't know if that's true. Beautiful, beautiful. So, again, a big brother. And I feel like I just want to do this. Like when he fought, he would use his hands. Does that make sense? No works, because then I know, wait a minute, what did I just get and how did I screw it up?
He wasn't on.
Oh, wow, I apologize. Where did I get brother? John.
He had a big.
Okay, gotcha. Hold on, let me get back on track with John. He just gave me the idea that I'm looking for my keys. I'm running out the door. I can't find my dang keys. And you would be the one who kind of held his life together a lot. Can I bring him in? I like him. It feels like he had like 100 levels and he could meet people wherever they were. Carolyn, do you know what it's like to be your beloved, to be taken and held and cared for and understood by you, prettiest girl, prettiest girl. And when you smiled at me, I blew up. Sometimes I didn't tell you, but I think you knew anyway. You knew a lot of things I didn't know. I love you. Sit with me. Talk to me. And when you talk to me, would you shut up, for God's sake? I gotta get a chance to get in there. I don't come in loud and proud like I used to. Listen to me, because I love you, and I want to be with you forever. Thank you very much. Okay, just going to do one, maybe two more, and then I'm going to give you a few tips on connecting to spirit yourself. Okay, I have never, ever met somebody in spirit who said, I want to work through a medium. They don't want us. They want a person to person. They don't need a priest. They don't need a medium. They need us. They need our love. I'm going to tell you a story about Christmas time. I got a sitter, and I'm working with her, and her son comes in like gangbusters, personality-wise. But then he shuts down. He won't give me any information. I have a deal where in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, if I'm not connecting with your loved one, you get a refund. So I say, listen, he's given me this, and I know you know it's him, but he's not giving me anything else. I need to give you a refund. And then he comes through clear as a bell. Tell her she can do this herself. And I want her to take the refund and buy herself a Christmas present from me. I couldn't even be irritated, you know? All right. Sir Beard, can I have your name, and would you like to work with me?
Sure. Ben.
Ben? Awesome. And is there somebody in particular in spirit you'd like to work with? Your mom. What's your mom's name?
Gloria.
Gloria? All right. I just got a feeling, don't even know how to translate it, feeling like a little person, but a big presence. Yeah? Okay. I got to get Gloria out of my head. Hold on just a second. I feel rolling and controlling. There was no difficulty too hard to be lessened. There was nothing really she couldn't do. Sometimes she was doing so many things that she would forget what she was doing. Like she just always had projects going on, always things going on. Sort of the squirrel complex. Does that make sense for your mom?
Yeah. You did.
I'm getting several siblings. How many?
5.
That's several. Wow, okay.
What is that?
What's the one in spirit's name? 10? 10, sorry. There's a competition aspect with you and Tammy.
Maybe.
Let me get her. She just brought up the theme song from Annie. The sun will come up tomorrow. It feels like Tammy was the eternal optimist.
Yeah.
And she wants to let you know she's roller skating. She's moving, she's grooving, she's having fun. You're going to love it over here. She says, don't be in a hurry. We'll wait. And I want to pray. I want to go back to your mom because that's who you asked for. She said, thanks for all the care. Thanks for all the love. Thanks for telling me the truth when I asked you for it. I need you around. I need you in my life, but I still need you. And I've got more to offer today. I don't have things pulling at me all the time, and I have my priorities straight. You're getting there way faster than I ever got there. I want you to know who you are. I tried to teach you, but I didn't really know. So it was a hard lesson to teach. But I know now. I know who I am, and I know who you are. Look at yourself in the mirror. Smile at what you see, because there is nobody like you in the world. Don't ever forget that. I love you. Talk to me. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead. I have 15 minutes. Does anybody have one question about connecting with those you love in spirit? Yes, sir.
Not a big
Okay.
disappear.
Okay. So what we're going to do now, but I will be at a table if you want to check in, and I can sure talk to you. But right now, I want to show you a little bit about connecting with Adrian. All right. First of all, when I started mediumship classes, I would say to my teacher, "I'm just making this up." And she said, "The part of your brain that makes things up is the same part of your brain that you use to connect with spirit." So when things come in from out of the blue, and we can learn how to identify whether it's spirit or my mind. Before I worked, I used to sit in my chair, unhinge my head, lift out my brain, put it in the hallway, close the door, and get to work. Because this can get in the way. Meditation can help. But being quiet can help, and so can love. Remember, that's the power. That's the power that's going to blow you up, that's going to connect you. So I want you to close your eyes. Feel your feet on the floor. Feel your weight in the chair. Whisper a word to somebody in spirit that you'd like to hear from, or invite anybody in. Open your eyes for a second. One of the things that helps you go deeper is to ground yourself in the right here, right now, and then ground yourself in the over there, although it's not over there. So look around the room, notice what you see, what you hear, what you feel. Just notice it, say it to yourself. I see, I hear, I feel. Do it again. I see, I hear, I feel. I see, I hear, I feel. Close your eyes. Go to a place you'd like to meet your loved one in spirit. Could be Mars, could be a park. A lot of people like the beach. Close your eyes. Step out of your body. Go to the front door here at SoulSearch. And when you open the door, you're going to see your place. The beach, the planet, the stars, whatever you're looking for. Again, do the same thing. I see. I hear. I feel. Allow yourself to be present in that spot. I see. I hear. I feel. I see. I hear. I feel. Open your heart. Trust that your loved one is with you, but ask for more proof. Allow your loved one to be with you. Sense the presence, the love, the healing that is spirit. Look at them in the face. See them, how they look at you. Notice. Notice any thoughts or feelings that come in. Put your hand on your heart, please. Tell your loved one, maybe that you miss them, maybe that you don't. Tell them how you're feeling. Tell them how much you want to continue this relationship that's never going to end. Allow them to be with you. Feel the light coming up in the place where you're in, the light of spirit, the light of love, the light of hope. There's no separation. Speak directly to them. You can ask them a question. Spirit can be cranky. Sometimes they won't answer right away. They will answer eventually. Allow yourself to love them and to be loved by them. If there's any repair you need to do it right now. I remember that time. I'm sorry. I love you. I wish I could feel you. Let their love surround you. They know way more than they did when they were here about healing, about love, inspiration, clarity, joy. Hold out your hand. Let them put something in your hand if they want to. A talisman, a token, a bit of themselves. Hold it in your hand and keep it. I want you to know that you can go to this place at any moment. They can connect with you if you could relax, slow down, allow them in, let them come. I think it was St. Augustine who said, "My soul will not rest until it rests in me." Think of that from your loved ones in spirit. I want to be with you. Take a moment to say goodbye for now, to hug them. Again, pay attention to your body, your weight in the chair, your feet on the floor. Whenever you're ready, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, open your eyes. Is there anybody here that would be willing to tell us what that was like for you? Please, come on up.
Oh, okay.
Well, you could just be loud. Can you be loud?
To a golden and he put a flash picture to get a baby, and it's me like looking a little bit silly, like trying to eat a cheese stick, and then put a cheese stick in my mouth.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you. It's Ariel, right? Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Don't all speak up at once. Okay, I'm going to ask if there are questions about connecting with spirit. I honestly believe you can do it. I work a lot with moms and dads with kids in spirit. And so often they'll say, "He never talks to me." Okay, do you talk to him? The answer is always, all the time. Do you ever shut up and listen? It's so important. Go ahead, Tom.
I have a question about David, and David's role in our mediumship. I know David's passing, a very good book. David's passing has a lot to do with your opening to mediumship. Does David work with you now?
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah. I write to David almost every day. He makes me say almost. I would say every day, but he tries to keep me honest. One day, Tom, he said, "Ma," this was early on. I just started doing mediumship. And he says, "Ma, you're going to be real busy. I've been talking to the kids." I got 4 appointments that morning, which was just unheard of at the time, right? But also, he's there. He's my cheerleader. He talks to me about spirit. I learn from spirit through him. But he also talks to other people, friends of mine who are not even mediums. How'd you know it was David? I just knew. Your loved ones can come through. And David taught me that. You can write to them. You can send a voice message and then speak back. Is anybody feeling brave today? Come on, somebody. This many people. Come on up. Come on up.
I don't know what it is.
Hi. What's your name? Teresa. Beautiful. Okay. So, who would you like to connect with today, Teresa?
My mom.
All right. What's your mom's name?
Becky is her nickname, but Rebecca is her
Okay.
full.
So I want you to close your eyes. Where are you going to meet your mom?
In her backyard.
Okay, so you're in her backyard. I want you to look around the backyard. Notice the plants, the flowers, the grass. See your mom in front of you, coming towards you. Look at her face. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Beautiful. Put your hand on your heart. I want you to speak a lot because you said you were brave. Mom, talk to her.
This is where I get stuck. It's like, what do I say? What do you want me to know today, Mom? How are you? What are you doing?
What do you need to tell your mom?
That I miss her.
Tell her.
Mom, I really miss you a lot. Every day. I'm gonna cry.
It's okay. I got Kleenex. Go ahead.
I always want to pick up the phone and talk to you, and then I remember that you're not there. The other day, I was sitting outside and I saw a hummingbird, and I knew it was you right away. I knew it was you. But you didn't stay very long. You flew away really fast, and I didn't really get to spend much time with you.
Teresa, look at her. Look her in the eyes. See how she's taking this in. I'm going to ask you to let Spirit speak. Did she call you Teresa or did she call you something else?
Teresa.
Hi, Teresa. Say it out loud and ask her to speak.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
Okay, I want you to say out loud. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Let her speak. Maybe you could say, what I want to tell you right now is, go ahead, say that out loud.
What I want to tell you right now is I'm not gone. I'm with you every single day. You'll feel my touch in the wind, a warm embrace. I see you. I see your sisters. I see your dad. I just can't talk to you the same way I used to. But I'm here. I never really left. I've always been here. I've been trying to get your attention, but you haven't been listening. This is my mom.
Did I give you a hug?
Yeah.
Can we hear it for Teresa? How do you feel?
Sad, but happy at the same time.
Yeah. Sometimes talking to Spirit is like saying goodbye to somebody at an airport. You're excited and happy to be with them, but it feels like you're going away. But she's telling you, not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Stuck like glue, she's saying. Thank you so much.
Thank
That was
you.
very brave. Okay, so yes.
This medium, does it have anything to do with
Some people will say like spirit, the vibration of spirit is like this, and we're down here worrying about the bills. So if you can up your vibration, and it could be gratitude. Gratitude helps. Ice cream helps. Whatever. But you come up a little, they come down. They're so close. We always think, they're up there. That's why it's hello from home, because they're right here. So don't worry so much. Some people will say, oh, you're in deep grief, you can't connect. That's when we need to connect, when we're missing them so much. So sit there in your tears or in your joy or in your laughter. Sit and wait. And Peter Pan, Tinkerbell says that place between sleep and awake, that's where you'll always find me. And if you can get to that place, sometimes it's in bed when you're relaxed, but be quiet inside. They'll come. And sometimes it'll be so obvious. Don't pay attention to this. Okay? Great servant, lousy master. Okay? And meditation will help you make this your servant and this your master. But pay attention. If something happens, if the butterfly comes, is that you? Don't notice what you think. 17 years of Catholic school, I'm always going to think, couldn't happen, it's evil. But my heart knows. And my heart jumps for joy. That's what you pay attention to. Does that help? Thank you. Okay. We are out of time. I want to thank you all so much for being here. Have a beautiful day. I'll be outside somewhere if you'd like.
So yes, Claudia.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole,
and we're happy to have you there. So we are on. Hello, people in live stream land. I am Sunny Chase, and we're so excited to be here on Soul Search Sunday, actually Saturday. I'm getting ahead of myself already. And I am very, very grateful to this very first, actually second speaker of the day. You know, it's funny when a camera's in my face, I sometimes forget Greg. So I'm sorry, Greg Stanley, who I love to know. He is going to bring his journey about tarot cards, how they've really added to his life, what he's been able to heal and feel and everything with himself, and then also sharing it with all of you guys and many clients and peeps in his world for quite a long time. He's quite the traveler. He's been here, there, and everywhere, and we're just lucky to have him here in Scottsdale today at Soul Search. So let us welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yes. Join.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. I'm Greg Stanley. I'm a psychic medium and tarot reader. This is my second time in Scottsdale. Not my first time at Soul Search, but this is my second time in Scottsdale. So anyways, I drove down here from Las Vegas. I moved to Las Vegas almost 2 years ago from Hawaii. So I like the convenience of being able to go everywhere. Yeah, it's in Hawaii. You can only just drive around in a circle. I met another lady here from Hawaii as well. We were just talking about it. But anyways, so I wanted to share with you guys how the tarot actually changed my life for the better. You can come in. Yeah, and so I was not born out of a rose and raised in this psychic community and groomed from a young age. I was actually the complete opposite of that. My grandfather was a pastor, so I was born immediately into fundamental church life. My mom, that's her father, she grew up having to wear skirts. She wasn't allowed to wear pants. She had to wear skirts everywhere she go. You can't cut your hair. Can't do anything like that. Can't go to movies, can't go to dances. You're only allowed to listen to Christian TV, and anything that's outside of that was a big no-no. But my family was not that strict with me, thankfully. But I still had my obstacles. So when I was not allowed to talk about if I was seeing something that nobody else could see, if I knew something nobody else knew, any of those things. Oh, it's okay. Go on in. Sorry. No, it's okay.
I didn't know she was coming home.
Yeah, so glad you guys were able to come in. But yeah, so where was I? ADHD. I just wasn't allowed to share anything that was outside of Jesus, heaven, hell, God, the church. It was a big no-no. When I was 2 years old, I was almost 3 years old, I had drowned. I was underwater for several minutes, and and I'll share with you what happened. I was feeding ducks at a pond, and it was at a work party for my dad. And at this work party, my sister was, she had just turned 5, or almost turning 5, and I was almost turning 3. And my mom gave us bread to go down and feed the ducks while they played volleyball up the hill. So I evidently got too close to the water and I toppled in. And so my sister, looks over the edge, and I'm underwater, and I opened my eyes underwater, and I could see her looking over the edge, and I saw her turn around and run away. Well, the ducks were swimming around me, freaking out, quacking like crazy. There was 3 of them. And I then remember being above my body. I was probably about 30, 40 feet around there above my body. And I could see the top of my head, and I could see the ducks swimming around me. And I felt very much at peace. And it felt like somebody was holding me, and just kind of telling me everything was going to be okay. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not afraid anyways, but thank you. And I I remember seeing all these people running down the hill, running towards the pond. And evidently my sister, it took her several minutes to get up the hill to go get help. Her little legs could only take her so far. And she jumped in the middle of the volleyball game and said, "Greg, down the pond." And everyone starts screaming and running down the hill. And that's what I was seeing, everyone running down. And the only way they were able to find me was because I had bright blonde hair as a boy, long blonde hair. And it was probably around noon or close to that. And so the sun was shining on the black pond, and you can see the yellow, the glow. So when they spotted me, the one guy jumped in and, pulled me out. They thought they were pulling out a dead kid. Well, I just spit the water out and started crying. They didn't have to resuscitate me. They didn't have to do anything. They just kind of patted me on the back a little bit to get the rest of the water out. And my mom took me home, gave me a bath, brought me back to the party. That was the 90s. So, back in the day, they're like, okay, well, he's fine. Let's bring him right back. Brought me right back. And I wasn't allowed to go near the pond without anybody. So I stayed the hell away from there. But I'm actually a very good swimmer, by the way. And then it might have been a month or two later, we were at a friend's place, and that my parents had met on a cruise. And I snuck out the side door, the sliding glass door, and there was a pool, and I wanted to see the little black dots at the bottom of the pool. So I just toppled in and opened my eyes and just looked at the little dots. Well, maybe 30 seconds later, my dad pulls me out. I'm doing the dead man's float. They don't know how long I was in there. It was probably 30 seconds, and thought they were pulling out a dead kid, and I was just fine. So me in water, it was like, God, watch the kid, Jesus, watch the kid. So I don't know if that's what sparked me drowning, had sparked my psychic abilities, and I already had the ability, or what. But all I know is ever since then, I could hear and see people other people couldn't see. I could see kids and people, and everyone just called me weird. And I didn't know why, because I didn't know they couldn't see what I could see. And so I eventually my mom was like, okay, if you're seeing something that others aren't seeing, you better pray that it goes away. And I'm like, what do you mean? And she said, if it's not coming from God, it's coming from the pit. Well, what's the pit? Hell. What's hell? Where you go when you lie, if you don't accept Jesus as your savior. Oh my God, I don't want to go there. So I just kind of shut down and just didn't talk about it or anything. Well, I remember in kindergarten, I would go out in the hall to go to the bathroom, or as I was walking towards the bathroom, I could see this little girl, and she had one of those television sets, and she wanted me to come help her push the television. And I'm like, no, I would just keep walking, going to the bathroom. Fast forward to first grade. You guys remember those televisions on wheels that they would wheel from classroom to classroom? Well, first grade, there was a girl trying to help my teacher just push the television out of the way, and just trying to be helpful student. And the teacher said, okay, everyone sit down. We need to talk. So we sat down, and she goes, I don't want anybody ever to move the television set, because a few years ago, there was a little girl here at the school. She was pushing one of these television sets to help a teacher, moving it into another room. Well, she went to the set of stairs, and she tried to pull it down the stairs, and it fell on her and killed her. So I raised my hand. Oh, I saw her. And then everyone starts laughing at me, and I didn't know why. And she goes, Greg, you couldn't possibly have seen that. Or know that, because it happened years ago before you even came to North Nimishillen. And so I was even more confused. And also that year, there was I was complaining about a glare, and I didn't know how to explain what it was. So I just said, oh, the light's shining differently. There's lights in front of me. And so my teacher would move my desk, and she'd shut the blinds. I'm still complaining about it. She's like, Greg, there's no light in here. What are you talking about? I was seeing angels. They were standing in front of me. They were standing in front of the chalkboard. And so nobody else could see the lights. And so I was from Bible Belt Midwest, Ohio. So none of that stuff is acceptable. And there was another time, same grade, there was a storm and I had my ears covered, and my teacher said, "Why do you have your ears covered? We've all heard thunder before and seen lightning." And I said, "No, the tree branch is scraping on the roof." And she goes, "Greg, you can't possibly be hearing that. That's on the other side of the school." And I wouldn't stop covering my ears. And I guess evidently the custodian went and looked, and there was a tree branch scratching on the other side of the school, and I could hear it. And so the teacher made a phone call to my mom, concerned I may be schizophrenic. So, because it can't possibly be anything else, no other explanation in Bible Belt. So my mom was concerned, but it wasn't until about fourth grade when my mom finally took me to the doctor. My youngest sister had that same teacher a few years later and reminded my mom to take me to the doctor to see if they could help me, because I had a lot of trouble, a lot of learning disabilities. And this was back when nobody cared. If you had a learning disability, it didn't matter. You sit there and you learn like everybody else. If you didn't understand something, it was because you're just not paying attention. You're just lazy. And I didn't really even learn to read till I was probably in fourth grade. But they just kept pushing me forward. My mom refused to let them hold me back. Well, my father was an alcoholic and very, very verbally, emotionally, and mentally abusive to my mother, to us. And anytime my mom had no help. She had no one to turn to. So she was told, by my grandfather, fundamental preacher, "Well, what are you doing? What are you doing that's causing this? Maybe if you were reading your Bible more, if you wore your makeup more often, if you trusted God and prayed more, your husband wouldn't be this way." So what? And then the church pretty much told my mom the same thing. So my mom silenced. She had nobody to express her feelings through. So what did she do? I am the child that is very difficult to deal with. So she took it out on me. She expressed her feelings through me. So I didn't feel loved by my dad. I knew my mom loved me, but I always felt like a burden. And my uncles, my mom's brothers, treated me like shit too. They were always on my ass about something. And so fourth grade, my mom takes me to this doctor, and that survey they have you fill out. Are you feeling well today? Have you had thoughts about hurting yourself? Have you had thoughts about killing yourself? I marked yes. So my mom reads this and sees that I had marked that I thought about killing myself. And I'm just being honest. They said to be honest about what you're answering. So I was. So I answered yes. And then my mom just grabbed me by the hand, took me out of the office, and we never went back. So my mom, she both did me a favor and not, because my mom was afraid that I was going to be institutionalized. So, or they were going to sedate me or, put me in a straitjacket. She didn't know what they were going to do. So she took me out of there. I had never got help, therapy, nothing. So I just kind of grew up hating myself. And when I was in fifth grade, I had a friend that had a Ouija board. Have anyone ever used a Ouija board? Did it work? Yep, so did mine. In fact, we asked the spirit to appear, and it said, "Do you see me?" And there was this cloud in the corner coming towards us. And we said, "Is that you?" And the planchette went to yes. And we're all freaking out, asked it to go away. And it went down to goodbye, and it disappeared. So we had all kinds of stuff. But so I think you guys have at least somewhat of an understanding that in the spirit world, there are good spirits and there are bad spirits. Well, I had nobody that believed me about my abilities. I was always shut down. So what do you think came after me all the time? The bad spirits. They they had a field day with me because nobody believed me, and they would tell me that nobody would believe me and that they were going to continue hurting me. After that Ouija board session, we had talked to many different spirits that came through. I remember going home and I told my mom what had happened because I was scared. Well, she starts screaming at me, "You don't use a Ouija board. That's the occult. It's dangerous. You better pray all this stuff goes away." Oh, well, that sure helps. So what happened was, for about 9 months, I do believe I had become demon possessed because of how many spirits were coming to me, and I was having the worst night terrors you can possibly, you couldn't even imagine. It was like, the Insidious movies and the real scary movies. It was like that times 1,000. And I remember running out of my room a couple times because there was this woman that would start choking me with the sleep paralysis, and she'd say, "Nobody loves you. Nobody's ever going to believe you. Your parents aren't going to believe you. They're just going to send you right back in here." Well, finally, when I would snap out of it, I run out of the room, and sure enough, "Get back into bed. There's nothing there. You're lying. Just stop being ridiculous." I'd have to go back, and it would happen all over again. This was night after night after night. And I had other beings coming to me doing the same thing, and they would hold me down. These very demonic beings were in my room. And the one night I remember I was sleeping and I knew I was dreaming and I could not get out of the hell dream I was in. And so I got up and my door wouldn't open. And I was trying to feel my way around and the door just wouldn't open. So I thought, okay, maybe if I knock everything over in my room, my parents will wake up. So I start knocking things over. Nobody woke up. Somehow I made my way back into bed. When I woke up the next morning, my room was trashed. And I swore I would never, ever fall asleep again. So all day long, I was at school. I'm shaking. I'm crying. I wasn't eating anything. I wouldn't drink anything. And I'm at the dinner table, and I was still that evening. I'm like, I'm never, ever closing. I was afraid to blink, let alone close my eyes. And my mom's like, "I don't know what to tell you. Call your grandma." My grandma is the pastor's wife. So, but we were very close, but she was extremely religious, but she was very strong in her faith. And I believe now, fast forward, I believe that if you have faith in whatever that higher power is, if you know that you are more powerful than darkness and that there's something out there that can protect you, and you have that faith. My grandma's faith was in Jesus Christ. So I called my grandma, and I thought she was going to be really mad at me. And she said, "Greg, I'm not mad at you at all." She said, "When I was a little girl, I played with the neighbor, and there was something hoo ha ha about it. I just didn't feel right about it, and I never touched it again." And so what ended up happening was, she said, "Greg, I believe that," in her view, she goes, "I believe Satan has gotten a hold of you. And I believe that he has sent his demons to come after you." And she says, "He's more powerful. He is stronger. And what I'm going to have you do," she gave me a list of like 10 Bible verses. It was 5 from the Old Testament, I think, and then 5 from the New Testament. It was about the devil fleeing from you, overcoming darkness, Jesus has power over the grave and all that. I had nothing else to believe in. So this was the first and real advice I thought I could get. So that night I read those verses. I said them. She goes, "I want you to say them, plead the blood of Jesus, and believe and have faith that he is going to deliver you from this." That night I went to sleep, woke up the next morning. I don't think I ever had a more peaceful sleep. It worked. So then I believed, okay, maybe Jesus is my savior. Maybe all of this stuff is real because I was delivered from this. So I started really believing and reading my Bible from a very young age. And I wasn't perfect by any means, but I started to believe, okay, if he could deliver me from this. Here's the other misunderstanding in the Christianity and society. I am gay. So I believed and I knew from a young age that I was attracted to men. So I believed and I knew that it was a sin according to the Bible, and my family would never accept it, anything like that. So I believe if God could deliver me from Satan's army, I could be delivered from my homosexuality. So I begged God from that time all the way until I was in my 20s. I begged God to deliver me from homosexuality. And now we know through science, through sociology, all of that it is real, that you can be attracted to the same sex regardless of what any Bible or society tells you, and all of that. But I only knew about the Bible. I didn't know anything outside, so I believed I was going to go to hell because I was told. I ended up getting into a cult when I was 16, from 16 to 20. And I knew for a fact if I couldn't be delivered from this, according to what we believed, I couldn't possibly be saved. I was going to hell. I dated a girl for about 4 years and believing that God would honor that we didn't have sex before marriage, anything like that. I was gay. That wasn't going to happen. So I thought, this is great. This isn't going to be a problem. And so, but I truly believe that God was going to deliver me and honor that I'm with this church girl and we're doing this and that. And I really believe that God delivered me from Satan's army, that I would be delivered from this at some point here. I had full faith. Well, my girlfriend, I pecked her on the lips one time at the mall to make her happy, and I almost threw up. So imagine you guys as straight people or not, and you're not straight people, and you're forced to kiss somebody you're not attracted to because you believe that you're supposed to be with them. Yeah, you'd probably throw up too. Yeah. So eventually I just told her, I said, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I think I'm attracted to men. And she goes, oh my God, I'll cut my hair. I'll dress like a boy. Please don't leave. No, bitch, you gotta go. I'm not attracted to tits. It's like, it's not gonna happen. And so I had to break up with her. Bitch, you gotta go back to Idaho. So she went back, and oh, poor thing. I traumatized her. I apologized to her years later and everything like that. She apologized to me because she was really mean to me after that, but I kind of deserved it. I kind of wasted a lot of her time, but it was unintentional, But I had finally come out, and when I had met, I didn't want to be a hypocrite. I never acted on my homosexuality, but when I was 20, I was feeling more and more attracted to men, and it wasn't getting any easier. And so I decided I was going to start exploring. So I didn't want to stand in front of the church, continue preaching and continue teaching and helping and serving, knowing the church believed what they believed. I didn't want to be a hypocrite like other people that were sleeping with each other's wives and all that other shit. I wanted to be right and do the right thing and step out, which I did. And somebody in the church had asked me, hey, where have you been? What happened? And in confidence, he goes, can I pray for you? Just tell me what's going on. In confidence, I told him, and I said, my family is trying to deal with it, and so am I. He ran around and told everybody in the church. So we didn't have the chance to really process it. My mom had a nervous breakdown. So did my dad. My mom loved me. I told her that I was, and but she was still really devastated and everything. But so I just again continue to feel I'm just a burden. So when the first guy that I had experimented with, I had fallen in love with because he was my first everything, first kiss, first everything. I'd fallen in love with him, and I was going to move to Chicago and go live with him. And he broke up with me when I was getting ready to get on my flight to go over there. And I had all my shit packed. And that was my way out. So here I am trapped, stuck here and all of this. And so what I did, I called my best friend, and I'll call her Katie. And I said, Katie, I have to tell you, I was just crying hysterically. She's like, Greg, what is the matter? Told her I'm gay. She says, that's disgusting. Are you fucking serious right now? You're gay? You're kidding me. That is so disgusting. And I felt like right there, I just snapped. I hung up the phone. I went upstairs and I opened the medicine cabinet. And I said, I'm going to take every fucking pill in this cabinet. I'm done living. Because I was also told by church members that if I was going to continue living my life in sin, they reminded me, I think it's in the book of Matthew, that Jesus says it's better to tie a limestone around your neck and throw yourself in the depths of the sea than to live your life in sin. So I thought that's what I was doing for myself. So I went to start taking all the pills that were in there, and something told me to shut the cabinet. And the same voice that I've heard a couple times in my life, it said, shut the cabinet. You can do this, but you'll never know what you'll become. And I'm like, what can I possibly become? I didn't believe anything. I could amount to anything. I had no support. I had nobody. I didn't have a psychic that I could go to like this and talk to somebody about my spiritual stuff, let alone my homosexuality. So I ended up shutting the cabinet, and my life did not get better. My life got worse. But I couldn't figure out why. Why am I still here? So after continuously, I got in another abusive relationship, and I was told by another church member, well, the reason why you're being abused, you deserve it because you're living your life in sin. What do you think God's trying to tell you? So I let him, and I let people, anyone that would be nice to me, I would go to bed with, kiss, hang out with, and let them abuse me any way they want. And I believed, okay, I deserve this. If I'm going to be gay, I might as well be abused because I'm in sin. So finally, I got out of that. And what ended up happening was I finally got so sick of just not getting the love that maybe I deserve. And so what I did was I said, you know what? If nobody knows how to help me or how to love me or wants to treat me the way I think I deserve to be treated better than this, I'm going to start treating myself good. I'm going to start loving myself. I'm going to be my own best friend. I'm going to be my own support because I had nobody. Nobody knew how to help me because anytime I go to help, it was you're in sin. You have to change. And I knew this isn't going away. So if I'm going to hell in a handbasket, I might as well be happy and figure something out. So I ended up meeting a really nice man. And this guy actually treated me well. And when he was at work, he was a business owner, very well off financially. And he just treated me amazing. And I was at his house. He was at work one day, and I'm going through his DVDs, and I see The Secret. Are any of you guys familiar with The Secret on some level? Law of Attraction. I knew nothing about that. I believed you're just fucked or you're not. You're lucky or you're not. I had no clue. If you change the way you think, you change your life. I had no idea that the law of attraction was always at work. I continued attracting bad because I believed that's all I was. I truly, with all my heart and soul, believed all this. But when I started being nice to myself, I had no idea that I started shifting things, and that's how I attracted that man into my life. I put in The Secret, and I'm watching this. If you change the way you think, you change your life. This makes sense. This is amazing. And so I clung to that. And then I ended up, he knew how bad my anxiety was, and from a lifetime of abuse and self-abuse. He gave me these tapes. There used to be this thing called the Midwest Center. It was a program they played on the infomercials at night. It was attacking anxiety and depression. I started listening to those tapes because he told me how much it helped him. And I started to love myself even more. Well, I believed that, okay, well, because all this stuff is going so well, I'm going to marry this guy. Well, we ended up breaking up because I was a lot to handle. I was still a mess, but I was a lot. I was a little much. And I understood, and I was devastated, but I continued. I'm like, this is still working in so many other areas. And I ended up discovering Louise Hay's book, You Can Heal Your Life. And then I watched the DVD version of it, the movie version of You Can Heal Your Life, which you can watch on YouTube. It's amazing. And so I continued with my path of self-love. And I was working at McDonald's full time. I'd been there at that point, probably about 5 years at that point. And I was going to school, spinning my wheels, going to college, doing what everybody else tells you to do, just changing my major all the time. I could not pass even the core math because of my learning disabilities. So I'm $100,000 in student debt and have nothing to show for it. So I discovered I'm going to do what makes me happy. I want to do acting and modeling. So I started pursuing acting and modeling. And I really was passionate about it. And so I didn't end up becoming an actor. I didn't end up becoming a model. But because I was doing what I loved, I started having dreams about tarot cards. And I'm like, why the hell am I dreaming about tarot cards? Those things Miss Cleo uses that call me now for the free tarot reading, and that shit ain't free. People are mad about that. I don't want to do that. People are going to think I'm nuts. So I just made fun of it and everything for a couple months, but I kept having dreams that I was turning over tarot cards and I was helping people. And I just decided, I was like, you know what? Finally, I got curious. It was Easter Sunday, 2011. I went to Borders when it was still open, and now it's Books. Now it's like Books A Million or Barnes and Noble, something like that now. And I got my first deck of tarot cards. And when I opened those cards up and I turned them over and looked at the pictures on them, the whole world just opened up to me. Something came over me. It was like finding a long lost love, or like finding a piece of my heart that was gone. And I was just, I can't even explain it. Like it was a rebirth. I didn't know it was a rebirth at that time. I didn't know what that meant or anything. I just knew I'm feeling something I never felt before. And so I started reading people. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm looking at the book, looking at the interpretation. I'm like, I think this is what this means. And people started coming to me. It went viral. I had people coming to me that have been going to psychics for years, and they're like, you're really accurate. These other psychics haven't been able to tell me anything that what you're telling me. And I'm thinking I'm just a good tarot reader. Well, I had to start charging because I had so many people coming to me. And I was charging at that time $20 for 30 minutes because I'm working full time at McDonald's. I'm going to school full time, spinning my wheels. But I'm telling my customers coming through the drive-thru, I'm reading tarot. I was getting customers. And I had people at school. I'm telling people, yeah, I do tarot readings. We were skipping class. They were coming down, getting their cards read by me. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here in college, you know? And I ended up going to Hawaii to visit. And when I went there, it was like, I felt like I'd been there before. And I knew the second I saw the island, I was going to be moving there. And when I landed, I start signing on, the dating apps, people that have Tinder and all that stuff. I had Grindr and Scruff. Those are the gay ones. I'm signing on there. From the day one I got there, I signed on there, and I have on my profile a Psychic Greg, and I'm there with my tarot cards. People are like, I want a reading. I'm working the whole time I'm in Hawaii and having fun. So I'm like, I can move here. I can do this full time. Went home, packed all my shit, moved to Hawaii. I came to Hawaii with a suitcase. I dropped out of school. I quit my job. I just had complete faith in what I was doing. I remember sitting in class and the angels telling me, get out. What are you doing here? And I'm like, that's a good point. What am I doing here? I grabbed my shit and I walked out of class. I am a college failure, dropout, and I'm proud of it because that is not my path. I was told that was my path. I started following my own path, and I'm like, you know what? The feds want their money from all the student loan debt, but what you want and what you get are two completely different things, huh? So I found my purpose. And the second I walked out of class, my phone was blowing up. This was when I was still in Ohio. My phone was blowing up with people wanting me to come and read for parties. So instantly, just because I let go of what I wasn't supposed to do, I'm now following what I am supposed to be doing. And this is how the tarot changed my life for the better. I didn't become a lawyer or a doctor or a nurse. I accidentally became a psychic. And it was because I pursued my passions, my dreams, my goals for the first time in my life. And I actually got more psychic. I developed my abilities, but I actually got more hell for being psychic than for being gay. My mom goes, 2 years ago, you told me you're gay. Now you're telling me you're reading tarot cards? Who the hell are all these people lining up in my driveway and lining up in my kitchen wanting readings from you? What is all of this? And she's like, Greg, I don't even know what to do with you. My mom's still in the church mindset and all of that. Well, about a month later, my mom goes, I want a reading. I said, okay. I gave her one, and I told her, yeah, Dad's lying as usual. You're going to divorce him in probably a couple months. She divorced him. She caught him lying again, and she divorced him. And she's like, yeah, everything you warned me about happened. Holy shit. She goes, Greg does not lie. Greg, why would he lie about being gay and lose his church family that he dearly loved and risk losing all of his family members and all of this stuff? Why would he risk all of that just to say he's gay? Why would my son lie about being psychic? Why? And knowing he's getting all this criticism, I had most people told me, you're not psychic. Are you kidding me? You're reading tarot cards. And I just kept doing it. And through me reading and me doing the work, people either came around or they didn't. Just like when I came out of the closet, they either accepted me or they didn't. And so pretty much I just continued reading. And my mom, who is my biggest critic, she now works for me since 2015. So when you call the business line to make an appointment or text, my assistant, who is my mother, she's the one that responds. And when people go, I'm really skeptical, she goes, oh, I know, you're talking to the biggest skeptic ever. Believe me. And then when they find out she's my mom and she tells a little bit of her story, they're like, holy shit, I want a reading with him. Because you should be the one saying the complete opposite based on how you were his worst critic. And it changed my life. Literally, I have not had to work a real job since 2000. Since I quit McDonald's, it was 2012. I quit. And I only did about a year and a half ago. I drove for Amazon as an Amazon delivery driver for extra cash. And they were sending me 3 months in, they were sending me to the incorrect addresses. And it slowed me down, and they blamed me and threatened to fire me because it slowed me down. And I said, yeah, I'm slowed down because you're sending me to the wrong addresses. It doesn't matter. Get it together. Maybe you need more training. And I told them to go fuck themselves. And I don't need this job. I only did it because I just wanted the benefits. And so I left. I'm not supposed to work anywhere. I'm supposed to just do readings full time. But that was the first time in over 11 years I had a real job. But this is my life path. And I'm not up here telling you guys that, oh, you all have to be psychic. Oh, you all have to go get tarot cards now and be psychics and everyone does readings. Maybe that is your calling. But you know what? I'm no better than anybody else. I just started following what I was passionate about and what I'm talented at. That's all I did. There's many of you in here, doctors, lawyers, nurses, teachers. You're all gifted equally and you're all wired to go down those paths. I'm wired to go down this path. And you don't want me doing brain surgery on you, but I can do a damn good reading on you. But I'm not 100% accurate. I'm told I'm very accurate. I wouldn't be in business if I wasn't. But anybody can read tarot, but there's people who are gifted in it. Anybody can sing, but there's people who are gifted in singing. And they're musicians. But just because I go to Britney Spears' coach doesn't mean I'm going to sing like her, or go to Tim McGraw's voice coach. I'm going to sing like him. I sing to the level I'm able to, but he's gifted in it. She's gifted in it, but that doesn't mean I'm any less special. I'm just really good at what I do. As a tarot reader, you're really good at what you do. And maybe you realized you were on the wrong path like I was, and you changed and you did something different. That's okay to do it. It's okay. I was always told that I was told when I was in 5th grade in front of the whole class that I would not be anything in life. My teacher said this in front of the whole class because I didn't understand fractions. With my learning disability, it takes the elevator to reach the top floor a little longer than everybody else. I'm trying to figure out these fractions. And he said, this is an example of somebody who will never graduate high school, who will be scraping roadkill off the side of the road and will never go to college. Well, he was right about nothing because I went to college even though I dropped out. But I got my high school diploma, and I'm not scraping roadkill off the side of the road. So he was wrong. But I believed that about myself at the time because it was when you believe, like I said before, when you believe something, you start attracting that. And I really believed that I was nothing, so I would attract those kinds of experiences. But the law of attraction doesn't discriminate on age or anything like that. What you believe is what you attract. And that's what I was attracting. I just had no clue. Like a lot of people have no clue. Since the 2000s, since the millennial, people have been waking up and seeing maybe there is something outside of the church. Maybe there is something more out there. Maybe these people aren't crazy. And there's a lot more support now than there was back then. Okay. There was a lot of support around when I had come out of the closet and with doing readings and stuff. I just didn't know where to go. I didn't know who to talk to. If I did ask anybody, it was all people that were church members or former church members or family that had nothing to do with any of that stuff. So I had no clue where to go or what to do. But the law of attraction guided me to everywhere I needed to be, every person I needed to connect with. And it was it's been a journey, and I've discovered a lot about myself since I started doing readings full time. I still have my challenges. Just because I'm psychic doesn't mean my life is perfect. I am still working through things, but I love myself through it instead of hating myself through that now. I've embraced my learning disabilities. I've embraced who I am and my imperfections. I have embraced my strengths. And because of my connection and understanding now of the other side, and I connect with the right people and the right spirits, these bad spirits have no power over me. They run away. And I had discovered 5 years ago that I'm an alcoholic. And I knew that if I couldn't heal, that if I couldn't stop drinking, I promised my family I would go get help, and I did. I ended up going to AA, and it saved my life. So I'm grateful for that. But one drink is too many and 100 is not enough. That's how I'm wired. And so I stay the hell away from alcohol and I go to AA. Not perfect at it, but I haven't taken a drink since April Fool's Day 2021. And I'm still every day. I got to make sure I talk myself into drinking something else, and I do. And I have a lot of support. And I know now, okay, if I need support on something, I now know I can talk to people. I know how to research. I know how to do all that stuff, which I had no skills. I knew nothing before. So I now have boundaries. I've been single since 2019. And slow at learning, but once I learn something, I master it. And finally got on some medication that I need. My brain is wired differently. I am bipolar type 2, discovered that. And once I got on the right medication, I'm stable Mabel, and it keeps me focused and everything. I believe in science. I believe in pharmaceuticals. I also believe in spirit. I believe in holistic. They work together. I use both. But thank you. I acknowledge. We have about 5 minutes left here. If anyone has any questions or anything, that is how the tarot changed my life for the better. Yeah. If anyone has any questions, yeah.
When you were younger, you would reach out to people, you always get a negative reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe you said that kind of community needed help.
Right.
Kind of get past that fear of reaching people.
The question the audience member asked is, how did I get over that fear of being able to reach out to people because in the past I would reach out to people and I would just get ridiculed. So it was faith. I didn't know anything. So I figured out that I could believe in myself on some level. So that's the only thing I had to cling on to. So I had faith when I did start reaching out to people and asking that I would be guided to the right people some way, somehow, or they would magically come to me, and they did. And then as I started attracting more and more people that were able to help me or guide me in the right direction, I had more strength to reach out and ask. And I learned to stop going to the hardware store for milk. There's certain people I just can't talk about my abilities with. There's just certain people that I just cannot, talk to about certain things. There's certain religious people, they're never going to change, and that's okay. I have family members that are still very religious and very much in the cult and think I am in sin and going to hell, but they love me dearly and they want me they're praying for me. Well, they can just keep praying because, yeah. I guess I tell them, well, you know what? I guess I'm going to hell in a handbasket. And when I get there, I'm taking over. Anyone have any other questions? Yep.
Thank you for.
Oh, thank you.
You just give really good energy, and I can relate to what you're saying.
Thank you.
And in some of the things you expressed, I can empathize with the church portion of it. And in that way, I just feel like we were brought to just kind of see that ugliness so that we can do this.
That's right.
So
Thank you so much. She called me a king.
Yes.
So that was very nice of her to say. That was very, very nice of her. And I greatly appreciate that. But yeah, I will agree with you that she had mentioned that our troubles, our issues, and us overcoming that's what sparked the change that we needed to become the people we are today. And I couldn't agree more. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, we still got probably about 2 more minutes or so. Does anybody in the back? Hi.
I'm curious because I can relate to your learning disabilities, ADHD, things like that. I like how people are quick to label things that they do not understand.
That's right.
However, I have found that the most intuitive people tend to be labeled ADHD or some of these things, and maybe they're not so much disabilities, but more gifted abilities that people don't understand.
That's right.
Because I feel like I have ADHD and I'm disabled and I have all of those things, but I think it's more of a gift.
Yep.
Than an actual gift.
That's right.
And I just wonder how much of the group that we're currently in kind of has those same type
Right.
of experiences.
I completely agree.
Okay.
Yeah, like even late diagnosed autism, I check all the boxes. We are at our time here, I believe. And so I want to give the floor to the next person here, which she'll introduce, Miss Sunny will introduce us to. But I would love to carry on any conversation anyone has, or you want to get a reading from me. You can do phone, video, all that. You could also see me. I have a booth right outside the store right here. You're welcome to sign up. I'm here all day until today and tomorrow. There's a lot of people here to see, so I'm not going to be offended if you're seeing another psychic or anything like that. Go where you feel guided, please. But you're welcome to take a picture of my phone number that's out there. And you can make a phone reading. You can do a video call. You can even do an email reading from me if you're afraid to talk to me for the first time or whatever. Yeah. Thank you guys for letting me share my story with you guys. And I appreciate each and every one of you. All right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Miss Sunny. Appreciate you. Yes.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are
new. It's not brand new, but it's pretty new, and it's a channeling. So please check that out. And we are on live. So hello, Super Soul Search Saturday in Scottsdale. And again, I'm Sunny Chase, and we are here at the beginning of Saturday. So many great speakers and so many wonderful things are going to be happening for you guys today. So we have a nice full house. I'm excited to see that. We have quite a group here today. And you guys out in live stream land, welcome. We are going to be having Miss Jenna Lee is going to be coming up and speaking to us about, I like to say tantric sex. She's going to make it a lot more interesting than that. But I want to ask you guys a question. What if you knew that one of the most sacred potential gateways would be through sacred sexuality? How cool is that? How fun is that? So we're going to be finding all about that today, Akashic Enlightenment, and then also the powerful frequency with Jenna's erotic spirit pod. So I just want to bring her on. Without further ado, let us have a roarious pod. Hello, my dear. Welcome to the stage, and I shall disappear. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Sunny. Hi, everyone. Beautiful introduction there. And my name is Jenna. I'm an Akashic Enlightenment practitioner, channeler, podcaster, erotic spirit podcast, if you guys want to check that out. Goddess with some galactic flair. So some galactic flair in here. And I'll get into that a little bit. And I want to share about, the journey here. The topic is expanding consciousness through sacred sexuality. And I was like asking spirit for a while, before I started getting into this topic to speak on why this topic. I've channeled about Christ consciousness. I've channeled about all these other things. We can talk about ascension. We can talk about enlightenment. But if we're not in our fucking body, guys, right? What does all that mean? They're just words. So I'm all about embodiment. I'm all about being in the body, being present. And I'll share with you my story because I was not in my body. And that's why this message has been coming out. There's a lot with, yes, sacred sexuality and intention, but there's a lot of shadows that come up when we start to do sexual healing work. There's a lot of shadows because we don't really talk about sex in society, sexuality, right? Taboo, trauma. And that's part of the shadows. So there's a lot of shame. There's a lot of grief. There's a lot of embarrassment. There's a lot of stuff that we realize that other people have gone through that we have, and we can break the cycle. We can break the cycle of generational trauma, right? I mean, I see it in my family, what's happened with my ancestors. So this is really a big part in my journey and my heart. So thank you for being here. And let me tell you a little bit about my journey so you can just see who I am. And I'll tell you about my spiritual awakening and just how I came to be here. And that started with a loved one having an episode and having a lot of trauma that came up around that time, a couple months, where then I actually ended up with PTSD. So in that time, in that journey, I had a choice point. And I said I could either live like this. I'd walk into rooms. I didn't know why, I forget why I was there. And I could choose to live like that, or I could do something different. And I tried. I got out there and I started EMDR therapy. I started doing energy work or receiving energy work. And with all of these modalities and intention, I started to come back to myself, but even more. I didn't realize that actually I was always dysregulated, emotional dysregulation. I always had all the trauma stored in my body and really out of my body. So doing this work and getting in an intentional and all that way really led to like, hey, there's something here. And along that journey, I started to, you can say, like, remember that I had repressed memories. So when we have repressed memories, like, oh, they're repressed, right? So I would see like flashbacks of things. And in this journey, when I was healing through PTSD as an adult, I started to remember more. Things were activated during that journey. And I would say like the third week into EMDR therapy, I started talking about the sexual abuse that happened to me when I was younger. Now that's all connected, because you have one thing here that happens and it's all connected. So I decided to go in really deep. Now that was really a dark point in my life, because I was like, I don't know if I can do this, right? It's really hard. But being out of the body, not present, made it feel like it was still happening. And I realized that that was always happening to me. Now this was like the extreme. It's like actually PTSD, but it was always happening. So doing this work and getting in brings up a lot of shadows. And in that journey, I then started going to development classes and, oh, what is this intuition? And, you know, I've started to feel back in my body, and I came into Akashic Enlightenment and kind of all that. I can share with you guys what that's about. So that's really where I started to get into this work and do the energy work and get into the subconscious work and start to clear the beliefs, the unworthiness core wounds, the beliefs from society, from family, and all the dynamics that we have. You know, people are at where they're at, and we take all of that in as a filter, and then we use that filter unknowingly, unconsciously, and we project that out. So the cycle keeps going until we do the work. So the Akashic Enlightenment work, if you're not familiar, that works with Akashic Records. Your Akashic Records is your soul's energetic database of everything you've experienced. And every lifetime, this lifetime, everything. So when you start to tune into this space, you start to see, where are the patterns in my life? And I started to realize that I'm the creator of my reality. Yes, things come into our life at certain times, and that's a resonance of where we're at. So the belief systems that I started to realize were like people, places, jobs, they were there because I believed, I had some belief system and it matched that, right? Law of attraction. So in my spiritual awakening journey, eventually I got to a point where people, places, things, marriage, job, ended like all within like 6 months. Left the home, left all my stuff, and just started new. But it's beautiful because it's building a foundation now on this new resonance of truth, right? So you get in, you do the work, and then, wow, we're here, right? We get to decide and choose once we become aware. So the sacred sexuality, and it's in, I won't talk about Tantra. I don't really feel that I haven't had any practice in teaching Tantra, but I'm all divinely guided with spirit and what comes in. So it's sacred sexuality, meaning our intention of our sexuality, our consciousness, our awareness of our being, it all moves and flows with intention. And you don't need a partner, actually. The best way is first within, then outwardly, right? Like if we know that we're valuable and true to ourselves, we can better communicate that. So a lot of the work starts very inwardly. And at the time I started doing the work when I had a partner at the time, and I started doing the work inwardly. So I started recognizing my awareness. And I love throwing in this expanding consciousness piece. And what does that mean? Right? It's consciousness and expanding it. And it's really about the awareness of one's true self. The awareness of me outside of an identity, really. Like the identity of what role am I? Am I a mom? Am I a partner? Am I, a teacher? Like outside of all of that, my awareness of me and my essence. And where are things driving behind the scenes? And that's when I started to get into this work deeper and see the unconsciousness behind unhealed trauma in our sexuality. And that can be through sexual trauma of all kinds. That can be through, it could be through abuse, but it could be religious trauma, right? It could be something happened to you when you were younger and just someone said something and that really stuck with you. Like they made a joke around you not knowing something around sexuality. And it's like that sticks with you, right? It's all of these things. It doesn't need to be one thing or the other. And we've all had some experience of something. And I love to really talk about this because it drives so much of us since we don't talk about it in society. So I'll be really vulnerable with you guys. When I had a relationship, a long-term relationship ended, right? You feel a little wounded, maybe a little rejection. And a lot of abandonment hormones were cycling back up. So one of the things that I was like, maybe looking to fill the void was like, all right, like someone wants me, who am I going to have sex with? And I used to be that way, like before that relationship, really long time before that. And I started to become aware of, oh, this is what it is. It's that abandonment wound. I am trying to fill something with this void within me outside of me. That is the intention of sacred sexuality, guys. Being aware of what we truly want and where is it coming from. That's all we got to do. Slow down. All we got to do is take some moments to be like, okay, what is this? Is this something I really want? Or is this coming from somewhere else? So I always say slow the pace down, the thoughts, the movements, the intention, so we can see what is it that we actually truly desire and do the inner work. Do the inner work to say, okay, like take that back to, right, the abandonment hormones that were coming up and saying, oh, like let's see what that's about. So is that making sense to you guys? Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? I know I like said a lot. No. Okay. Well, if you do think of anything, I will open it up to you at the end, but I like to kind of like get a pulse check because I don't like to just talk at you guys. And there'll be an energy transmission too as well. So we'll get ready for that here in a few minutes. But right, so sacred sexuality, this coming inwards, this recognizing who I am as a being, and even having more open conversations about it. There's a piece to being vulnerable and sharing. And when we do that as a society, we heal as a collective. So the shadows start to come up when you start to do this work. And it's very much ingrained in the unconscious and how we act and how we move. Like I shared with you, that rejection piece, right? And it's very common. It's very common. I mean, people, have separations, people have breakups, divorces, and it's like, oh, there's, right? Like the piece of me that feels like it's missing. And the truth is that the love that we get to experience with someone else is all within here. It's the mirror that's outside of us. The mirror that's outside of us through that experience. And it doesn't need to be a partner, to be, family, but that experience is being mirrored out there. But that love is always ours. We get to share that and express that. That love is not, you can say I'm in love, but really the way spirit started to switch it up for me is like, I get to share this mirror, this love through this expression out here. And that's mirroring back all of that love back to me. So when things are not feeling in alignment, or things are not feeling good, or, feeling a force of I'm in something, just inwards. Going inwards and being able to see how we can communicate through sacred sexuality, through healing or sexual healing work. We can start to see and talk and communicate what it is that we truly want. And you can even just start with you can start practicing with a friend. You can be like, hey, does this happen, right? Just starting the conversation is an invitation on the portal to healing. It is really a huge portal, and working when you are able to ground those energies within yourself, if you so choose to invite someone in, it is a portal. That energetic connection, the connection with someone else, all the work that they do or they don't do is a field and connection point that you connect with in that space. So when we are really grounded in our truth, we start to realize, is that other person in alignment? And it's like you kind of can feel it. You can kind of feel like, is that portal reciprocal? And is that portal taking more? Or how much do I ground? How do I come back to my own self? And that's why it really starts from within. That within, I recognize what I'm worth. I recognize my foundation. I recognize what's behind all of my actions. I'm unconsciously projecting outwardly. I get to just slow down and be with myself. So hopefully that's all resonating with you guys. I'd love to get into this activation here, unless anyone has any questions, and then we can go into a couple other things after. Does anyone have any thoughts or comments, questions? No? Okay. That's fun. I don't bite. Well, if you have anything after, we'll get to that too. So feel free to start to relax here as we do this activation, and start to ground in and relax those eyes here. And if your legs are crossed, uncross them. Relaxing those eyes. Grounding and anchoring in your feet. Start to visualize roots in the bottom of your feet. Anchoring you in deeply. As those roots go deeper down into the earth. Start to recognize your connection. Your connection with the earth and with all that is. Starting to move that energy, recognize the roots are grounded in deep, up through the body and the legs. And then you start to see a golden orb above your head. That golden orb is full of Christ consciousness, love. That energy is starting to make its way towards your head and just receiving that. If that's what you want, let that start to open up, move, and crack and flow through that head, that crown chakra. Moving through, down the head, circling through that throat. Moving down towards the heart, letting that energy just cycle, move, and pulse with flow and freedom in that heart space. And as you let that sit there, you start to see some pink energy move outside of your body, into that heart space. Pure love. Merging with that golden energy, moving down the heart, down the stomach, down the lower belly to your pelvic region. As you let that move in further, start to call attention to your pelvic region, the root chakra, known for safety and security. And anytime you have not seen that, let that just be witnessed, not in it, just witnessed. How do you feel it in the body? Does it feel heavy? Do you feel any pain? What is the motion that you feel? Moving up the pelvic region to that sacral, to that lower belly. And before you enter that space and that energy, feel free to take a breath in. And when you breathe out, elongate that breath, softening the body, melting in, releasing any tension. And breathe in again. And when you breathe out, elongate that, softening the body into the chair. Start to move up to that sacral and feel that energy there. You may see an orange energy or orange color. This is a creator space. This is a space of emotions connected to our sexual energy. Anytime not felt seen or heard in this, just witness what comes up in your body. Feel heavy. And just start to breathe in. And when you breathe out, softening the body, releasing what is not yours. Breathe in again. Breathe out, softening deeper into that chair. What emotion are you feeling? And breathe that out. Moving up to that stomach, that solar plexus, space of confidence and power. Anytime you may have felt unheard, unsafe in these areas, let that just be witnessed in the body. What emotion are you feeling? Just a witness. Now breathe in and breathe out, softening that body. Breathing in and breathing out. Breathing out that emotion. Moving up to that heart space, the heart chakra, the space connected to compassion, love. Anytime you felt unseen in these areas, just witness the body. Allow it to be seen right now. What emotion are you feeling? Now breathe in and breathe out, softening that body into the chair. Moving up to that throat space, that throat chakra, space known for expression and speaking our truth, Connected to all. Anytime you're not heard or understood, let that be witnessed here right now. And what emotion are you feeling? Ground into that presence. Start to breathe in, breathe out, softening that body. Breathe in, breathe out. Softening your body. It's safe to express, and you are seen. Moving up to that forehead, that third eye area, place of seeing, place of connection, depth. Anytime you were not felt seen in this area, just feel that emotion here for a brief moment. Any doubt? Breathe in and breathe out, softening the body, being safe to release that here and now. Breathing in one more time. Breathing out, softening the body. Now moving up to that crown chakra, the forehead, right above the forehead, slightly above the head, wherever it sits for you. A place of connection to all that is. Anytime you've doubted your connection, been doubted, see that now. Your trust and your faith is being seen right now here. So breathe and breathe out, softening. Now one more time, breathing in, breathing out, anchoring in, starting to recognize, just giving yourself a brief moment. Take a snapshot of how you feel in the body right now. Recognize, does it feel heavy, tingly, light, your pressure, burst of energy? Just take a snapshot of that. And just know you can come back to this space. Start to recognize your body. And come back within your body. Starting to come back slowly at your pace. Starting to move your fingers and your toes, and feel free to stretch. And move those arms, and whenever you're ready, open up those eyes. Welcome back. Hi. Anyone, as you're coming back, how are we doing? Good. Yeah, that was huge. Seeing a lot of spirit dancing up here, including myself. Man, does anyone want to share? I know, obviously no obligation. You can share a thought, a comment, a feeling, a question about something that you experienced. It's all open. Yeah.
I just got a lot of love.
A lot of love, yeah. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, there's a lot of pink energy just merging, and the container that, like, I always like to say, I'm part of the container, spirit part of the container, all that is, and like you guys. So the whatever was moving for you, if there was anything that was released, You guys did that. You guys did that. What I do up here is I do hold a space and a presence, and I help guide. But we're the ones who choose to release something that is not serving us. And that is your power that I can never take away. So a lot of flow and movement of that energy and of that love, that when we decide to release or decide a different way or feel something that's uncomfortable, that's the love that we're giving ourselves, right? That's unconditional. And we learn a lot of conditions, and we can just choose something different. So thank you for sharing that. Anyone else? Yeah.
Feeling a lot of light, like a lot of release, a lot of lightness, and just a lot of activation from the head space and the neck and the spine, and just felt really, really nourishing.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. I love that. Yeah. Yes. Like physical moving? Yeah, it's a good question. So the way that energy works is intention of what we want is where it goes. It's all about like intention, and it's not, there doesn't need to be any ritual. There doesn't need to be anything specific. Sometimes people like to do ritual because it's like kind of getting us in the mindset of like, okay, this is what I'm doing, right? But we can just sit somewhere and like decide and recognize. The big thing is recognizing within oneself that I don't need to hold that anymore. And so it's all about like intention and yeah. So like maybe there's something in childhood that happened, and a lot of times I can kind of journey through by like witnessing that little me and like talking or just seeing and witnessing what happened and said like changing the story, rewriting it. Right. So there's like a lot of things that we can do, but it is like an intention. It is sometimes talking to the body part or the feeling or the motion and like loving all the shadows. I love to talk about like bypassing, and what I see sometimes is like this spiritual bypassing of like, we're gonna love and light. Like you can't love and light the pain away. You have to feel it, right? So it's sitting in the uncomfortable and then recognizing it and becoming aware. And once we become aware, that's when we can change it. So it's intention and asking, and like if we don't know where it is either, just like, is there a pain in our body? And like recognize it. And I ask like, what is the emotion that I feel with that? And a lot of times emotion is connected into physical pain. That we've just held for a really long time. So yeah, just intention is where our energy goes and where the release happens. Yeah, we don't need to like, you know, I promise, like there is a, I mean, it's fun. That's why I do it. So just don't tell anyone. It's like, but yeah, there's no crazy rituals. It is like the mind and belief. That's where quantum healing happens. It's literally like you see someone who can't, like they have not been able to like walk, and all of a sudden a miracle happens. Like there's something that switches within them that then starts to believe, because they're the ones who started walking. It's like the presence of maybe someone else that helps them to remember that template to remember. Sometimes there is support, and like, you know, we don't know what we don't know. Like we don't know if there's something that's repressed or something, you know, or we keep repeating a pattern. There's always support, but yeah, we don't need to do any crazy dancing, but I like it. So I add that onto my resume. You come to my workshops, we will dance. It's a good question. Good question. Anyone else have any questions or thoughts or comments? Yeah. Yeah.
The first comment, I found these so big. I put out I was very relaxed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then, I.
What was that?
What would you share?
Oh yeah, okay. I always forget to tell people. So that's light language, what was coming in. And what light language is really just a connection into source, universe, all that is. It could be connecting into galactic frequencies too. I tend to see in a group, it's this just connection to all that is and love. And it comes out in a couple of different forms. I hear it, the stream of consciousness that comes in, and I hear another voice or clicks, and it just expressing it out into the material world. So it's just the wavelengths of that form that just kind of come in. And so if you do hear stuff like that, speak it out, because a lot of people come to things with me and they're like, oh, that's what that was. Or sometimes you might feel like guided to move your hands, and you're just moving energy. Like just like feeling the energy and sign. It's called signing. And then some people can see symbols in their head. And when you draw out the symbols, you give that, you use that resonance or whatever that is, you just love. And it's out in the physical material form. So a lot of people see like symbols or things, and it's like, oh, that's activating. Just a template of that remembrance. So yeah, it's light language, soul language, light language. Yeah, good question. Anyone else? Okay. So one of the things that was coming in, and if you have any questions, tell me. Be like, so one of the things that was coming in before that, first the activation wanted to come in, because it can get in, like there's a lot of topics that come in the beginning, a lot of like, oh, okay, let's release. Right, let's be in this opportunity to shift some of the stuff that's coming up for us. And I kept hearing, and usually this kind of is guided and channeled by spirit or whatever is good for the collective. I kept hearing boundaries and how it relates to sacred sexuality. And so, and it relates to all areas of life. Okay, so this is like why I love talking about sacred sexuality. It's like, hey, this comes up here, but we have boundaries in all areas of life, right? So there's a few things that's coming in for me to share. And so boundaries are like where do we feel safe, and communicating that to someone else. Okay, like if I decide, if I just say no means fucking no, right? No means no. And so a lot of times in life earlier on, we have learned boundaries were crossed. There were no teachings of boundaries, let's be honest. And we learned this in school. I didn't learn it. So it was just, and it wasn't talked about in the family. So I was like, let's have a sit down and talk about boundaries. No, it just wasn't. And that's okay. Right. So we can be more conscious of these things now. And when it comes into, I'll just speak for my own piece in my sexuality, in relation to a partner. I would feel like I'd have to say yes when I really meant no. And I just, whatever the reason was. And it's like, oh, but I love, and like all of this. And that's the space of like people pleasing. And that's the space of it learned elsewhere. But it gets harder when you like get in the bedroom and you're like, there's all these things that I don't want to do, and I don't know how to communicate it. So what I started learning about is this unconscious piece, to like how that was relating to all the other areas of my life. Because how many times in life that you're just like, oh, okay, yes, and you're like, no, that was a no, right? But it's just, we feel pressure, we feel all of that's coming in. There are things that I'm hearing, just tools and opportunities to help support with this. And a lot of times I will say to people, and I do this like outside of the bedroom first, but like just as practice every day. If someone asks something and they ask me to do something, and I don't do this really so much anymore because I communicated up front, but initially I'd be like, let me get back to you. All right, so like an example would be like around the holidays, people have all these parties, and by the end of it, you're like, I went to 10 parties and I should have said no to half of those, right? Or all of them, maybe. But right, like practicing that, hey, let me get back to you, and feeling into it, feeling into the body, because sometimes those boundaries were crossed, and it's the feeling of that people pleasing and wanting to like, you know, exchange the energy. But we have our energy. Our energy needs to be filled up first. And when we start to set energetic boundaries outside of the bedroom, then it's like I can communicate like, this is what I don't want, or this is a no, and this is why, you know. And there's so many things you can get into deeper with that, but it's all about our safety. And if we felt in places and times in our life where we were not safe communicating, right, whatever that is, throughout our entire life, that's where this bleeds out. And that's where the unconscious pieces that we start to recognize through doing the sexual healing work on like, what's happening there? This is like a hard piece, and it's related to all areas of life, guys. Like, it is not just like in the bedroom. It's like actually most of the time happening everywhere. I had a connection into like my business, and I'll share with you guys another vulnerable piece, which is when I was doing this really divine sexual healing work. I was going through the sexual abuse from when I was younger, and when I remembered my repressed memories, I had a wash of shame come in. And a lot of people don't talk about this in this topic, that for some reason there's no logic, and there doesn't need to be. There's shame that comes up with something that I didn't ask for, I didn't do. It's not logic, but the body still feels it. So when we shove it down, or we don't listen or sit with it, it comes out in other ways. So for me, it would come out like in my business and my voice and my expression, and being like in this point of kind of shame in what I was doing initially, and like coming out with this spiritual woo business and channeling. And when I started to move through this energy, through this divine sexual healing, and all this came through, everything shifted in my business. I was like, my give a fucks are on vacation. And it took time, but like, it's the recognition that we do this work, and wow, the rest of it opens up. It is all related, and it's powerful. Yeah.
And just to piggyback on what you were saying, and thank you for your transparency on that.
Yeah.
Because another place where it shows up too is for anyone who's had a religious upbringing.
Yeah.
So if your upbringing was around remaining chaste and clean,
Mhm.
that however that's defined.
Yeah.
Until you actually get married, and then your wedding night, you're supposed to be hot and heavy. It's like, okay, I'm missing this connect.
Mhm.
So sometimes it shows up even without the abuse.
Yeah.
But just teachings that we learned.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I don't know if you were here earlier, but like, that's one of the things I talked about, is like, it is not just one thing. It is so many things. And religious, that trauma from religion is very prevalent. Or morally rigid and strict structures growing up, and this feeling of, yeah, like sin and dirty and you're going to hell. And all of that is deep in the subconscious until we recognize. And yes, it absolutely is so many different things. This is just my own personal story through it. So thank you for adding to that. Yeah. So guys, this work is so important. And it is, I always suggest just going slow. If you take away anything from today, you don't remember my dancing, you don't remember like, right? And you're just like, oh, that one thing she said. Going slow and then taking one action forward. Even if that action forward looks like I'm going to put a toe forward, right? And maybe you're like, I'm not ready to put the foot, but when you put that step forward, that action, that's like your ego realizes, and the pain in the body that you experienced, you start to realize that was in the past, and I'm here in the present, and that, oh, you know what? Nothing is happening. I put a video out. It's a little cringe, but like nothing happened, right? Like the gods did not strike me down like from in my space and just be like, no, your videos are cut out, right? That's all in the mind. So what you can really take away is this: just step forward and let yourself be seen, witnessed, heard in all ways. And it's muscle memory. So if there's pain that you experience and it feels like the pain's coming in, you're like, oh, I thought I healed that. The memory and the ego is like, oh, I don't want to go through that again. Right? You break something, you break a leg, you remember how much that hurt. You remember it, but that's not your truth right now. Just because you spent, if you spent all this time healing, doesn't mean we need to keep healing and fixing. That's perfectionism. At some point, we need to step forward and see that we are divinely perfect and we are healed and whole. We just got to take that step, right? So I'm gonna pause, see if you guys just any last minute questions here as we start to wrap up. Yeah. Did you guys like my dancing?
Yes.
Well, I like this, so that's what counts. So I have a couple things I want to share with you guys. Obviously, I'm talking about this today. I have a podcast, Erotic Spirit Podcast, and it's about divine sexual healing. I have a co-host. We do a lot of channeling. So we do a lot of this was just kind of channeling in here too, but tune into that. Free resources there for you. I do one-on-one sessions, Akashic Enlightenment sessions. I do one-on-one work. So if you're like, I'm in the pattern, I'm empowered, but I don't know what it is, what's happening, one-on-one sessions could really help. Could be one session. I do 6-month program to really help people see the mirrors of their environment and change their lives, being the creators that we are. So I have that. I do attunements. I have workshops coming out. So I have a workshop in Sedona coming up here in March. Even though I'm talking about sacred sexuality, I am so passionate about embodiment and being in the body. So this workshop is about inner child healing and moving through all the motions, seeing ourselves, being witnessed, some play. There's some opportunity for dance. I was not kidding. And when I say that, there's, so there's that. And then I have a retreat coming up in Sedona in July and Mount Shasta in August. So I do a lot of stuff and I love it all. So if you're like, I don't know, I feel like I need to work with her for something. I don't know what it is. And then I'm being reminded here on the attunements as well. So to let you guys know, I do 2 types of attunements. One that's called aqualuring light being attunements, and one that's angelic unity consciousness attunements. The aqualuring attunements are more galactic. You can feel that frequency. And what attunements really are is changing the energetic structures within us permanently. So you guys received a transmission today, you received that, the consciousness shift, beautiful. Being able to permanently change the energetic structures, we start to open up and remember how to hold more light, how to actually remember to connect to our true selves. And we can do that ourselves too. I was attuned at Mount Shasta a few years back to the angelic attunements. We can be attuned and work with that. It's more of, hey, are you looking to remember your true self and kind of, I don't want to say bypass the ego, but in attunements, the energy just moves through. The shadows come up. And a lot of times what I've seen with people is by towards the end or after, a lot of things shift out of life, which is okay. It's not, maybe it's a disclaimer, maybe if I'm not selling it, I need to work on my marketing. But, right, what happens is we start the attunements and there are things that are in our life that are no longer, that are in resonance with where our mind is at. So if we have core unworthiness wounds or all this stuff, or people pleasing and all this stuff, and we have people or experiences around us that mirror that, right, that resonance. And by the end, as we clear out, we start to realize, no, this is not for us. This is not for us. So we can slowly move those things out of our life at our pace. Or sometimes some of us like to take a trust fall back and leap and okay, we'll see what leaves now and see how it happens later. And in no wrong way, it's just your journey and your pace. So there are those attunements too as well. And yeah. Any last minute questions? Anyone want to see me dance? Feel free to come back to, I have a table that's in there. I'm doing Akashic sessions today and intuitive sessions. So feel free to come by. And I never offer 15-minute Akashic sessions, and I just do that as like a show, just so people can see what it's like to work with me. So if my dancing moves did not convince you, I will not dance during our session. Thank you, beautiful. So thank you guys for joining today, and hope you had as much fun as I did. You guys are so beautiful.
Thank you, Miss Jenna Lee. Thank you. I'd love to know more. You were saying.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for seeing beyond, living transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master,
but add your email clearly if you want to
Sit,
get
sit, sit, sit.
local events.
Sit. Well, you get your turn in a second.
Okay.
We have one chair here. We have one chair here, I think, right? We can get more chairs.
You can sit here.
And then there's one chair there, and we'll bring in some more chairs in quite a bit. Hello, live stream land and Soul Search Saturday. We are absolutely buzzing in this room. As you can hear, the vibe is wild. We have an Aurora studio audience here for you guys out there in live stream land. And we have been patiently waiting for Chris Valentine to enter our space, and he has now done that. So he is going to bring a lot of sort of new and fresh things, like I was telling you guys before, that he's going to really allow you to understand the specialness of guides, or the nuance of, you know, we've heard a lot about this stuff for a long time, and Chris is going to bring some real clarity about that, about how to activate our guides, about how to, you know, live in a way that we can sort of get what we're meant to be getting, and then open the channels to bring it in. Because one of the challenges we have these days is we all know about manifesting, and we know, you know, we can bring anything in, but what do we actually want? Like, what's the actual thing that we want? Sometimes we don't know what we want. So that is what Chris Valentine is going to be bringing us today. And without further ado, let us bring him on already.
Thank you
on.
so much. I'm also glad to see Sunny. She is one of my favorite people because we kind of work in the same industry, or we used to.
Yeah.
But we're going to talk about today how I got started in metaphysics, if you want. Because last time I was here, you guys really wanted to focus on soulmate and how to attract a soulmate, which we can do today.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay, that
I
is
feel it.
popular.
I feel it.
Some of you have already signed up for some sessions with Dr. Bonlar on that, but I can go into more detail on how that works for all of you, as well as how to connect with your archangel and path, and how to work and see nature spirits.
Yes, let's bring in the nature
Let's bring in the
spirit.
nature
So
spirit.
another round of applause.
Okay, thank you
Take it
so
away.
much. Well, thank you all for attending. My name is Chris Valentine. We are going to do a special lecture today. They're always different based on what you want to learn. I will start with Dr. Von Laar and what he is doing first. Then we'll talk about archangels tied to your path, tied to your soulmate, how to see and work with nature spirits. We're the authors of the first 4 books in the world, channeled directly from nature spirits. Have you heard of nature spirits before? Yes. Yes. Who knows? What do you think they are? Yeah, that's another term. So gnomes, elves, leprechauns, fairies, those are all different types of nature spirits, or as we like to call them, nature people, because they are very much becoming people, especially as they evolve over time. As we are ascending now, they're coming back the opposite direction. So they care about the world and the earth and how we're treating it, because they're going to inherit it next. So what we do now matters to them, but they also want to help you in so many different ways. If you start connecting with your nature spirits around you, you will notice your life gets so much better. Everybody has 2 gnomes with them, whether they realize it or not, and they are with you life after life because they live thousands of years. So when you start reconnecting with them, they are so excited. They're like, yes, they see me again. And they know you. They know your personality. They know what you like and where you're going. And that's what they want to do, is help you. Gnomes is a German word for house nature spirit. So they will literally come into your house. And the first thing they usually do is inspire you to clean up and organize your house. So if you start feeling that connection, like I need to get this organized and stuff like that, that's the gnomes influencing you. Leprechauns are fantastic. They're a little bit different from all the other type of nature spirits because unlike the gnomes and elves, which are connected to the earth and a little bit of water, the leprechauns can traverse up to the next plane up, which is called the astral plane. Have you heard of that? We're all on the physical plane right now. When we go to sleep at night, we go to the astral plane. When you cross over, you immediately go to the astral plane, pretty much within 3 days. We still have our etheric body, and our etheric body is what the energy is made of the nature spirits. It's also known as our health aura. You can kind of see it. It's a grayish, sometimes bluish haze around people. That's etheric energy. So that's the first body you actually go into when you cross over. You keep it for a few days, then you go to the astral plane. And then if you're really good, you'll go to the heavenly plane much faster than others. So that is, the heavenly plane is the next one up above the astral plane. That is the plane where all religions, doesn't matter what religion you follow or if you don't even follow one, recognizes the heavenly plane, which is also tied to colors. When you get a reading with Dr. Von Lahr, color is a huge thing with him. The first thing that he will do when you sit in front of him is look off to your right shoulder, which gives him your path color. Your path color is something that does not change life after life. It is the same path that you decided on when you chose the archangel you were going to follow. So the title of this lecture is Archangels and Path. Those two are very close together because when you start seeing your archangel, and that's something that he sees behind you also when you sit down in front of him, is tied to a color as well, which is tied to your path. The reason Dr. Von Lahr starts with your path is because it gives him a well-rounded view of who you are as a person without you needing to say anything. And by the way, a lot of you are getting readings coming up. If anything that he says during the reading is correct, I always tell people, say yes. He will go much, much faster. You'll get way more detail out of the reading, and he knows you're getting it. Also, when he starts with your path and your archangel is listening to you. Guess what your archangel cares about? Only one thing. Can anybody guess? Your spiritual mission. Excellent. That is correct. Your archangel only cares about one thing. Are you on your path? If you are on your path, they will do whatever it takes to make your life work. Because you only agreed to one thing when you came here. Your path, your mission, your spiritual mission. So when Dr. Von Lahr tells you your path, and I say yes, if it is correct, your archangel is listening to you. You are making a contract with your archangel that, yes, I believe this is why I'm here. This is why I came here. This is what I want to do. When you say yes, that contract is made and your archangel can make your life flip overnight. Much, much better than it could be right now. And that's because you only came here to do one thing. That's all they care about. Are you on your mission? Are you on your path? They will give you whatever you want. You need a soulmate to be on your path? Done. You need a check for $50,000 cut to be on your path? Done. And that happened to him. He used to fly on Lear jets all over the world. He was a computer genius at like 12, bringing computers to China and all these places on Lear jets. And he got in an accident. He was run over. He used to be a runway thin model. Now, because of medicines and things like that, that's what's happened. But basically, he was told, you can't really be doing this anymore. He said, fine, I will be on this spiritual mission, which I've always been able to do. But I need to be able to be compensated. I can't just do this. So a check was cut, a very large check. And he said, fine, I'll do it. So that is what he's been doing for the last 25 years. He is the only one here at the show that is sold out every weekend in every city in the United States. And we have gone to almost all 50 states. In lectures just like this is how we started teaching you how to see nature spirits live during these 1 hour, 45-minute events, which we can do today if you want. And you may notice when I'm speaking, spirits standing behind me, or nature spirits on my shoulders, and things like that. So if you see that, raise your hand. Don't wait till after. People come up and rush over there and say, Chris, I saw this person standing behind you and this archangel and this. So share as it's going on. And by the way, you can interrupt me at any time on any topic, as long as it's metaphysical, even if it's not what I'm talking about, we'll go into it. Are there any questions so far? We're going to cover a lot today. Okay. So basically, Dr. Von Lauer is who I'm going to start with, just so you have a little background on him and what he is doing here. He is doing one-on-one sessions, as well as you'll see a lot of girlfriends and family members sitting together if you want to split an hour. He immediately starts with your path purpose. It gives them a well-rounded view of who you are as a person. A lot of him know of him from Coast to Coast AM, which he's typically on once a year with George Norrie, as well as all the other guests of Coast to Coast, which is the #1 radio show in North America, usually 4 stations per city. You can listen to that live or Sirius XM. He does the New Year's Day prediction show. He's almost always on for the St. Patrick's Day show because they like to tie in leprechauns with St. Patrick's Day, which he's an expert on. So you can go back to their website and listen to the old shows. I think he channeled Michael Jackson a few hours after he crossed over. He was the only one that got it exactly right because he was channeling Michael Jackson in his voice. It's amazing. It's one of the only ones they left on YouTube if you want to listen to that. Basically, he also has a television show which you can watch on YouTube as well called Messenger, where he interviews celebrities that have had psychic experiences and he gets them to open up about their experiences. You'd be very surprised. And he's basically with you, working with your guides and your higher self to give you the information. They're on a much higher plane and can see much further into the future. He's also a clairvoyant medical intuitive, one of 2 people in the world that literally see inside the body, eyes open, down to the cellular and blood level, gets to the root cause of the health issue and solves it and or heals you. Since COVID, he's been doing something new where if you say certain things, he will go ahead and just heal you. So that's something new that he's doing as well since COVID. But basically, it is eyes open. Whereas the medical industry, they are fantastic, especially if you have an emergency. Go down to the hospital here in Phoenix, they will take care of you, which is what is great. But for the most part, if you're seeing a doctor to treat your problems, they are mostly treating symptoms. Whereas Dr. Von Lauer gets to the root cause of the original health problem. And guess what happens when you take care of the originating health problem? Anybody?
Yeah.
Exactly. Your body conspires to fix everything else. It is so excited that you fixed the originating problem. It says, you know what? I'm going to go back online and I'm going to go fix all these other things. So if you fix the originating problem, that is what you want to take care of. He's also teaching a class coming up in the summer called MIT. It's the 5th time he is teaching it, where if you want to learn how to do what he does, some of you asked this earlier, how do we open up our gifts? It's hard to do it in 45 minutes, but that is why he created these classes in Burbank. A lot of people, I can't tell you how many people from Phoenix come to it. You can either fly or drive. You fly right into the Burbank airport. It's right there at the Burbank Airport Marriott. It's a small class size of usually 10 people. It's very experiential. That is why we do it in person, because you're practicing your skills right there. So if you want to learn how to do what he does, this is why he started doing these classes. He's been doing this for over 50 years now. And when he started, people were like, oh my gosh, that was the absolute best reading in my life. Can you teach me how you did that? Can you mentor me? So he finally said, after many decades, fine, I'll pass on this information because it's really not out there to the next generation, so it's not lost on how to do these things. A lot of it was on the internet and it's being erased daily. A lot of times when he's preparing for these classes, he likes triple validation. So he knows what the answer is. He'll look it up, and sometimes when he finds it, it's a white paper will go over the screen, or it's deleted within seconds. So it's like they don't want this information out there, but it used to be accessible. The internet literally started as a database of all the libraries around the United States and the world. That's all it was doing, was putting all that information online. And now it's the opposite. It's being taken down. Sometimes you have to go to places like Iran to their university library to prove what he already knows. But this information was available to us all. We are all psychic. We all have abilities. So if you want to extend your abilities and learn how to do these things, that's what the classes are for. He's also teaching a new class called Parallel Lives, where we have 7 of us on the planet right now, meeting your other selves. And also, when you meet your other selves, they are doing things that you're not necessarily doing in your job right now, which is great because you're all getting something done collectively. Each person in maybe a different country is doing this, because we can't all get it done in one lifetime. And we live many lifetimes, by the way. Any questions so far?
How do you sign up?
So you just come over to the booth. If you sign up to any class while this show is going on, you get a sizable discount.
Well, you just went and looked and noticed no sign up sheet.
There is no sign up sheet for classes. So you come to me afterwards and I will give you a appointment receipt for a class. And then I'll give you the dates. The MIT is coming up in the summer. Parallel Lives is also coming up later after that class. He's teaching a wizard class coming up next, which is high magic. I think that one is full vibration. It's very progressive class too. He just finished one on frequency. We are all ascending. You've heard of that, right? And so basically Mother Earth is ascending too. And the animals are also ascending. So you may notice in the future, you can start talking to your pets like we are talking now, and it'll be normal as day. So we're all ascending, we're all raising our frequency and vibration, and Mother Earth is doing that as well. So you're going to notice a lot more psychic gifts coming online as we go forward, and that includes animals. In the MIT class, last time we taught it, that is basically teaching you how to see inside the body. Same with animals. We included horses last time, dogs, and cats, and that will be in that class as well if you're interested. How to see inside your pets' bodies, what health issues they're having. And remember I said if anything is correct during the session, tell him yes and he'll go faster. I did that last time we were here. A lady brought in, I think, 4 animals with her for pet readings, which you don't even have to bring your animal. He can do it from a distance, just like he can read you from a distance by phone. But basically, I told her if anything's correct, say yes. So she was kind of shy, and she just got an hour. He read her bird, who was very sassy. I think you can see it online at soulsearch.com. I think Tinctures, the owner, was here, and she videoed it. It was amazing. But the first thing he told her is he said, your dog, she brought 2 dogs in. Your dog, this dog here has kidney problems. She didn't say a word until the hour was almost completely over. And she says, you know, Christian, my dog's on medication for kidney issues. So that's an example of, we were here last time. If it's correct, say yes. It'll get so much more detail, so much more out of the session. Any other questions so far? Okay, so another specialty of his is finding your soulmate or drawing your soulmate to you. That works in a very specific way. Great-grandmother, long time ago, used to be able to do this. We are now at a 2% success rate of finding soulmates for most people. What Dr. Von Lahr does is bring you back up to 96, which is what great-grandmother could do. You know, as we age, we also become more psychic. That is why she could do that. She could pick out, this is the right person for you. She could just see, this is a match. That is what he is doing in the sessions. And the way he works is he sees timelines and, more importantly, your cycle of attraction that repeats every single year for life. Even if you're with your soulmate, you'll notice everybody attracted to you during that time of year. So it's a very valuable reading to get. It is about a 45-minute session. It includes your path and your archangel because they're all tied together. But he will tell you things like the 2-month period leading up to the meeting, where the meeting will take place, what the person looks like, their personality, the whole 9 yards, how to prepare. One of the reasons, and Dr. Von Lahr is the only one here at the show that I know that allows you to record this session. We actually encourage you to record these sessions. And not only that, turn your cell phone on before you enter the booth. Once your body gets next to his, he starts channeling the information. And it is absolutely amazing. It happens every single week. And I tell people, turn it on. He starts talking, and I haven't even introduced you yet. And he's getting what you came to hear, even if you didn't know what you came to hear. So we like you to record the sessions. If you watch him in action, he's the first booth always, no matter where you go in the country. And basically, he is non-stop talking. I tell people he packs in so much in the first 2 minutes. You see that in other sessions. But basically, in a soulmate session, the reason we really want you to record it is we want you to follow the steps. We go around all over the United States, and we come back to cities, and people come back up to us and they say, you know, Christian, I didn't meet the soulmate on the day you said. I met him 2 years to the day later. And then I always say, did you do the closure period? And they go, no, I didn't think I had to do that. But I did the second year and it really worked. So that's one of the things he's going to tell you in a soulmate reading is closure. That's the 2-month spot right before the meeting. Closure, and this happens to you guys while you're in these expos too. It's for some of you if you're in your cycle. That's when these guys from the past, and that bell just went off, all of a sudden start texting you and calling you and wanting to get back together with you. And these are guys, you like, no, these are not the best guys. This is why you're not with them, right? Anyways, during a closure period, that is God universe showing you in a female to male relationship what you attracted. And part of that learning process is so you don't make the same mistake again. Are you in these patterns of attracting these horrible boyfriends over and over and over, these horrible guys? That's God universe showing you. In a female to male relationship, and it's different from female to female, male to male. Female to male, the lady is doing the attracting to the man. And part of getting through closure and why it is so important is you are getting your magnet pieces back because you are the one broadcasting the location, the time, what you want, where to be. Yes.
Can a soulmate be like a platonic relationship?
Yes, a soulmate can be a platonic relationship. There is a difference between a soulmate, a twin flame, and a regular boyfriend. But yes, if you are with your soulmate, you are married. Everybody has 3 soulmates at any one time. So if you're already with a soulmate and you notice this person is very special in your life, they can be part of your life still in a platonic way. So you can still have them there. They could be like a best friend. So yes. And a lot of people come to Dr. Von Lahr and they say, oh, it's too late for me. I'm 76 years old. I'm never going to find my soulmate. No, that's not true. And if you waited till you're 76 before you do what he says, he will bring you all 3 at once. Then you got to get rooms for these guys. You got to get jobs for these guys. Just don't pay them, okay? So yes, it does. It really, really does work. And how it is supposed to work is the first soulmate that comes into your life early on tends to lean towards the romantical type of personality of a soulmate. A soulmate, though, is going to have all 3 traits. First is romance, which is what we are taught not to go for first. And this started with the Mayflower. When you came over on the Mayflower, they said, get the guy that makes the money. Go for the stability and success and financial stability. No, that is not what you're supposed to do, especially early on. If you're very young, you want to experience that physical relationship more than others. The second type is more of the ego person, which is the period where these, the next period, the month before the meeting, those are the guys that start coming into your life where you have a checklist. And I encourage you to make a list of 25 traits, say, that you want in a guy. You can be very specific. Their height, they're virtuous, they're honest to you, they, their age, their hair color, whatever. Make a list. It really, really, really does work. it makes it more powerful too. And when you speak it, it becomes even more powerful. So make a list. But the ego person coming in during this time of the cycle of attraction is everything on your list. And your dad likes him, your mom likes him, the dog likes him, everybody likes this guy. And he would be a good choice. Except if you wait one more month, then what? The soulmates. Who said soulmate? I heard it. That's right. This is the ultimate choice. It's like, let's make a deal behind door number A, B, or C. If you wait one more month, that's going to be the ultimate. The ego person is a good choice. The only problem with that type of guy is he usually doesn't stay around long term. He may stay for 7 years, and then for whatever reason, he's gone. So just know that. But he is definitely a good choice. A soulmate is very special. A soulmate, different from a twin flame, which we can talk about. A soulmate is somebody who you agreed to before you incarnated. I will look like this. I will be doing this, which ties into your path. That is who you agreed to. That's what you're looking for. And soulmates tend to circle each other before actually meeting. And it's so funny because this happens all the time. You'll find out you guys were in the same place at the same time. Your friends knew each other, and you probably passed by each other. There's something on Instagram not too long ago where they were married. They went back to their baby book, and they're like, oh my God, do you know who that is? Me standing behind you as a child? That's me. I was with my parents. That's how it works. You circle each other. But a soulmate is special because you both are there to help each other get further in life than you would alone. Yes.
What if you feel like your soulmate has already passed?
Good question. What do you think if your soulmate has already passed? That goes back to we have 3 soulmates at any one time. So if your soulmate was hit by a Guinness truck, and that's a joke. Yes, you can laugh. Trying to lighten up. Mrs. Doubtfire. That's where I got it from. Very good. Very good. You guys are on spot today. Remember that movie? He died by the drain. And she goes, no, he really did get hit by a Guinness truck. Okay. So anyways, that was, what's his name? I can't remember his name, but Robin Williams. Thank you. It's so gifted. So funny. The real deal. Really good guy. But basically, if a soulmate dies, another one will come in and replace. That is why I said at the beginning, you have 3 soulmates at any one time, up until you're like 100. And I don't even think that's necessarily true because we used to live thousands of years. Our lifespans have been cut short. Our DNA has been messed with so many times by aliens. I'm not passing judgment, but they seem to want to have us live to like 50. We used to live thousands of years. Go back to the Bible, it tells you. Melchizedek and all these people lived 2,000 years. That's normal. And that's part of what we're teaching in the wizard classes. These wizards, these prophets like Jesus, Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, Buddha, they're all basically not going through the incarnation period. They're like wizards, they're like prophets and ascended masters, like Saint Germain. He's a perfect example. Have you guys heard of him? He's really easy to connect with. He will, if you call on him, he will appear like this purple flame. And he really does. Just call on him and he'll appear bright light in front of you. He is somebody who would go into the forest and come back out as another person. It's the same person. A lot of times the people in the Bible are the same person. Adam and Jesus and so on are the same person. So instead of going through the incarnation period and wasting all that time, they just say, okay, I've been around here for quite some time, which you can Google Saint Germain. It literally says that in Wikipedia, that it's appearing to all the nobles that he's living hundreds of years. So at some point, I think they have to go into the forest and come back. It's looking like somebody else. But these are the same people here to help us on our mission and help us with our spiritual development and help the earth. Saint Germain is an excellent example, as are all the ascended masters and prophets. Or Mother Mary, it even says it in the Bible. Mother Mary ascended body and soul. What do you think that means? Her body didn't die, it went up. That's what we're talking about. And that's what we're also teaching in the classes, because we're getting to the point where not only can we jump timelines, nudge timelines. We can also create the world as we want it to look. And that goes back to that. Creating bodies out of your own etheric energy, living in longer lives. So I think we can have more than 3 soulmates even after. But for right now, you will always have a replacement. That's a long answer to it. Did anybody else have questions on any topic?
Is it important to find your soulmate?
Is it important to find your soulmate? I say yes to that. Because remember I said, soulmate and you come together, you both help each other. The soulmate is going to see traits in you that you may not see in yourself. And they're going to bring them out in you and help you go further. And you're going to help him go further. So, what was your question? What was the question? Is it important? Yes. So I say yes to that because you can choose not to have a soulmate. That's where I was going. I was in San Diego a few months ago and a gentleman raised his hand. He says, you know what? I'm happy. I don't need a soulmate. I'm happy. I'm like, that's absolutely fine. We have free will on everything, including soulmates. So if you choose not to connect with your soulmate, fine. But just know you would get further in life with somebody that helps you get further in life. And that is the role of a soulmate. A twin flame is different. Okay, what's a twin flame? A twin flame is basically you. So it's like you're split and you meet the other person who's pretty much exactly like you. So you test each other and you push each other's buttons and you drive each other completely crazy. But some of you are in twin flame relationships and it works. It's fine, but just you guys know each other inside and out. So it's not quite the same. Not quite the same, but it can be a good relationship. But a soulmate, you can choose to have one. If you do, I say yes, you'll go further in life because this is part of the agreements that you made before you came here. Good question. Yeah. Oh, you got your soulmate. Good.
So if you're with your, like, can a relationship kind of ebb and flow when you're with your soulmate? So it, like, at some point feels like, is this my soulmate, or will you always know it's your soulmate?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Did you all hear that?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like relationships do ebb and flow,
Right.
and they should understand that. The difference with a soulmate relationship is you can get in the worst argument of your life, and then 15 minutes later, it's as if it never happened because you both just forget about it and move on. Whereas not in a soulmate relationship, it could be devastating. For some reason, in a soulmate relationship, you guys look past the other way. And to your question, do you think you would know if it is your soulmate in that scenario? Yes, I do think you would know. That's a really good question too. That's my perspective. If you're not certain you're with your soulmate, we get every single weekend people ask, I'm in a relationship, I'm married, it's not my soulmate. There's no judgment. He will tell you yes or no. Some ladies are thinking that it's not their soulmate, and then he'll answer you. Some people are actually contemplating divorce, and they want to know what's coming up next. He will do that. He will tell you who's coming for you next. So you can find out if the person you're with is your soulmate, who's coming up for you. I like when you guys too have a clean slate, as I call it. You're not dating anybody, you're not with anybody. He will just start you fresh until your cycle of attraction, your closure period, your ego period, your meeting period. And you know something else I haven't mentioned in like years? There's a fourth phase after called the bonding moment. The bonding moment is when you're dating, you're close, and that is when you tell the man all of your things that you need. You need to go out every Friday to dinner. You tell him. You need flowers once a month, you tell him. You need him to put the cap on the toothpaste, you tell him. What some ladies do is wait until after they're at the altar or after, literally, to tell them these things. No, the man will do anything for you during that 1 month bonding period. And they like to know the rules. They won't do anything. I'm glad you laughed. But that is how it works. A soulmate is going to be so wildly attracted to you that if you are dating multiple men, and there is nothing wrong with that, it's what you're actually supposed to be doing, As long as you're honest and you're not telling these guys you're in a monogamous relationship with them, they'll usually find out you're dating anyways. The way it is supposed to work is these guys are supposed to fight to the death for you. And guess what? The last man standing is who? Your soulmate. That's how you know too. It's like knights in the round table. The knights fighting for the queen or the lady. That's who you know. Last man standing is. If these guys aren't returning your text messages, that's a sign that is not your soulmate. Okay? That's bad. You in danger, girl. What movie is that from? Whoopi Goldberg and Ghost. You in danger, girl. If they're not answering your text messages, that's not a good sign at all. Okay? You probably need to let that guy go. You want them to come to you. You want them to be fighting over you. That is how you know it is a soulmate. These are great questions. Anybody else? On any topic? Yes. Talk about Ghost the movie. Yes. Right. Yes.
Can they vicariously move into another?
Oh.
To unite with you?
Wow.
Or can they choose? Or can they help you also choose?
They can definitely help you choose. They want you to be happy. I don't know if you all heard that, but I'm just going to answer the question. Live stream, sorry if you didn't hear that. But basically, a vicarious relationship is the word that stuck out for me that I wanted to address, because a lot of times when you're getting mediumship with Dr. Von Lahr, these people that will come back into your life, and they want to for a reason, and that is to live vicariously with you. If they are going to help you find another husband, slightly different, and that's a good thing too. They really do want you to be happy. So, and they probably had past lives with you. So this continues. These things continue. We have soul families and soul groups. When you're getting a mediumship reading with Christian, I always say mediumship was like really hot in the 90s, 80s and 90s. Like it was on TV, so everybody knew about it. Everybody wanted a mediumship reading, which he can do. But I always say, ask who your archangel is. That is as high as you can go, closest to God. The higher you go, closest to God, the more accurate the information is going to be. So yes, you can do mediumship readings. Yes, they can come in. Yes, they can help you. If they do come in for you, they usually want to live vicariously. If Dr. Von Lahr, you're sitting in front of him, and there's a person standing behind you screaming to give you a message, he will, of course, do so. Like the health scam, I like to tell people, just tell us who you want to talk to. You want to talk to dad and grandma? Wow, 5 minutes, okay. He'll go straight there. And how it works with mediumship is they will tell him first, usually, how they crossed over, which you would usually know, which will validate everything that comes after. They will also tell him messages that only you would know, which validates everything that comes after. When those things start happening, say yes, and he will go much faster. The reason I like to narrow it down is because the first person or persons that come in for you are not necessarily who you want to talk to, because they did you wrong in some way, and they're trying to clean up what they did on the other side so they can move on. So we've had mediumship readings where we waste a half an hour with people that you didn't even want to talk to. And then we get to the real person, like an old boyfriend. If it's dad, dad will usually come in first. That's just how it works. We have 2 mediumship readings today. Dad was on the list, and he immediately says, well, that's who's going to probably come in, because there is an order to how they follow it. Dad is just who's supposed to come in first, or they're very strong and they want to talk first. He will always go with anybody that wants to talk first. And if you're in the middle of a reading with him, dad has come in, and he will just say, I need to stop the reading and just give you the messages from dad. He will, of course, do so. And they are spectacular. So if you want a mediumship reading, we are basically the only ones that stay till midnight. We start typically around 8 in the morning, and the show officially goes from 10 to 6. But every time we come here to Phoenix, he's late here in the evening. So a lot of people go home and come back. We'll be right in the first booth. You can sign up for evening appointments. I think his next appointment today is at 5 or later. Tomorrow, 10:45 is the next appointment in the morning, and we will stay tomorrow as long as somebody wants a reading. We used to leave after the show is over. We find that we just can't do that. We'll just stay as long as somebody wants a reading in Phoenix, because Phoenix is so popular when he comes here. He's been coming here for decades. Yes.
How do you connect with your nature spirits?
Nature people. Okay. How do you connect with your nature people? So basically, your nature people are with you. They want to connect with you. They are the easiest to see. So I say seeing is believing. That is why we did the books. That is who I started with. That is who Madame Blavatsky actually tells people. If you're going to teach clairvoyance, teach them how to see nature spirits. Nature spirits are right here on the physical plane with us. They're just a half dimension away in the etheric realm. So remember I mentioned all those concepts. So basically, they will tend to blend into nature. So how to connect with them? Where do you think you should go? Outside in nature. Yeah, that would be a good starting point. A lot of people say, you know what, I live in an apartment building or a condo. I say, do you have a balcony? Can you put plants out there? Yes. I don't have a balcony. Can you put plants in your kitchen sill window or bring plants into your home? Yes. They will come into your home. And what they do is they tend to blend into nature. So they're not going to come in as physically dense as us. It'll be almost lighter than air, but they'll use the flowers and the trees to help you see them. And how you know you're not making up the whole thing is ask them to move. They are vibrating at a little bit faster pace, so they have to slow down. Sometimes when you look away and look back at the tree, will have moved their whole thing. And then gnomes will have typically that red and green cone-shaped hat that you see at like Lowe's and Home Depot, those statues. That's exactly what they look like. They got it right. And you know who else got it right? Walt Disney. I don't want to say swear. I'm telling you, I'm sure he had people on his writing and everything that are psychics, or they read our books, because so much of what I see in the movies now is like right out of our books, which is what they told us. We channeled the information directly from them. We gave them a voice. If you want any of those books on nature spirits and how to connect with them, we teach you how to see them as well. In the second book, which is one of our most popular ones, they're on Amazon, or next time we're here, just tell me and I'll bring some. They tend to run a little expensive because they're just like sold out. So that's another great thing. But go out to nature and practice. Because we're at 1 minute, I would normally go into a million different ways, but I will mention leprechauns do come in a little bit more denser. Remember I said they can go up to the astral plane? They are the ones that make magical things happen. Things missing and then come back. That is a sign that leprechauns are trying to get your attention to connect with them, because they want you to say the magic words. Who did that? Once you do that, it's an invitation for them to come in, and they're only good. Think of them as akin to angels. They don't have ego. When you have leprechauns, they will help you get a soulmate. They will help you at your job if you're having problems. They will change your aura, make you sparkle, and things go better in your life. The ones leaving the pennies in the parking lot, you are the gnomes. They say, why don't you pick up those pennies? We would always leave 2 pennies after we finished this show. Now the gnomes are like saying, wait a minute, copper's become very valuable now. Are you sure you want to be giving out pennies everywhere? But literally we were in Palmdale last weekend, and I said, or 2 weekends ago, and I said, I don't have any pennies right now, but we're going to come back. For some reason, we were led back to the hotel. We couldn't understand why, but we always follow our guidance. He says, oh my gosh, we promised them that we'd bring pennies back. So we had 2 pennies. I dropped them off at the hotel where we did that fabulous show. Is there a question back here?
Oh, I was going to answer that. I was going to say, the nature spirit, how are they with respect to angelic realm?
Right. So the angelic realm, and we all had this choice point at the beginning. Do we want to be angels and just do what God says and not have the experience? Or do we want to become humans? They're kind of on the track of becoming humans. Humans, and this is one of the hardest planets to be on, as I'm sure you know. It's going to get easier, though. It's getting easier. But basically, we're on a roller coaster ride. The lock came down, and you can't get off the ride. That's the choice you made. Angels, on the other hand, said, you know what? We want to take it easier, and their path is going to take way, way, way longer because they're not getting the experiences that we are. If you see an angel in your garden, and I have seen them, this is exactly how they appear, a whitish color, like a whitish blue, they will hold their pose. They will not change. You can come back 3 hours later to your garden, and the angel is still standing there. And what they're doing is broadcasting the same message over and over and over again. And you can call on angels. Doreen Virtue was good on this one too, where she said, you can call on 1 trillion angels. They will help you in that moment. You will feel it. They answer your prayers. The only thing about angels is they don't stick around too long. They come and they get bored and then they want to go do something else. So you can call on your angels. They will help you, but they are different than humans. Nature spirits, think of them as akin to angels because they don't have the ego yet that we have, but they are developing themselves to become people. And then that gives you more free will and choices. And that's where all the problems start, because once you do something, it's like a ripple. Then you have karma. Then you got to come back and take care of what you did. That's why people on the astral plane are stuck and they want some of you to get readings. We have our hotel room filled with people before the show and after. And he says, you guys, if you want a reading, I'm going to bed. You need to bring the people to me if that's what you're supposed to do. So I just basically sit, as you see at the booth, the right people that are supposed to get a reading with him do. And some of you are getting mediumship readings. You're usually led. I tell people, walk around, ask your guide who you should get a reading from. If you can, ask your master guide or your guides. Otherwise, feel. Walk around the room and feel where you're drawn. Feel the energy, and you will usually make the right decision. We have openings if you'd like to see us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hopefully we covered a lot. Thank you, Sunny. I thought we were going to talk about the entertainment industry for a moment. We talked about ghosts and Robin Williams.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the...
Let's see, a minute and close the door. Hello, everyone in the land of Soul Search. And we're here in Scottsdale and the live stream is on and people are coming in. You hear a buzz, a buzz, a buzz. There's lots of energy going on. And we're going to actually, we can kind of close the door in the back, I think, because people are like very lively out there too. So we would love, yes, join us, come on in. And we are going to have a really fun thing that we're going to be bringing up right now. Is it possible to be healed by light energy? Is it possible to sort of do it that way instead of being cut into? I can't wait until we just get to do that completely and no more cutting in. I love the day when a granddaughter says to her grandma, is it true, Grandma, that people actually used to take knives and cut into people and take stuff out? I can't wait until those days are like that kind of thing. So without further ado, I want to give Linda all her time in the world. So if we can bring up Linda Cyril right now, and she's going to tell us all about light and healing. And glorious applause. I'm going to switch places with me. So you are center stage. There you are.
Well, first of all, thank you for coming here today. I think I see some familiar faces, people that have been with me before. I've done quite a few of these events, and I love coming here. I love meeting new people. How many of you are new to this event? I'm amazed at how many new people we get year after year, and it just tells me that people are looking for something different. People are ready to hear maybe something that they've maybe heard about and they just want to explore it a little bit further. So I'm not a medical doctor. I don't work for the FDA. I don't do any of that stuff. I am just a former school teacher, rancher's wife. We grow pistachios in southeastern Arizona. And I came upon this way of looking at things out of a need for myself. And usually, isn't that how it happens? We're seeking something and we're looking for an answer and we're just trying to find what it is. That's why I encourage you, if you're new here, allow your natural intuition to lead you where you need to go. I just met Gemma just a little while ago at my booth. She said she used to do events like these and she just knew she needed to come here for something, and she was walking around and she just said, show me where I need to go today. Now, I am not going to sing praises that she found me, because that she found me and she said, this is what I needed to hear today. Not everyone needs to hear what I have to share today. But that's how it will work for you, is that if something resonates with you by any of the vendors, anybody in here, trust it. Trust your intuition, because it's a message that you're ready to hear and explore. I just wanted to share that with you because I believe in it, that people come into your life for a reason. They're placed on your heart for a reason. You're in here for a reason right now. And so I just wanted to share that with you. I'm going to do something a little bit different today, a little bit different form of topic. So I'm going to keep myself on task here by following my notes. But I have anyone who comes to these talks, if you would like to get on my mailing list, if you would like to be in a drawing to receive some of the products that I represent and like to be able to sample them, I'm going to encourage you to fill this out. And some of you may be fortunate enough to get to try it by the end of my talk today, because that's my favorite part to do, is actually do demonstrations. But like I said, I am not any kind of specialist. I have no certifications in any area other than the fact that I really dove into it head first when I needed it. I basically, 5 years ago, found this technology, started discovering about phototherapy and light frequency healing back 5 years ago. Up to that point, I had never heard of it. I'd heard of stem cells, but I didn't really know what they were, what they did. I just knew that people were talking about them and they were expensive. But what I did know was that I needed something. And I had been probably experiencing degenerative discs in my neck and a lot of arthritis when I turned in my 50s. That seemed to when the shift started to happen, and gradually got worse every year. And doctors were sending me to get massages. And pretty soon I was going to massages every week, and that really wasn't doing it. And that got to be pretty expensive. Then they introduced me to dry needling, and that was working with trigger points. And that really was working for me, so I kept up with that. They sent me to pain specialists. They wanted to do injections. And I decided I really didn't want to do injections. I went and saw a surgeon. He said I didn't qualify for it, but that would be the next step, is injections and then disc fusion. And I just would not believe that to be true. Just like what she said, I'm waiting for the day when we no longer have that as a necessity to help us heal our bodies. And I think we truly are on the cusp, on the cutting edge of breaking open wellness, healing. And it's amazing to me because there are scientists out there working really hard in regenerative medicine. And they have been for years. So the scientists behind the technology that I'm talking about is in his 60s. And he started this company 20 years ago. And he decided that he wanted to try to find out how to harness energy, how to communicate with the body with a frequency. It's a frequency light. And any light, infrared light therapy does the same thing. How many of you do infrared light therapies? Okay, I have it too. And the only problem I find with infrared light therapy is that you generally have to wear it, be under it, lay on it or, you know, that kind of thing. And it's for a certain period of time and you use it as often as you need to. But this is what the scientist was looking at, is how can I create something where people could get a light frequency message that they could wear, that they could have and wear, and that would actually do some work. So that's what I'm sharing with you today, that technology is out there. And it is a form of phototherapy. How many of you know that when you go out into the sunlight and the sun has a very specific frequency, that when it hits your skin, that it is telling your body to produce vitamin D? We've all heard that, right? That's true. It's a frequency. Does this frequency of light produce vitamin D? No. Specific frequency of light is what does the healing. This is nothing new. The Egyptians and the Greeks experimented with this thousands of years ago, using prisms and different colors of light to actually stimulate healing. This has been around for a long time. Okay, this is nothing that was created recently, just so you know that. But what hasn't been created was a way to wear it and to communicate in a specific way with your body to do specific things. That is very unique. So when you think of healing, oftentimes we've been taught that healing comes when you take something in, like medication, ointments. Sometimes you got to have surgery. I had to have surgery, so it doesn't mean it's out of the, out of the realm yet. But it really is something that we've been taught, that you go see a doctor, they'll fill out a prescription, and you'll start to feel better. Okay, that's the route I was going down, and I wasn't getting better. And so it made me realize there has to be something out there that will make me better. And frequency healing does that. And it does that because it stimulates your body with a message that your body understands. Just like it understands the frequency of the sunlight when it hits your skin to produce vitamin D, specific messaging is needed to get your body to function in a certain way. We are light beings. Our cells are full of light. What do you think happens as we get older? We dim. You are absolutely right. Darn it. But when you think about a cell phone, and sometimes you're not getting a clear call, the call drops on you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Is the phone broken or is the signal weak? The signal is weak. That is what is happening with our body. Our cells communicate with every cell in our body through a messaging system. And when we are low in energy, when we are depleted from certain things that our body requires, whether it's through the aging process, through trauma, through environmental factors that we really don't always control, the toxins in our food, the toxins in the air we breathe, in the clothing we wear, in the things we put on our skin. If you start thinking about it, it's pretty depressing. But our body has handled it through all of that. And when we reach a certain age, when it no longer can give out the signal to reproduce and get your body to take over, that's when we start to experience not the reverse aging process. It's not instant pain relief. It's probably a little bit more pain. So just turn it to the opposite direction. And that's what we're experiencing. Our light is dimming. Our cells aren't communicating. And we are starting to experience things that we don't like. And I noticed it every decade. I can look back in my 40s when I noticed things. 50s, I started noticing things. 60s, and now I'm going to be turning 70 this year, and I'm noticing some new things. It doesn't shut down the aging process, but what it does is it gives your body a fighting chance to age, what we have heard, gracefully, but also younger, because it does actually reverse your biological age, because it's restoring and repairing things in your body. And that's the amazing thing about light frequency. Okay, So when you look at all of these things, all of that can start to improve. Does it improve in 30 days?
Yes.
You start to feel it in 30 days. Some people do, some people don't, but it does start to improve in 30 days. You're absolutely right. Do you notice it in 30 days? Maybe not. Okay. Sometimes it takes longer. It takes a long time to get to the place where we're in, but there are certain things that the science will prove that it does, that it is working, because you can get a patent only if you prove that it works. And this is patented. Okay. So within a year, he was able to prove that this particular product did exactly what he said it would do, is puts a copper peptide in your bloodstream, and it was measured in limited, maybe 30 minutes. They can measure it in your system. Okay. It's done with a frequency. Okay. Remember, it's all frequency. So we are light beings. We are radiating heat energy, light energy that can be measured through infrared imaging. Okay. We capture that light. It's reflected back into your system. Your body goes, I recognize that signal. I need to produce more glutathione. That's good for detoxifying. That's good for building your immunity. I need to produce this peptide, carnosine. That's good for brain health. That's good for organ health. It's good for muscle. There are a lot of things in our body that a lot of people will take supplements in the form of peptides. Peptides are a big buzzword right now, right? You hear it all the time. It's kind of funny how we have all these we go in these cycles, but peptides are really, they're important because those are the building blocks of what keep our body operating and functioning properly. So the peptides are important. And so we have a way of stimulating those peptide productions with frequency instead of taking a supplement, okay? Supplements work. They take longer to work, and you want to get a good quality supplement, but it can take longer because it has to go through your digestive system. But what if you had something that was at the speed of light, as you said? It happens instantaneously at the speed of light. Now, whether you notice it at the speed of light is really what's up here. Because you get in your head like, boy, I really wish this would go away, or I hate this, or I want this to go away. And that's not what's going away. But boy, there's some amazing things happening in your body. Really happening in your body. As a 5-year person, I've been doing this for 5 years, I can attest to that for sure. So let's see, where am I? I'm getting up. Okay, so we talked about the symptoms, yada, yada, yada. Peptides are messengers, yeah. So are you beginning to understand a little bit why you see a lot here in this venue, all of these different types of healing modalities? How many of them are you seeing work with energy? A lot. Yeah. How many have used frequency? Frequency is energy, right? Can be sound, can be light. It's all frequency. So it's finding what works for you. It's finding what you like, what helps you. But that is the alternative. And that is what maybe you're here to learn about, to explore, is the different ways that you can use frequency, whether it's red light, infrared, maybe it's, I mean, I've seen all these things. I haven't been able to walk around, but I've been doing this enough that I recognize the vendors and they're all doing the same thing. But it is basically frequency. It's energy. People lay their hands on you and they are moving energy in your body. So that's the beauty of being here. The beauty of this is you wear it for 12 hours. You take it off, you throw it away, and you put a new one on the next day. Your body is constantly being able to get the messaging on a regular basis. So it's convenient. You don't have to, I use several modalities. I don't just use this. I do massages. I do a lot of things because my body tells me I need it. So it's fine, but this sustains it. I used to have to do it frequently. Now I can go 6 weeks, 8 weeks without having to go in for a session. And that's empowering because I now am able to manage my own health. And that's what we all want, right? Who wants to keep going to the doctor for another prescription that really isn't working for you? So that's why I talk about this so passionately. So what I like to do is I like to do a demonstration of how this actually works at the speed of light. When you have, when pain hits you or you're stressed, that's at the speed of thought. Okay, oh, registers, I've got a pain here. But what this does is it attacks it at the speed of light. And I'd like to demonstrate that to you today. Anyone in here have a really stressful issue in their life right now that would be willing to do this with me? You would like to, you're full of stress. Why don't you come up here? And did you fill this out? So yeah, can I get you to fill this out? Without telling us, because this is being recorded, we don't want to give your personal history away, but let's just say on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst, 1 being, like it's a little there, but I can live with it. Where's your stress?
It's all on my neck and my shoulder, my hips, and just mentally, just dealing with my own spiritual things.
Yeah.
And it's like just all around, just been keeping me kind of low,
Well, you're wearing a hood, so it's almost like I can kind of see where he's kind of wanting to just
Well, that is
tune it
cold
out.
in here. I'm freezing.
But, stress can be mental, stress can be physical, and everyone has stress. Anyone here think they don't have stress? Good, because we all have stress. All right, so your name is?
Leo.
Leo, come up here, Leo. Leo, okay. So are you right or left-handed?
I'm right-handed.
Right-handed, okay. So I want you to put your arm out and we must test you right here, okay? So we're just gonna show you how strong you are right now. Don't think about anything, let's just be strong, okay? I got to count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's strong right there. He's my core. Okay. All right, now what I want you to do is I want you to get in that place of stress.
Okay.
Okay. Hold out your right arm. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The body, he probably was trying to hold it. I've done that with my physical therapist. I can't do it, right? Your body knows. All right. So what we're going to do, are you sensitive to any kind of flavors or anything like that?
What is it?
It's actually just a supplemental drink.
Oh, okay.
If you don't want it, you don't have to.
I don't want that right now.
Okay. But make sure you have some water.
I thought I was gonna do the patch thing.
Make sure you have some water.
Okay.
Okay. This only works with water because it works through your circulatory system. Okay. So I'm going to put it behind your neck.
Okay.
Because that seems to be where you have a lot of stress.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go here. Give me a space there. All right. Remember I said that this happens at the speed of light. Hold out your right arm.
Okay.
I want you to think about that stress. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And he's fighting me. Speed of light. Okay. Convinced?
I don't know.
Thank you.
All
Good.
right.
Anyone else want to give it a try? Give it a try. Come on up. His body says, I feel it. He may not feel it for a while. You might not feel it till you wake up tomorrow morning and you go, oh, I slept pretty good.
Yeah.
24 hours. You can wear that patch for 24 hours. Okay. All right. Let's see. You're on the sheet, right?
Yes.
So Matt, we just did, I'm in a circle so I can kind of follow up with you. You are Roxanne. Okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, without telling us what your stressful situation is, where is your stress level?
About
8. An 8. Okay. Okay. So are you right or left-handed?
Right.
Right. Okay. So let's do the same thing with you. Hold out your right arm. Be strong. Okay. Doesn't hurt. 1, 2, 3. Resist, resist, resist. Okay. All right. Let's try it again. That wasn't convincing. Be strong. 1, 2, 3. Resist. There you go. Okay. That's better. All right. So we're going to put this on you. We'll do it. This is a very strong, in case you're not familiar why I'm putting it back here, a very powerful meridian point. Why do you think that is? What is it connected to?
spinal cord.
Spinal cord, here, 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 here. Very powerful. Okay, hold that thought, stressful thought, got it? Put your right arm up. Is she strong? I forgot to measure her afterwards, didn't I?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. You may not be an 8. You might be a 3. 3. But see, you might sleep better. Okay, I might have did that wrong, but anyway, who else wants to try? You bet. A light frequency will not contraindicate with anything that you currently are doing. What it might do is stimulate detox. If like detoxing, it'll stimulate something in your body to maybe make you not feel 100%. We've had people that go through a detox because it's stimulating cellular renewal. Your body is starting to regenerate and it has to slough off the dead cells. And when it does that, it's releasing toxins into your system and you're flushing it out, which is why you need to drink water. How many of you have ever gotten a massage and you didn't drink a lot of water and you're achy? That's the same thing. A massage therapist or that type of therapy is flushing out toxins and you have to drink lots of water to help your body flush it out or it holds it. So this does the same thing. But as far as interfering with any kind of medicine, no. We've had people that have, if their doctors are okay with it, have actually used it right after someone's been in surgery, right in the hospital. Because they realize it's really nothing is entering the body other than a light frequency. That's all it is. So when you have the understanding of how the body messaging system works, they're okay with that. But there's a lot of doctors out there that still don't quite understand or believe that that can do that sort of thing. Mm-hmm.
So what is the technology? I mean, so what is it?
It is proprietary. I have to say that because I don't know. All I know is it's nanotechnology. Does anyone know what nano means? It's like, yeah, you can't see it by the naked eye. It has to be under a microscope. I know that it's made with natural things because the body only recognizes natural things. So it's made with amino acids, sugars, salts, those types of things. I know that it's formed to create crystals that reflect a certain message. How that happens, I have not a clue. It's got to be the formulation of the salt, sugar, amino acids. It's like a recipe. But it's pretty amazing to think that you can put within a little patch a messaging system that affects the whole body.
Well, to your point though, they do have peptide therapies that are being offered at med spas
Mm-hmm.
that do something more like something more, they call it beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit within there, so it's supposed to do this a similar process.
Right, it can immediately kind of go into your system. Exactly. Exactly. So there's that's why I never really push anything on anybody. I just try to educate that there's another thing to explore. You know, if you've tried this and this and this and this and you're not getting results, maybe you're ready to try something different. And what I believe is to be true is that I will share something that happened to me and even shocked me, and I've been doing this for 5 years. I had knee replacement back in February. Hated the fact that I had to do it. My body recovered quickly, but my muscles are still weak. So I'm dealing with weakened muscles. So I started to go back to physical therapy. And I went in and they were doing the testing and I was weak. I mean, I was like really depressed how weak I was. And I went home that night and I felt like, okay, I didn't really do anything. He just had me do certain things. Well, my knee was not happy about it. And I had this acute pain that I don't think I've ever experienced since the surgery, initial surgery, that brought tears to my eyes. My husband had to carry me to a chair. And I didn't even think about using my technology. I just tried to massage it and relax and breathe and do all the things that I thought would help it. And I relaxed it, got on my leg and started doing my thing, and it did it again. And I went, okay, I'm going to go in and I'm going to use my patches. And we have different patches for different things. And I just, in my head, I said, I need 3 sets. I took out 3 sets. I started putting them where I hurt. And by the time I got the 3rd set on, my leg totally relaxed. And it was that fast. And I was shocked because I had never, ever experienced it that quickly. So that was like, I know why I do this. Because it does, it works. Sometimes I'm surprised how well it works.
So what are the 3 different types?
Oh, you have supplements. We have patches that stimulate different peptide production. That support, melatonin for sleep and glutathione for, or peptides like carnosine and those types of things. And then we have some designed just for pain, moving energy. Because pain is just blocked energy. And I got a lot of scar tissue in there. And scar tissue blocks energy. The surgery hasn't been that long ago, but this will break scar tissue down eventually. So I'm optimistic that everything's going to be fine, but I just have to get through the hurdle. Good questions.
What about neuropathy?
We have great success with neuropathy, and we just do symptoms. So symptoms of neuropathy is usually numbness, some pain, and we patch all around that type of thing. So we try to move the energy around to help provide, to help support the nerves, the nerve damage, which is a result of neuropathy, and then also to the symptoms of what they're experiencing. And some people have to get creative and experiment a little bit because everyone's pain tolerance and everyone's pain is different.
So which patch that works on the nerve?
Well, you can come and talk to me afterwards. Yeah, because I'm not going to educate on every little thing. I'm just talking about how it works. Yeah. Did you?
Inflammation.
Oh, inflammation.
Function, but it's out of
Control.
whack, then
Yeah.
we have autoimmunity. So there's something that signals
Mhm.
that to be balanced.
Yeah, I think it's, cytokines or something like that is that they measure. If you've got inflammatory markers, they can actually measure inflammatory markers. And that is usually, I think, I'm not a medical doctor, but I think it's like an excess of protein or something. It's something that is very inflammatory. And you can have acute inflammation that is something from just a quick little injury, or it can be chronic, which means you've been dealing with it for quite some time. And usually people deal with chronic. Chronic can be difficult to move that pain immediately. However, we have people that get great success just by moving the energy and reducing the inflammation, lowers that pain for them. And then the longer or the more you can reduce that inflammation, then that's when you start to get the healing benefits of what we call our stem cell patch, which is basically the copper peptide patch, to go in and actually do the repair work. But when you have a lot of inflammation in your body, there's not a whole lot of your cells can do. They're just constantly fighting. They're on defensive, and they're exhausted, which is why we have diseases develop so early as a result of chronic stress, which is chronic inflammation, essentially. And that we've done that to ourselves, unfortunately. or they've done it to us, whichever you want to think of it as, right? But we have ways to control it now. We can control it through our diet. We can move. We can do all kinds of things, but sometimes we need a little extra help. And you don't need to take over-the-counter payment to do it, which is the beauty of it. That's my whole thing, is you do not have to rely on medications unless it's necessary to get you out of the hurdle. But there are ways to manage your health without, we never say don't see your doctor. We don't say get off your medication. We don't ever say that, but we have people that are able to reduce and get off of medications because their body is getting balanced and saying, I don't need that much of that anymore. It's what the body is, what it would, you'd say, waking up to what it can do. Because if you're taking medication that is doing the work for the body doesn't have to do anything. So that's why it can take a while, because you're waking your body back up to what it knows how to do. Any other questions? Anyone else want to give it a try? Okay, come on in. And your name?
Sue.
Did you say Emma?
Sue.
Oh, Sue. I like it. I love it. Okay, Sue, I'm going to do it right this time. Okay, think of your stress. Don't tell us what it is. On a scale of 1 to 10, hold it in your head, okay? But don't hold it now, but let's just, are you right or left-handed? Right, okay, so this is just take the thought out of your head.
Put it here.
Oh, well, you want to use your left arm? Is that
Maybe.
Okay, well, let's do your left hand. Okay, so I'm going to count 3. Be strong for me. This is just to see how strong you are. 1, 2, 3. Okay, strong. Okay, now hold the thought in your head. Got it? Okay, let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, okay. All right, ready to try it? I did this to my husband and he really tried to fight it off. And, he's really determined. So then I said, well, tell me your name is Charlie. Charlie. I said, see, it works. Okay, hold that thought.
Oh, the
stressful thought, put it in your head. Okay, put your arm. Got it? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Speed of light. What you can experience with any kind of therapy like this that you experience in this whole place, sometimes it's just have you experienced that? Have you had any treatments here or whatever, where you just kind of get up from the table or you get up from after the session, you just kind of go, that's a release. That's a good release. That's how it works. Okay. So don't get in your head that it's going to be fixed right now. No, it's going to take time. But if you can take away that stress response, if you can take away that inflammatory response, if you can allow your body to balance in a natural way, that's when the healing begins. And it's not just physical. It's mental, it's emotional, and it's even spiritual. Because we're light beings. And that's what we're meant to do, is to just shine our light. And we unblock it. We unblock the barriers that are causing all the problems. So that's all I have for you today. So unless you have questions or someone else wants to come up. Okay, all right. All right. Are you right? No, you got to do the test. Okay. I need to have you fill this out while you're thinking of, you fill that out. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a muscle test on you just to show how strong you are without worrying about anything. And then you're gonna think about it, and then we're gonna show how it works. Thank you. Okay. So Pat, right or left-handed?
right.
Right. Okay. Right arm. You're on the right. Okay. Be strong. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Stronger.
I'm not very strong.
You're not very strong.
I usually do things.
Are you stronger in your other arm? Try it. 1, 2, 3. Yes, you are. Okay. All right. Sometimes, if we're right-handed, maybe that's a little weak. All right. Think of something that's really stressful to you. Don't tell us. Just pick it, whatever it is. Got it? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Okay. I didn't even have to use my muscles for that. Some of you, you can see their arms are bouncing. That means they're straining. So just so you know, this is not like a circus act up here. All right.
So which one is this that you're choosing?
This is the Eon, anti-inflammatory stress. This one acts at the speed of light. Okay. Think about that terrible thing. Put your left arm out again. Think about that stressful thing now. You got it?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Yeah. You were much stronger. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I'm over here if you want to come and learn more about this technology. Thank you for watching. And I really appreciate you being here. I love to educate. It's my favorite thing to do as a former teacher. It just kind of, I prefer you over my former students. I do. If you want, I have some brochures. If you want to take one, it just kind of gives you a little bit of information. You're welcome to have one. I came prepared.
So this is the X39.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Can I try it?
Well, now we're going to sample it.
Okay, over there.
Uh-huh.
Then are you in the second room or the first
I'm
room?
on the outer edge. By
Okay.
the exit
So
door.
not the first
Yeah,
one, the
yeah.
second one. Perfect.
This is actually it's also a smart form. Get through the day. Yeah, kind of a bit strong case. You can, I think that's a little bit. Yeah. Nope. I always be a little cautious.
I've had worse. Anybody's been going through any kind of whatever, we all had something like, okay, what is this?
Yeah. You want to follow me to the booth? I think I need to go out. Yeah, I have plenty of time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of it.
Well,
You're doing good. That's going in.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for seeing beyond, living transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul to soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spot.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Soul Search Saturday. We are rocking it already. We've had so many cool guest speakers and the place is buzzing. So welcome. And I'm Sunny Chase and one of the hosts this weekend. And I'm very grateful to be here. I must say it's super fun. So I hope all of you guys out there in the land of streaming can come and be with us in person. And if not, of course, you're joining us in this way. So, and welcome to everyone who's in the room. I'm very happy for you guys to be here. And you're going to be learning about something that I think is so cool. People are talking about clutter. But we love our stuff. We love to hold on to it, or we get nervous to let it go. Do we have commitment issues? Do we have letting go of issues? And so Julianne Wilford is going to be here in about 4.5 seconds to come on this stage and bring the truth about what it is and how it's sacred and how she works with energy in people's homes to heal the home and heal the people who live in the home. And so without further ado, let us bring on Julianne to our stage. You're so welcome. You want to go?
Thank you for the microphone too. I'm kind of loving that. This is the smallest group I've had so far, so we'll see if it grows or not. But the good news of that is one of the things that tends to be a little bit of a problem for me is I run out of time for questions, or I don't have quite as much of that space as I'd like. So with it being this small, I have a feeling that if any of you have some real questions about what's going on in your homes or specific things you can do, the good news here is it'll give me more time to help you with that. The first thing that I always start with is just the very concept that your home should be your sanctuary. It should be the place you genuinely look forward to coming home to, that you can truly decompress, truly relax. And what we want is for the home to provide that energy for you. It should never be working against you. It should always be supportive of whatever it is that you're trying to do. As you first step into a house, whether it's your own home or the home of a friend, or let's say you're home shopping, a listing, it gives a certain signature almost immediately as you walk in the front door. Energy, believe it or not, does carry a signature. Lots of times a home will greet us with the smell, pleasant or not. And a lot of people assume that's just scent, but that's actually energy as well. Stagnant energy has a definite smell to it. Keep in mind, any energy that's been brought into the home, from people's energy to objects to events happening, it's all going to remain stored in the home and locked into spaces, normally corners, unless it's released. It has nowhere to go. So it's very normal for things to remain trapped. Stagnant energy in a house is the perfect way to block abundance. It creates illness. It creates tension. It creates a drain on the people that live there. Looking from the outside in, let's give us like all a pat on the back for making it through 2025. Right? It wasn't your imagination. That was the toughest, most intense energy year we've had since the Civil War. It was really rough energy. And knowing that with the veil being so thin, it's very normal for that you know, you can't help but to get kind of crap splattered as you are going out and doing even the normal things. And so we're bringing that, you know, all of that into our homes. So I can tell you that when the clearings that I did last year that I would have considered more normal type clearings that weren't having haunting symptoms, I was still closing portals and still doing some real heavy lifting work in homes that I wouldn't have expected to do. So, which was just all normal stuff. There's negative energy that we naturally can create in our homes as well. Anything from drinking, sadly, even light drinking these days. The veil is so thin. It's really easy to open your auric field, even with a couple glasses of wine. The intuitive gal that I work with, I asked her, well, how about, because I cut my drinking down to what I considered to be pretty much nothing, which was a margarita with Mexican food. And I mean, one, or a glass of wine on a Friday night with dinner. She didn't even want me doing that, which I've cheated. But in the home, when we're drinking or have even light drug use, that puts a punch in the auric field and allows us to be very vulnerable to all sorts of things coming in energetically. TV messages, commercials, if you have a teenager in the home, kind of dark vibe music, phone conversations, arguments, anxiety, any of those tensions, any of it will remain trapped in the home until it's released. Kind of the example I give is if you've ever noticed that when you're going through some particularly tense times in your own life, how it seems to be a common pattern that something in the house will break. That is a simple signature that our home, we're bringing that energy into the home. It has nowhere to go and the home doesn't know what to do with it. You'll notice electrical things tend to be the first to go if we're really stressed out. You know, we have the natural breaking things because we're just moving weird, but appliances and that kind of thing often will respond to what our vibe is, which makes it a little overwhelming at times. The most common trap spots in houses that I run into are closets. 100% of the time, I close more portals in closets than you can imagine. Hallways, master bedrooms always seem to have some pretty heavy energy, but I think that's normal because we take our stresses into the bedroom and, you know, are sleeping and all of that. Children are very smart. Under the beds, I tend to find there's going to be an actual little entity, something hiding. It'll be under a bed. And the reason for all of that is it's dark, so there isn't any light coming through, natural light, to transmute any of it, to shift any of it. So it all ends up stagnant and then can turn into all sorts of other things. One of, I think, the great litmus tests of any house to see what's going on is to watch where the children hang out. Watch the areas they avoid. That tells you everything you need to know, because there'll be certain areas in the home that they don't want anything to do with. And that's exactly why, is there's dark energy. It doesn't have to be there's an entity or a being. It could just be some heavy energy pockets, but they'll feel it. You probably remember even as a child, there were some friends' houses that you liked to go over and spend time in their house. And there were some that you were like, not so much, even though the people were nice in both places. And there's certain places in your own home that you felt more comfortable being in than others. That's often an energetic signature thing that we can just kind of pay attention to. One of the things that they wanted me to hone in on this lecture, and even have me revise some of it, is they wanted, there's got to be someone or many in the room that are selling or buying homes. So they wanted me to be specific to that. So what I want, if you are selling a home, what you can think of are the thousands of interactions that you have in that space and life events, and just realize that all of that is lingering in the home as energy. That's how that works. What you're doing, if you haven't cleared or cleansed the energy, is you're literally asking a new buyer to have to ignore all those imprints and all those signatures. It's an obvious step when we're selling a house to hire a cleaning crew, but an energetic cleaning is every bit as important. When I was writing this, my spirit team came through and gave me a really nice gross analogy. And what they said was, would you want to bathe in someone else's bathwater? And I was like, okay, that's gross. But it's that concept of, you know, swimming in a clean pool versus a murky pool. It's what we're asking people to do with. To give you an example of energetic signatures, I did a clearing just a little bit ago. The gal wasn't having specific issues, but just felt some heaviness. And she was a very spiritual person, but just didn't feel like the house was feeling the way she wanted it to. And when I did a clearing in there, one of the things I cleared was a trauma that happened in the bathroom. I don't know exactly what happened, but I saw blood splattered everywhere. So I knew it was pretty rough. And I cleared the actual imprint of it. And when she was talking to me about how the home felt and, you know, what was really working, she said her 2 boys wanted to take a bath in there for the first time since they owned the house because they wouldn't take a bath in there. To show you how quickly a home can turn is another clearing I did. The poor woman had scratches and knocks on her bedroom windows at night and dark voices asking, is anyone in there, and calling her by name. And when we tapped in, there was just simply some drug dealing that happened in the house before she rented it. So point is it sadly doesn't take much to get some really crazy things going these days. To not be all dark about it, though, I think it's really important to mention on a personal note that the intuitive I work with, she and I talk a lot because I go to her for clearings to make sure I stay clear because I go into people's homes, right? And she was mentioning that with the veil being this thin, yeah, some dark stuff can come through very easily. But it's important to realize too that people can come to healing much quicker than they've ever been able to. She was telling me that what used to take her 10-hour-long sessions with someone she can do it in an hour now, which is unheard of. So I think that's really important to listen to hear that too, that it's not all gloom and doom, that there's some really amazing things happening because of the thin veil too. The light can come in that much easier. Oh, they want me to say this. Keep in mind that with the energy we're swimming in right now, you have to be very careful to ask for what you want. You have to give that permission slip, asking your spirit team what you need. I'm a God and my angels person. You can say, dear universe, dear, you know, whatever works for your belief system, but give the universe, if you will, I'll call it that, permission to help you. Ask your spirit team for whatever it is you need. Doesn't matter what it is, but they have to really stay on that plane of not interfering these days if they don't have your permission. So really tune into that side of life. Does that make sense? Sorry, they wanted me to say those things, so I grabbed it. Hi, how are you? Another thing as far as clearing imprints, one of the things I tend to clear out for realtors fairly regularly are the imprints of previous owners. It's really powerful if the owner of a home doesn't want to let go of the home for any reason. It can even be fond memories that they don't want to let go of. It can be financial situations. It can be divorce. It can be going into assisted living, you know, whatever the case is. If they're not super gung-ho about that house going, especially in this energy, that will block the sale. And you need those imprints to be cleared out of there. And they will imprint into the home. On the flip side too, when people go to buy property these days, I'm sure you've noticed in such a fear-based society that people can kind of flip-flop on decision-making. And so you want a home to feel as light, bright, and airy and welcoming as possible whenever anyone's coming through to potentially buy it. Okay, now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What are the signs a house shows if it's ready to be cleared? Like I was saying earlier, a stale, stagnant smell is very common. Very common. Energy smells dank. Things breaking, house will start going into a breaking cycle where it won't be just one thing, it'll be the second thing and the third thing, and that's when you know it's an energetic issue. Plants dying above the normal bad plant care. Just saying. Animals staring off into spaces like they see something. It doesn't mean it's a ghost. They can see energy. as well. So it can literally just be a heavy energy pocket that they're looking at it going, huh, what's that, dark thing over there? So animals staring off into space. Big one is sleep disturbances of any kind, especially in the middle of the night. Another sign is if after being home for an extended period of time or a weekend, instead of feeling revived, you feel tired, you feel more tired even. That's not a good sign of things, assuming you got rest and didn't, have a super good time. Household members criticizing each other when they normally wouldn't, kind of the ankle biting type thing, I call it. And the heavy lifting work I do is if someone, isn't feeling alone in their room or their home. That's a given. Okay, let's talk about some things that create some of that negative energy. Clutter. Clutter is the physical manifestation of unmade decisions, tapped in, mixed in with procrastination. So as a gal who married a clutter man, it does affect me visually if things get too cluttery. So that's one of the reasons I'm on his channel about things, but energetically, it actually will bring the vibration way down. So just kind of be mindful of that as you're doing things. On that same line, unfinished projects is the same thing. If you haven't gotten to it and you don't have a real plan to get going on it, get it out of there. Even worse, anything broken that you're keeping around, that it's going to get fixed someday, right? Broken gives the energy of broke. Okay, that's a real abundance blocker in a home, or things that are broken. So have a plan for it or let her go. Filth, obviously, like I said, any kind of even light drinking or drug use, you want to be careful of or do a little clearing after. Illness energy will obviously bring the house way down. I've done some clearings on a home where they were having some kind of a little haunty stuff. And I can't tell you how many times I've gone through homes, even for realtors, and found previous owners' belongings on the property or in the closet, even in a medicine cabinet. So make sure that that's all cleared out. People have been going through things like a breakup, that sort of thing. Watch the video games, because the video games some of them can be very dark in vibration. Just kind of be careful of that. It can bring things way down. Or at the very least, whatever room they're being played in, be sure to let plenty of natural sunlight in that room whenever you can. That'll kind of keep the vibration up. You could also put in closets or in a video game room. You can get them on Amazon, a little disco ball hanging will actually keep the vibration of a room pretty high. Stress at work, right? Something someone taught me that's very valuable is if you've had a particularly stressful day at work or otherwise, to go home, before you go home, to ground the energy somewhere, go to a park, put your hand on a tree, whatever your belief system is, ask to be cleared of the negative energy. You can ask Mother Earth to do it, whatever, ask for it to be grounded back down so you're not actually bringing the energy into your home. On the same note, if you have a friend that's maybe been going through something, perhaps you could meet to talk about it at their house or on your patio. I used to do personal clearings on people, and that was, I had them come to me, but we always, if possible, met on my patio. Just, give the energy somewhere to go. So I didn't have to do a full scale clearing every time they came and went. Obviously, anyone's negative spending time in the home for whatever reason will pull it down. Passing of a loved one or a little animal if it's bringing in sadness. Guilt, shame, regret, any of that, any of those lies of the ego. And then my very favorite thing, Helen gets to hear this again to talk about, is my very favorite thing that keeps me in business are antiques. An antique mirror, I always find somebody to get out of an antique mirror, some kind of energy, 100% of the time, which is very easy to do, but still. So if you're bringing in our antiques, thrift stores, yard sales, consignment stores, any of that, You could get a little sage stick. You can get a little smudge it. You can get a little selenite stick, wand it. If you really have thoughts about it, which probably means it shouldn't be there, but frankincense resin, super strong. That gets rid of anything negative. So just FYI, I'm just telling you, those little shopping trips keep me in business. What I've explained before in my lectures is my sister likes to play my favorite game called How Can I Haunt the Cabin Next? And that's exactly what she does is we share a cabin. We trade off week to week. She all the time finds the newest cool thing from a thrift store or an antique store. And I was telling a story before that I walked into the cabin and I heard hello. And I was like, hello. And I had just cleared it, by the way, the time I was up there before. I'm like, who are you? And it was, she had gotten this little brown metal workers like box. And the guy who carried it in the factory every day was still attached to it. So he came and hung out in our cabin. She did that kind of stuff all the time on the regular. She got a cute little antique chair. And a story I've told before is I like to sit and really decompress in there. And I was wearing my my elf onesie, bright green from Walmart, like as crazy as it gets with pictures of Will Ferrell all over it. And it says, OMG Santa, I know him. Like as cool as it gets. And I was sitting and watching the Hallmark Channel, probably eating caramels, and I heard clear as day, what are you wearing? And I just kind of looked around and I looked and I knew it was coming from that chair. And then I looked closer. Sure enough, this Victorian woman was like, what are girls wearing these days? You know? And I was like, don't be judgy and go away now. But that's as easy as it can be to bring in energy into your home. It's just, you know, so keep the stuff outside and do a little smudgy off of it first. Those are just more things my sister is haunted with. No need for further discussion there. Let's create that sanctuary. Whether you're moving into a new home or office or refreshing your current space, sound is one of my favorite things to clear a space. Two things, light and sound. So with sound, you can do bells, chimes, and this is the kind of thing you want to do it in every room, every corner, everywhere. I see on the internet quite a bit about clapping. I think that's better than nothing, but I'm kind of more prone to actual chimes. I have the 2 bells on a string, leather strap kind of deal. I got it at, where please? Thank you. At Missy's Mysteries at Scottsdale and Shea. She's darling, by the way. If you haven't gone there, sweetheart, not in it for the money at all. Very light, cute shop. Very reasonably priced. That's where I got my tincture bells that I ring. But any kind of bell work, you can on your TV do YouTube or whatever and do like 432 megahertz music or 528 or just Google megahertz, what feels good for you. Classical music or even just any music that makes you happy, as long as it's not low vibing. And I love rap. I'm a Tupac girl, but you just have to kind of pick your time and place for it. If you're trying to bump up the house, that's when you want to listen to things that, you know, make it happy. You can prepare an herbal wash with cleaning herbs like rosemary, lavender. You can wipe doorknobs, windowsills, floors, anything like that to refresh the energy. Huge fan of Florida water. I put it in a spray bottle that's a continuous spray. I used to use it just to clear, cleanse, and bless mirrors, along with I have a clear quartz that's programmed from the angelic realm. But I channeled in, it was a while ago now, that they wanted me to be much more liberal with spraying it. So now after I do the whole house, right before I do sound, I do the whole house with Florida water. It does something really magical to the atmosphere and shifts the ions in there. And you can get that. It used to be kind of a specialty item that you could only get at certain spiritual stores. Now you can get that stuff literally on Amazon. It's just called Florida water. It's sold as a cologne. It says cologne on it, but it's not.
Is it that makes it different special?
It's the way it's formulated. It's essentially a form of holy water. They just can't market it that way. And it's blessed, yeah. I swear by it, honestly. Depending on your religious background or spiritual background, any prayers or good wishes over the home, that actually goes a long way. Obviously, a sage burn can help. Think of that, though, as a little bit more of an antimicrobial. That's kind of more for getting illness energy out of the house. And if you do burn a sage burn, be sure to put something positive in there as well. A little lavender, whatever kind of floats your boat, but put a little positive energy in that as well. Because a house at neutral is great, but you kind of want to bump it up a few notches too. I'm a big fan of altars, creating an altar, whatever works for you. The rule of thumb is to have it be near the entrance. I totally cheat on that and have mine in my bedroom. I like to look upon it. I'm a Christian value system, so I have, my little spiritual, my, cross and different little things that represent for me. But whatever your belief system would be, you can't do it wrong. It's anything that brings you joy and happiness. It can be spiritual symbols, or it can be a picture of, your loved one. Just make sure it's not like a deceased loved one that when you see the picture makes you sad. That's not the idea. The altar is supposed to be a place that you come and just smile and feel like hugged on. That makes sense. Crystals, candles, whatever floats your boat. The old bell on the front door, little witchy thing, little witchy broom by the front door or hanging above it. You can energetically be sweeping any energy you don't want out of the house. Salt by the front, in front of the front door, all that good stuff. Let's see if I missed anything. Selenite. I always keep a chunk of selenite at the landing table at my front entrance. You can do dark crystals there too, so that anyone who walks through the door is cleared automatically and you don't have to work as hard. Salt and lavender bags in the four corners of a room. There's a particular room that's low vibing a little bit, or that'd be great for a video game room also, or a TV room. I have them at my stand. The reason I sell crystals when I'm here is I bring a crystal package with me as part of the package when I do a home clearing. And those are the ones that I believe in very strongly for the home. And that's citrine for the kitchen, amethyst, any place you want to relax or get rid of negative energy. Smoky quartz or shungite near Wi-Fi, selenite, like I said, by the front door. Rose quartz, 4 points on each corner of the bed. Rose quartz is the stone of love, yes, but it's actually also very protective. If I'm going to go into a true dark space, like a haunting appointment, I always have rose quartz on me, 100%. That's a given. I'm a big fan of selenite lamps. You can get them, the cheapest place in the world you can get them, as far as I'm concerned, it sounds far, but it's really not, because it's all freeway, it's called Arizona Gift Center. It's out in Apache Junction, but again, it's all freeway. It's like 30 minutes from here. They have the big boy selenite lamps for like $30. Can't beat it. And that's where I get all my crystals, by the way. Just saying. Hi, sweetheart. How was brunch?
Lovely.
Himalayan salt lamps, of course. I talked about the disco balls, white candles, any fragrant candles that you love, whatever makes you happy. I'm a huge fan of fountains. I have this tall cup fountain I got from Costco that I keep inside the house, which I know makes me a little weird, but hey. And I also have a 3-tier fountain outside. Those of you who believe in fairies and elemental energy, that is the perfect show place for them. Like it'll make everything so happy out there. If you're not into that belief system, you can have a little hummingbird party too, which is everybody's cute. Mirrors, if possible, they need to be facing outside in a perfect world, but if they're facing in, at least have them mirror back a pretty image, something pretty in the home, a piece of art, whatever the case may be. Again, I can't stress natural light enough. The first thing I do when I get to a home clearing is I open up all the windows and let the house in. Online, they're calling it burping the house, but I call it letting it breathe, just kind of setting the intention that we're, about to do some great things. And as a reminder, if you can, have stressed friends, meet them at a neutral place or at their house, so you're not pulling in that energy. Now, a little bit of rules for the bedroom. If possible, no mirrors. When you're on the astral plane, you really don't need something visiting you from the mirror. You can just cover it up, and that takes care of it. Just at night when you sleep, throw it off during the day. Now I'm going to get a little feng shui. Feng shui says no medicines or medicinals in the actual sleeping chamber of the bedroom. It does represent, symbolizes illness. No sharp wares. So scissors, toenail clippers, any of that can create pierces in your energy field, which is interesting. I found that on the internet, but it made sense to me why I can't stand, it's a little bit of an imprint too, but why I can't stand knives out in the house. Like, obviously I have them, but like on display, And I know it's a little bit of a creepy factor for me from past life stuff, but it's also kind of a feng shui thing too. If possible, bed should be facing in the command position, looking towards the door somehow. On an angle is perfect, but that's considered, you know, you're in control of the situation kind of thing. Now, I found this on decluttering and I really liked it. It is not mine. I found it on the internet and I was very much guided to it. And I knew it was, I was meant to read it in my class each time. So I've always kept it with me. It says, as far as decluttering, that everything carries an energetic tone. Everything carries some type of vibration. If you think about how many things you have in a room and of all those things, and that all those things are carrying a tone. The question is, how loud is the choir? So your energy is running in the background and it can hear these things, right? Not the way that we're hearing ourselves and each other right now, but your energy can actually hear things in tones. So now what's happening is all this is running in the background, and how much noise is it? How much do you have or not have? So the key is to set the intention for your home. Peace, serenity, joy, productivity, love, quiet. The choice is yours. The end. Now, questions of any kind? Yes.
So what is your guidance for someone in a couple where, like, my husband likes clutter, I'll clear off the counter and want to fill it back up.
It's a tough one, isn't it?
He kind of hoards and wants stuff around when I'm like gone. What would you say?
I can tell you what I do is I do it in the form of boundaries. Eric has, he works from home, remote. And so he has one of the bedrooms is his office. And I never say a word about his office and let him keep that in any special way he wants. And I just ignore it. He also has another room that's kind of the gym, like a gym area. And I let him do whatever he wants in there. So he has, you know, total free reign to be a little pig in there. Then as far as our bedroom, we're really lucky. We have a really large closet. Turn right and go to my end, turn left, and there's his. And if you can see the difference, it's awesome. So that's how I've managed it in my life. Is there are certain areas that I give him free reign to do what makes him, because they find comfort in that. And I have to remember that, because you're not looking for an uncomfortable spouse or an unhappy spouse. So, and he knows that that's the deal, that he can make that anything he wants in any way. And I kind of give him pretty free reign over the garage, which I know is a pretty typical Mars-Venus moment. And then he knows that if the kitchen island starts to get to be too much, he's going to hear about it. And I just kind of am like, okay, this is getting to be a lot. And then he'll kind of, so that's how we work it.
So energetically, if I'm staying more in my space, because I do have my own rooms, I won't be picking up the clutter even though it's like outside of
Correct.
my safe space.
Yeah, for sure. Anything else? Yes.
You had mentioned mirrors. What about mirrors?
Mirrors in bathrooms are fine. I have closed a fair amount of portals with mirrors facing each other. So at least when I come through, I just close the portal. And I had, in the 90s, they were all over this, right? Where they have the closeted or the mirrored closet doors and then the big mirror vanity on the other side. And that was in my bedroom, basically, because it was like one room, my UDC house. And to be honest with you, I just like closed it every now and then. And in between was just like, hey, what's up, guys? And just kind of lived my life. I did, though, actually, that's not true, because by the end, I did get tired of all the play in there. And what I did is for the mirrored closet doors, I got that kind of vinyl film from, it was either Lowe's or Home Depot, that you just put on with water. You know what I mean? It comes in every decor you can imagine. I did a house I was clearing for some people who flip homes a while back. You'd think this would be so ugly, but it actually totally worked. They painted the mirrored, I don't know why I kept saying that, the mirrored doors to the closet the same color as the walls. They just painted over it. And I was like, I'm going through all this trouble. I could have just painted the freaking thing. And I never would have known. Like, it looked so normal. I was shocked. So
you should have
if possible, no. It's kind of like writing your name on a bathroom stall and phone number. Like, you're just kind of like, hey, what's up, everybody? I'm out there. So it's not as protective of a space as I would want people to have when they're sleeping. Awake time is fine. And like I said, all you have to do is throw a cover over it when you sleep. I have all sorts of homes I've cleared. They have a big, beautiful, antique mirror in there that they want to keep in there, or that they use to get ready and stuff. And so they'll just get like a pretty drape for at night, or even a not pretty drape, or turn it facing the wall too.
You mentioned, was it Florida water?
Yes.
Lower,
Like the state. Yeah.
Florida.
Yeah. You can come by the booth and I'll just show you a screenshot picture of it, or I can send it to you.
What makes that difference when the water was there? It's not supposed to be like a constant tree of life or something.
The truth of the matter is I've had several. My first answer to your question is I don't know. The truthful answer is I've had so many super high intuitive spiritual people guide me to it, and I've channeled it in. When I was starting in this business years ago, they were very clear with certain things that they wanted me to have and told me how to use them. And Florida water was on the top of their list. So I trusted it right from the beginning. I don't know where they manufacture this one. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yeah, and fair enough to you. If I'm going to praise it that much, I should know more about it. But I trust Source so much. My business is divinely guided. I pray for that on a very regular basis, and I'm an earth angel, so I know messages I'm getting are divine. And they were way, way into this. And like I said, I was using it just for mirrors, and they're like, no, like everywhere. Get crazy with it. I use a freaking, oh yeah, I use a bottle of it per clearing now. It's a thing. And it's
on, and I put it in a spray bottle. So it
right
into just like you can kind of cologne or you can dab. And then I just spray it myself. I do less than home.
Right. Well, and it's also terrific if you have, no offense at all, trust me, if you have a teenager in the house who's playing video games or going through something, or other adults in the house or whatever, when they're gone and go to school or go, to their job or whatever, if you just go through there and give put a nice intention on it and go through that with Florida water, the room doesn't even feel the same anymore. It's crazy. I think I can really notice it before and after I do that. Yeah.
I didn't understand what you said about painting those mirrors. And you just paint over the mirror?
Mirrored closets. I've seen people who, it's a couple that flips homes that I clear the homes for them right before they're going to put them up for sale. On one of their homes that I was clearing, it was a mirrored closet door, and they had just painted it the same color as the walls of the room. It did. Like I said, I know it sounds ridiculous, but they didn't have the chrome or anything either. Like the whole thing was painted over, and it just looked like it was the wall. Like you walked in, and then what was going on is I was clearing the room, right? And I working my way through it, and I went through the whole room, and then at the door I heard, you missed the closet. And I was like thinking, no, I didn't. There isn't a closet. And then I look again and I'm like, oh crap, it's a closet. And I slid the door open and was like, oh, okay, got it. Thank you. So that's how good it looked, is I had no idea it was a closet. So just thought I'd throw that out there. Yes.
Like the Palo Santo, is that for good energy, bad energy?
Yeah, Palo Santo is great for clearing negative energy.
Okay. Just like the white sage, similar or is it?
White sage is really more of an antimicrobial. It's like white sage, antimicrobial, and then blue sage, Palo Santo, kind of, you know, a more gentle push of negative energy. It's great for like on your person. And then the big boy, in my opinion, is name please, thank you. Frankincense resin. I get that from Mountain Rose Herbs. That stuff's the big guns. Like, it's a big enough gun that if someone in the room has an entity, they'll get sick almost instantly. I've seen it.
And you just burn.
You have to be a little more careful with it because it's, you know, it's resin. It burns really hot once it gets going. So you want to do an actual little cauldron. Again, Little Missy's Mysteries has those. Be careful ordering those off of Amazon because you might end up with one that's this big. It's super cute. But the ones that are this size, I get at Missy's. But I'm sure they're all over the place. That's just where I happen to find them. They're like, at her place, I think they're like $20. But you want cast iron is what I'm trying to say. And when you're done with that, you can also use the little charcoal tabs in there, charcoal discs. I don't love that when I'm doing a home clearing because I feel like it smokes the place out too much. And I love the smell of frankincense resin, and I think it kind of masks it. So it's not my favorite. I liked it for a while, and then I got over it kind of fast. Oh, thank you. Be careful when you're done burning it because the cauldron will, chances are, be very hot, and it can be alive under there without you knowing. So let it sit for a while before you scrape it into the trash.
And you can take that and cast iron and take it around all the weeks, right?
Yeah. I used to just do it on hauntings, but now I do it in every house because the energy out there has been so heavy that I just make sure I'm pushing everything out. It's insurance.
Are you supposed to leave like front door open, all the windows open, no windows?
When I'm doing a clearing, my favorite way is to have everything opened up. But I usually do what I call full open clearings, that I open every drawer, every cabinet, everything. With owner's permission, obviously, because it can get, yeah, it's more personal, right? I don't have a judgmental bone in my body, though, and I think people pick up on that. I have yet to have anyone care. But that's always my recommendation, and I channeled that in a while ago, too, that they wanted me to do that. And that they said it keeps the energy moving easier for them to do what they're trying to do if I open everything up. They're even having me open, like, ovens and microwaves. Like, I mean, everything. Toaster ovens. I had an entity that was hiding in a Lazy Susan in a woman's kitchen. I was like, what's up? Yeah, he hung out there for the first full sage burn, too. And it wasn't until the second thing that I saw him in there. I'm like, you little brat. He's like,
Are you supposed to say something when you're doing your clearing, or you just go with your?
I do some very specific channeled in prayer work and intention work. If you're doing your own home, call in whatever team that's for your highest good, whatever that may be. And keep in mind too, that the most, I'm borrowing this, right? That's language right now, they're saying this, but the most powerful thing you could ever imagine is your intention. You're all so powerful, right? So that's like the most powerful thing you can do is call in your spirit team, whoever that is for you, they're for your highest good. Make sure you say that because we're not inviting anyone else along. And say, you know, I'm feeling this sort of way about my house, or would you please help me get rid of any negative or low vibrational energies or entities that are not here for my highest good. And then off you go. But yeah, so anything that resonates. Yes.
I found it interesting you're talking about the clutter makes your husband comfortable, because I have members like myself, I was raised in clutter. What makes us so comfortable and safe with clutter?
I know, here's all I know about that is, I do know that there's a specific thing that has to come together, very specific, that creates hoarding. It's basically a trauma that was involving anything around an object of any kind will often trigger that. But as far as just a little clutter monkey, all I can tell you that I know, which is very little, is that when I went to help my husband's father clean out his house so he could start looking more toward assisted living, all I had to do was walk in the front door and went, oh, I see why you're comfortable like this. So that's one way, is that you just grew up in it. And so it's comfy. I heard the gal who actually was the organizer that my sister-in-law hired to go through his house or help us go through his house, like decide, you know, all the different things, what to keep, what to donate, because he's still alive. So you've got a whole other layer there, right, of attachment. She told me that there's a thing with some people too, that they just like to see all their stuff. They like to have the visual on it. And I knew, thank you, sweetheart. I knew when she said that, for a change, I kept my mouth shut. But the second she said that, I thought, oh, that's my Eric. Like, he likes to see his little things. He likes to see the stuff.
I think it makes people feel safe.
Right.
Because my mom.
And I can fall into.
She's, you know, the Porters say they're collectors. And I love her so much. And she has really amazing things, and I've benefited from them. And I'm grateful. But I've really tried to help her understand, like, the feng shui where there's clutter, the energy can't move. I'm big into
it creates it's a lot.
Clear and
it's a lot.
and, you know, allow the new
Well,
energy to
what I've noticed too, by the way, is when you do, and we've all heard this before, so forgive me, it's pretty repetitive what's out in the universe. But when you do force yourself to get rid of some of that stuff that isn't serving you anymore, the abundance really does click back in. New things start coming into your life and new opportunities. And I noticed that almost instantly when I got rid of a bunch of clothes. All of a sudden, then my sister-in-law bought me this $200 aloe jacket. I was like, stop it. You know, like, so, and it's a thing. So that stagnant, you know, you want that stagnant whole slice of things, like get that energy moving again in whatever way you can. Yeah.
I know you're saying that under the bed is a place of stagnant energy.
Oh yeah, I clear stuff out of under bed.
Should there be nothing under there, or what about storing water?
Water, I would say a huge no, because that is a conduit. Like, very common places for hauntings are near lakes, near rivers, near oceans, because it's such a conduit. I wouldn't have water under my bed in a million years. That to me is a real easy thing for somebody to use that as energy.
Water.
I wouldn't have liquid under my bed. Personally.
So you would recommend water?
No. Memories. My gut response to that is I wouldn't. I think that I think of all the areas in the house that the bedroom should be just like the highest vibration, the highest sanctuary. So anything that is pulling that down or cluttering it out, I would say is a no-no, because you want that dreamscape, because we're all pretty vulnerable in that dream space. You want that to be as clear and pure as you possibly can. I mean, I'm not trying to scare anybody, vulnerable to crappy dreams and all that stuff. But I would want it real pure. My sister stores all sorts of crap under the beds in the cabin, and I just don't fight that battle. I'm like, whatever. It's the decompression chamber. I'm going to sleep like a rock in there no matter what. Well, the spirit world just recounts it over and over for me to practice on, so I know that this is just like no bother. Yeah, I see my intuitive, and I was like, is it my imagination, or do they keep rehaunting that for me to like learn new things? She's like, yep. Skull for jewels.
It's hard to break the cycle. Trying to get to declutter, given stuff, from grandparents, things of that sort.
Well, and at our age with those baby boomer parents, right? But is it really fair for them to make their crappy energy ours? So I would pick the pieces that mean something, and then off they go. I know it's easier said than done, but yeah. Yeah, you gotta love it. Do you love it? Period. Because once they've gone up there, I promise you they don't care anymore. Peace. Bye-bye. Fun for me.
Attachment that we do.
There's some guilt in there too. Yeah, that's what I'm grabbing. That's more of a guilt thing. And remember, guilt, shame, and regret are all lies. Those are all just trappings of the ego. That's a game the ego is playing. None of those things are real. Those are a little human invention. They're not energetically real. So ask yourself why you're creating them. Go to the very first moment you can recall that you felt guilty. That's what needs to be cleared. There's some imprint there. Make sense? Yeah. Yes.
Do you do energy clearing before or after?
I've done both. I've had some that wait till it's all done and everybody's out and all their new nice things are back in the house, and then have me, clear it out. And I've had one out in Carefree that she had me come clear it before they even broke ground on the property. Did a land clearing, and then had me do another one because some workers had gotten into a bit of a thing. Had me come do another one. Like,
You suggest
if I'm going to be really honest with you, I suggest both, because everyone wants the renovation to go well, and then they want all their energy out of there when it's done. If you can only afford one, then I would do the after party. Sure. Yes.
When you do a clearing, I have a cat and a dog, would they remain in there?
Oh yeah, they get so drunk, they love it.
Okay.
They're just like, what?
You guys just think, when are we gonna do it?
Yeah. Oh, and anyone in the room taking my class, I offer my clearing at my walk-on rate, which is $275 total. That doesn't matter how long I'm on the property, or if I also have to do the land, which has been a thing lately. And it also comes with my Happy Home Crystal package. So just mention that you were in the class, and I'll give it to you, regardless of what the size of the property is or how long I'm there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you for coming. Thank you, dear. Thanks for the intro.
Thank you. And we are on to our next bye-bye live stream, and we're switching gears. And again, thank you. That's so awesome. We must learn to let go and love what we love and let go of what we don't love. So see you till next time. Okay.
So there's no live stream? Oh, okay.
They don't like to watch that. It's all the way back. Yes, and I was wondering if you want your deal.
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I do my best to be charming, getting, they turn it.
Yes. Oh, you're great.
Oh. Julianne Wilton. Julianne, Julianne, WILLRT, I believe. I'm not. Yeah. And I am going to be here somewhere to introduce you.
Yeah, you bet.
So I don't want to, let's see, how shall we all, we'll be all cozy here. Hello,
Yeah.
hello, people. I'll be doing plies and things. Oh, very good, very good. I'm going to need glasses for this, but I will wear glasses to feel people.
Yeah.
We have a few minutes.
Yep,
So
we have time.
we have 6 minutes, so you have all the time in the world.
Great. Get this little tech thing.
Live streaming. Are we still live? Yeah.
Will you guys be seated pretty much the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So are we still live streaming?
Yeah.
So why is that? We shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know if the gentleman isn't on top of it. It's
I'm sending a note right now.
to Manuel?
Yeah.
Okay, you're sending it to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I mean, I'll just.
Hey,
give us
Jason,
an
this
extra
the
couple
phone you want?
minutes.
Thank you. Oh. Oh, I see. That's for recording?
Sit here for just 1 minute. Warm up the place. While AJ is buzzing.
He's busy.
He's buzzing, but he's coming to be sitting in my chair. We're playing, what are we playing? We're playing Three Little Bears. Oh, no. Okay, well, actually, I'll sit here and I'll introduce you guys.
Well, hang on
And
a
I
second.
think,
We just gotta do a couple more things.
all righty. Well, we, for some reason, are streaming still, so happy live streamers out there. We're changing the guards here to the next speakers, so you're seeing a little bit of behind the camera stuff. So hail, the gang's all here. So, Emmanuel, if you're listening, we could just keep rolling because we're going to be going right into AJ and Thomas in about 1 minute or so.
Yeah.
All right, well, let us do it. Well, I'm going to stand up, I think, and greet us all, guys. Yay, what a nice full house we have. Let us have a round of applause. I'm a big fan of applause. So welcome to Soul Search Saturday. We are so grateful to have you all here, and you hung out till the end of the day. So that is absolutely awesome. Just to let you know, of course, we have SoulSearch.tv to check out all the new things that are happening there. Our fearless leader, Tangela, wants you all to know that. So I am the messenger today. And we're just going to get right to it because we want to get to it. You guys are all here for AJ and Thomas, and some of you do not know about them, and some of you came because I suggested it highly, and some already know what's up. So again, you're going to experience a really, really special kind of channeling. The Jews say, why is this night different than any other night for Passover? And I love to ask that question. What makes these guys significantly different than any other channels? You're just about to find out. So let us just bring them on. A round of applause for AJ.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate that you're here. We're going to sit because sometimes the energy is a little strong and I'd be on the floor if we didn't sit during this. So AJ probably would be fine, but I would. So we are so glad that you're here. How many of you have seen us channel in the past? Good, great, a couple of you. And some of you, it's brand new. That's great. So we are a little unique because we are simultaneous channels. That means we actually go into trance together, and I could not tell you how, but I can tell you that we're able to sort of hear each other, and we just kind of know when it's my time to talk or his time to talk, but often I'll be thinking something and it'll come out of AJ's mouth and vice versa. So we've just learned to trust it and go with it. Actually, the guides who we channel, and we'll tell you a little bit about them, the guides who we channel really want us to learn about that because very soon we're going to be able to become telepathic with one another. And that's part of our movement towards oneness. Really, oneness is what they mean, oneness. It means one universal mind and our ability to connect to that one universal mind. And so for whatever reason, the guides want to demonstrate that through us, and we're happy to do so. The guides are a collective. In fact, almost all divine energies are collective. Another thing that we're evolving to. The collective mind, the thought of the whole, again, another aspect of oneness, where we think about the collective, we act as a collective as opposed to individuals. I'm already going to cut off a question that you're going to get, though please, you're welcome to ask it because the guides will answer it better than I will. And that is, do our guides have names? And the guides were very clear in saying, we don't care about names because names separate. I'm Tom, that means you're not Tom, right? And so names separate for us, and the guides are so interested in that collective thought. So really the energies that will come in will be the energies that you need to come in. Sometimes that's angelic. Sometimes and often there's an ascended master who has one or two things to say. Extraterrestrials come in quite often for us, especially AJ, who is Arcturian. An Arcturian star seed. And so very commonly they'll come in. Your guides, your relatives, you name it. We're not mediums, but those voices all can collectively have so much they want to tell us about how we can live in joy. And so we'll let them do that. Now, to do so, you want me to, am I okay? You okay? Yeah, okay. To do so, we're going to first go into meditation, and I'm going to lead us in a very brief meditation, and that's for two purposes. One, we'll use that to call in the guides, the energies that are here, but more importantly, to align to those energies. And we found that's as important for you as it is for us. We had somebody at one of our channelings a while ago now, a couple of years ago, who said, I started getting heart palpitations as soon as the guides came in. I'm like, ooh, that's not good. I don't really want that. And what the guides said to us was, yes, this is why everyone needs to come into meditation to help align energies a little bit. You'll feel them. You'll feel them even sometimes more than you'll hear them. And so I encourage you just to allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
It's all right.
I also wanted to introduce Sunny here, who's going to be moderating today's event for us. And so she'll be picking random questions from the audience. You won't be able to get to everyone today, but this is your opportunity to have a dialogue, to have a conversation, to ask a question of source consciousness. So we're delighted to be able to open that up and have Sunny moderate that. We'll try and just keep it to the one single question when we can. We would encourage all of you to please come stop by our table. We have our business cards there and some lovely affirmation cards you're welcome to take with you today. We also have our free Wisdom Wednesday where we share messages of the guides, absolutely free, a great way to keep in touch. And we, of course, do online group channelings every month and individual private channelings as well. Now, as Tom was about to say, at the end of the session, well, the guides are going to open up with usually a statement. They usually have something that they want to say, and I can feel them. They already have that.
They have a bit to say.
And then they'll open up to questions. And at the end, they'll say they're complete, and I'll have our moderator keep us to time. So just say we have 5 more minutes left, or one more opportunity for a question, or can you take another question? And then just stick around because I like to do something really special. They like to do something we call the hug. And this is your opportunity to palpably feel the energy of the guides yourself. You know, it's one thing for us to transmit it. It's another thing for you to really feel that frequency and make that real for you. So allowing that unconditional love from Source, because it's a very special gift that is freely available to you. And who doesn't love a hug?
So the tendency and the sort of training that you've all had as an audience is as soon as you hear they're complete to just start clapping, and we're going to ask you to hold, to just sit still. And again, I really want to encourage you to take it in. Allow yourself to take in that energy. Source consciousness really wants to hug you. So let them.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to start with a brief meditation, alignment meditation here. So just get nice and comfortable and relaxed. We're going to take 3 deep breaths shortly. So breathe. Yeah.
Let's take a breath in and out. In and out. In and out. Allow yourself just to breathe normally and naturally, allowing this bit slower rhythm as you concentrate on your breathing, air going in and out of your body. Feel the deliciousness of that air, the free gift that is given to you each and every moment without thought or effort, feeding every one of the cells in your body, allowing you to fully engage in your life force. As you allow that air to go to any part of your body that feels discomfort or dis-ease, let your exhalation simply release out anything that is not serving you at the moment. Any discomfort, any random thought that is not a part of our conversation, simply allow it to float away with your breath. Or simply float down to the floor where you can pick it up later should you wish. We're going to feel Earth's energies through your feet, even through your seat, as her gravity pulls us, as it always does, securing us to this space, this time and space, holding us steady as we go off into the etheric realm. She has us protected. She holds us gently. We can feel her beautiful reddish-brown energies up into our root chakra at the very base of our spine. She holds us steadily and feeds us and nurtures us throughout our journey. Allow now the crown chakra right at the very top of your head to allow in the divine energies, a beautiful
silver violet light that shines in, feeding you constantly with the energies of the divine, meeting with the energies of earth as above, so below. Feel as these energies merge within your body, filling you, opening each of your chakras. Your sacral chakra, a beautiful orange light of creativity. Your solar plexus chakra, beautiful yellow light. Here, your identity and your capacity to the I am, both as a living being as well as a soul that is eternal, both mixed together in this living body. Feeling the green light of your heart chakra, a beautiful compassion, so important at this time. Allow this light to shine out to all those in this room, to all those in this building, in this city, and throughout the world, wherever you feel that compassion is needed. And now we move to the throat chakra, breathing into the beautiful sky blue light that allows your capacity of expression, your ability to express your groundedness, to express your creative force, to express your identity, to express your compassion, to express the many ideas that are given to you through Spirit itself. And with a full breath, we move up to our third eye, allowing this natural opening into the etheric realm, the ways in which the angels and ascended masters and all divine beings are able to connect with you at any time. This is the doorway to the spirit realm. And so we allow the beautiful indigo light to shine open this door. We encourage you to look out into what is always available to you. See the light of Source. See the many beings that are surrounding that light. We call in these beings now. We ask those that are of the highest vibration, of the purest intention, those closest to the light to gather here with us during this hour. We ask that you enable AJ and I to communicate your messages and downloads clearly and concisely for the greatest and highest good of those who are present here. We invite in all of those guides who wish to express their love, who wish to express their assurances, who wish to answer our questions, to provide us with the wisdom that is needed for the journey that we have on this planet. We thank you so much for gathering around. Crowded room, crowded room. Thank you for being present. We welcome you at this time.
Greetings, dear ones. We are so grateful for this opportunity to be with you today in communion, in conversation. For dear ones, this is a time of enlightenment for you, a time of consciousness for you, as you stitch together those elements of your understanding of what it means to be spiritual, of what it means to be human, of what it means to be conscious at this time, in this space, in this third dimensional realm. For before you now are many choices for you to make in the coming together of such understandings that we call your self-realization. This aspect of knowing the divine element of who you are as a divine being, and then integrating this understanding within your mental capacities, within your senses, within your emotions and within the frequency of your physical body. This aspect we call importantly for you embodiment. And so, dear ones, this is a time for you of integration and embodiment, which stretches far beyond the aspect of nice to know, far beyond the aspect of that's interesting, far beyond the aspect of superficial understanding. We are talking about the opportunity for you to line within yourself your own conscious understanding and then to radiate that out across the universe.
The time has come. The time for you to reveal all that is needed for you. These energies that are here at the time are here for your integration. They are here for your embodiment. We are saying to you, do not allow just your mind to engage, but engage your entire being, engage your soul, for it is being called forth at this time. New ways of being, new ways of living together. These are emerging for you now. Though there is much distraction, yes, there are opposing energies that are working hard to distract you, to keep you in your mind, to keep you focused on the immediate and the urgent, and not always what is actually going on. You are moving, should you choose, into additional dimensionalities of consciousness. These dimensionalities enable you to be able to see beyond that which you can feel and taste and touch and hear. They are instead enabling you to understand the perspective, the energy itself. And as you understand this energy, your enriched experiences, imagine, are so much more joy producing. For now you see the one next to you, the one who seems so different from you, and you understand that they have a perspective, they have a history, they have a journey on their own, just like yours. These dimensions come with responsibility. And not all will wish to move into this level of consciousness. It is always your choice. It is always up to you what you wish to experience. It is never forced upon you. You may ask for what you wish, and this is what shall be provided.
Indeed, dear one, we are speaking about aspects of transcendence, as it were, a new emerging consciousness stemming out from the choices that you consciously make as a result of your alignment, as a result of your practices, as a result of returning to your own divine I am. For if I am, we all are. You see, yes, this unified consciousness field that many refer to as fifth dimensional consciousness. This and transcendence is not magic. You shall not find yourself waking up one day on a new earth in a light body, singing Kumbaya together. No, it is a matter of process. And you, dear ones, each and every one of you in this room, a bright light to be reckoned with. Your responsibility now is to recognize your light, to cultivate that light, and to stoke that fire from within. For as you raise in your vibration, comes the understanding to experience more through each and every one of your senses, and the introduction of new senses and new experiences for you. This then creating your reality.
But a choice. We cannot say this enough to you, for nothing shall be forced upon you. In fact, you shall find opportunities to make these choices now moving forward. You have already begun this process, a time when you must choose, shall I be worried, or shall I look towards what I desire and trust that it is manifesting for me? Shall I show concern? Shall I allow my illness or my disease to carry forth for me? Or shall I enable the wholeness that is mine as a birthright? These choices shall occur to you each and every day, and yet not all in the same way for all of you. This is why we call many of you who are here now sentinels, those of you who have been aware of and conscious of the energies that are forming. You stand ahead of many of humanity that are not quite there yet, and simply need to see you standing firmly in your consciousness so that they do not fear. They can see your joy. For the product of all of this is your joy. It is not your burden. It is not your responsibility. It is instead the joy that comes from understanding your place within the universe, understanding the part that you play in the universe. For you are an essential part of the universe. You were created on purpose. You were not created by accident. You were not created by mistake. Your parents fooling around had little to do with it at all. Instead, your soul, which has lived for eons, has gone through many lives, has chosen this time to come back into a body. Good timing, we say, good timing. For there are things you shall witness that many other before you have not been able to witness. But to notice that with the great occurrences comes drama, comes some conflict, and you are seeing this in your environment now. Do not listen to those who believe you are at the end, for you are at the beginning. You are at an important time of transmutation that is available to you, available by choice.
Indeed, dear ones, it is a matter of capacity for you, for there is intentionality in your incarnation at this time. The stakes are high, as we shall say, and yet you have the capacity. If you could only have a sense of the beautiful light that we see as we look out upon you in the room at this moment, and as we look out upon all of the human race, such beautiful lights, such beautiful beings, we ask you to take time to recognize and cultivate this light within you. And then, most importantly, dear ones, if there is light within you, there is light within another and another and another. Critical that you also begin to recognize the light in each other, for there is no separation. And with this, we are anxious to experience your beautiful light and energy in your questions of us today.
Yeah. I'd like to ask what messages my departed ones have for me. There's two in particular. Do you want me to tell you what they are?
Not necessary, for they are close at hand.
Yes.
They are sitting around you. No, not sitting. They are floating. What they wish to say to you, what all of those who have passed over, as you say, wish to say to you, is we are not gone. We have not gone far. We have left our physical presence, our physical being, but we were never bodies alone to begin with. This you will understand as you return to non-physical, as they do. This gives new opportunities, new capacities for joining with you, for feeling into what was not able to be seen or experienced when in the physical body. Why? Because their knees ached as well as yours, because they were preoccupied with how they were going to pay the bills. Now, free from these physical constraints, they simply wish to share spirit with you. They wish to sing to you what they know of the universe, and they wish for you to know that you live in a love-based universe, that they're saying they love you is not simply saying they feel affection to you because you are part of their family. They are expressing to you that the universe is bursting with love, and only love. That source is the energy of love. All of the universe is carried through this universal energy of love. And so that love they wish to share with you, for you specifically, dear one, they wish to say, no more worrying, no more preoccupation with things that are not of greatest importance, for you shall be fine. You shall be carefully taken care of. Now it is difficult, we shall say, for all of you to hear this message, for you think it does not look fine. It looks like there are still difficulties, and yet they are saying, from their universal perspective, as a non-physical part of the universe, they are saying you are always cared for. You are always moving towards your greatest and highest good. Hard to believe them at times. Hard to think that this hardship that I am going through is in fact for my greatest and highest good. And yet we encourage you to trust their knowledge, for their knowing is beyond what is capable for those in their physical bodies. Let them sing to you the song of comfort, the song of reassurance, the song of love, for they wish for you to feel that love and allow it to bring you to joy, not sorrow, for they have not gone. There is nothing to mourn but their physical presence. And yes, we appreciate the difficulty of losing this aspect of a being. And yet you gain so much more. We encourage you to allow them near you, to have conversation with them, for they are singing to you even now.
Indeed, dear one, we say to you that you are doing far better than you are allowing for yourself at this time. For there are these aspects that one should be in grief or in sorrow, and there is the longing and the missing, and yet it is far more difficult for us to interact with you at these more denser vibrations. We wish to hear you sing. We wish to see you enjoy. And that is where we can meet you. That is where we can join with you. That is where we can celebrate with you. And that is where we can have an interaction with you. And now, dear one, we shall, for the benefit of those in the room, elaborate a little bit about non-physicality. For there is much confusion about this aspect of the physical and the non-physical, as many of you wait on the edge of your chairs for this concept of contact with the larger intelligent sentient universe. we shall advise you that most of us are in non-physical form. And so as you deepen your practices, as you expand your awareness and understanding, you have the opportunity to interact with us in the non-physical realm, in what you might call the astral realm, although it is not specifically this realm. And this is where you may have such interactions with those loved ones as well. All waiting for you, my dear ones. All a matter of your conscious choice. You're expanding into a dialogue. You're opening to receive. You're allowing, and most importantly, your heart, your celebrations, your songs, and your joy.
And the memory of physicality never fades. It stays strong, particularly soon after the transition. And so, as you sit and enjoy the luscious strawberry, in your fifth dimensional consciousness, feeling all that that strawberry has gone through to enter your mouth, really understanding what has occurred for that strawberry to be with you, your loved ones in non-physical, love to watch, love to see you savor, are disappointed, if you will, when they see you rush instead and thoughtlessly eat that strawberry or that tomato or whatever that food item is. For that is the beauty of you being in physical, not just the eating, but the breathing, the walking, the sleeping, all those things that you do in physical are all cause for celebration, and your loved ones in non-physical celebrated with you. They are not jealous of you, but they are certainly enjoying being around you as you fully participate in this portion of your eternal life.
Could you speak to the transcendence from 3D to 5D and the bifurcation that's going on with people who are choosing one or the other, and what that is going to look like for all of us?
Much information about this is not completely accurate. So we are grateful that you asked for this question. There are some theories out there, some individuals who are telling you things that are not necessarily true. So we are glad to do this. Let us begin by saying to you that there have always been multiple pathways for you. We prefer this word. We hear some of you say the word timeline, far too linear for us. This pathway with its twists and turns enables you to have a certain set of experiences, and you always are given a choice, not as one big choice. You go on this road and I will go on this road. No, there is a choice each moment for you to make about what kind of experience you wish to have. And so when you ask for more, more is available to you. When you go beyond simply what you heard another say to you, or what you saw another do, or what you smelled from one near you, that instead you make a choice and say, I wish to know more. That is not enough information for me. And you have stepped onto the path of fifth dimension. We remind you that there is much, much more, many more dimensions, but let us take it a step at a time. Yes? For there is plenty of transition already for you, simply moving to fifth dimension. But it is simply a choice for you, and asking of what it is that you wish. Why would you not wish for this is a good question. Why would someone choose to remain in 3 dimension? And we will tell you that there are many answers, including the answer of fear, a belief that I should not be able to know more, a fear that there is more that will overwhelm me, that there are responsibilities on top of this. This is why we begin with you by saying that the outcome is joy. For it is fifth dimensional reality that lets you taste and savor the strawberry rather than simply feeding yourself by popping it in your mouth. The choice for you is always available and is as simple as pausing to see what it is that you wish to experience. You call it forth. It shall not push you toward any path.
And yet, as we have mentioned for you, it is not a process of bifurcation or of splitting. It is a process, dear one, and we wish for you to pay particular attention to this, the consciousness that is emerging for you, as you call it, the fifth dimensional consciousness, is an aspect of integration. It is an aspect of alignment, and it is a process which each and every one of you are going along on this path. As was detailed, one will take one avenue, another will take another avenue. Neither avenue is wrong. Neither avenue is less than. You must appreciate at this time that each and every one of you is ascending, as each and every one of you is viewing your situations and your circumstances through your unique lens. And as you come to new cognitions and levels of understandings, dear ones, this is what enables you to make more new conscious choices towards higher vibrational frequencies. And you see then how this grows in multitudes, how this manifests, and how this becomes your reality. And so, dear ones, you cannot look at a brother and sister and not recognize their light. You cannot taste the strawberry and be aware of all of its flavors and its journey and its service to reach you and nourish you at this point. We are saying that as you ascend in higher vibrations, often we talk of love and of joy, that there are still new higher vibrations still awaiting your experience. But it must come in your conscious choices. It must come in your attention to an understanding of your own frequency and your own light.
Remember that, of course, the three dimensions that you are now living under do not dissipate. They do not go away. Therefore, when you speak of a new earth, you are talking about a new experience with your earth. You are talking about a fuller, deeper, richer knowing of your earth. This is what makes it new to you. Suddenly, you see all of the aspects of beautiful Gaia as she emerges across your rivers, your streams, your oceans, your trees, your bushes, your animals. This is what makes the new earth. Your appreciation as you add perspective, as you add an understanding of the energies to all the other dimensions that you are used to. Yes, you shall still taste the strawberry, but we're saying you shall experience it differently when you add these additional dimensions. We hope that this is clear to you.
Indeed, and so for you we shall say miracles await, for this level of consciousness will appear as if miracles were occurring as you group together with new intentions about the way you interact with others, the way you interact with the environment and the relationships you have with Mother Earth. You must appreciate, dear ones, at this stage, there is no going back.
A beautiful question, and we thank you.
Can you discuss more about the ascension and rebirthing process, specifically with relating to health, feeling like you're dying, and then trying to pay the bills and not knowing where the money's coming from? Things like that.
Yes, we are happy to talk about ascension. We often use the word evolution as well when we discuss ascension, for often your imaginations have turned this into something that is not part of a natural process that you as humans have been through for millennia. It is simply that you are constantly growing in your consciousness. Think of ascension as a constant swirling movement upward, that it adds more and more. For the universe can only do two things, dear ones. The universe can only create and expand. Difficult for humans to hear, for you are used to the business of destruction. We mentioned distractions, yes.
Dear ones, let us continue, for the energy is high.
So what we are saying to you is that what shall feel like dying is in fact simply a growth of your understanding, a growth of your consciousness. You are feeling this already. Yes, some of you are already feeling the energies. It is what is waking you up in the middle of the night. Yes, it is what you are feeling in terms of confusion at times, in terms of what feels like anarchy around you. It is a reordering that is occurring because of an ascended consciousness that continues on for you. What we wish to say to you is that it is simply life that is expanded. It is not a death knell. It is a change of experience for you, as we are saying. And so what changes in terms of perspective? Such an interesting word, this word perspective. We have not decided if we like it or not, but it is as good as you will give us. And so perspective, as we are communicating it to you, is simply a way of looking deeper, looking beyond what you immediately see. Does your back hurt? Do your feet hurt? Are you struggling with some aspect of your body? Notice how when you focus all of your attention there, when you spend all your time focusing on your foot that is aching or that is not functioning in the way in which you wish it would function, then it is easy for you to think, I am dying, that this is tragic, and yet you can refocus your attention to the knowledge that you are created as a whole being, that you are created to function fully, and most importantly, that there is much more going on around you than your sore foot. Suddenly, it enables you to see within perspective what it is that is happening with your body, any aspect of it, versus what is available to you in your joy and what is available to you in all of your experiences. And suddenly, the aching foot, which took all of your mind, now takes a small segment because you have allowed yourself to expand your consciousness. This is what we mean by ascension.
Dear one, this too for your bills, this too for your work, this too for your relationship. For you see, dear ones, as you ascend, as you move into a fifth dimensional awareness and reality, you see more and more that you are in the driver's seat, These things that are external to you are not external. They are all co-creations. And with this understanding, you then have the ability to rewrite your relationships with them. Some you will let go, some you will enhance, some you will keep the status quo. This is you as a creator being. This is an aspect of your divine I am. And this is in part responsible for the tumult, as it were, that is occurring in our daily lives at this moment.
So you are seeing, yes, that systems that you have lived under and accepted as being formal, accepted as if they were stone, are now not working for you. Thus the bedlam, thus the distraction, thus the chaos in many cases, the ways in which you make and spend your money, the ways in which you raise your food, the ways in which you manage your earth. These things are being revealed as not working. Why? Because your consciousness is expanding. Not fast enough for some of your leaders, but this is all right. For it shall change, it shall grow. It will not rely upon the consciousness of a few, but the consciousness of many. And so these systems are simply waiting for you to rediscover. This is why we say to you, spend time asking what you want. Do not look out in the world with despair because there are systems that have failed. Look out to the world and say, what is it that I wish I could have instead? What do I want around the way in which I maintain my physical health? For this is a part of being in a body. How do I maintain or create a system that will enable me to be fed and enable all others around me to be fed? How do I take my energies, my creative forces, and use them in a way that is now for the collective versus through my individual profit? These are all available to you, though now you are in this period of transition. The fastest way for you to move through it is to set your desires. We encourage you to begin to write out, to speak out, and to share with one another. This is the vision that I have for the world I wish to live in. For this is a powerful energy at this time, and it is simply waiting for you. You know already that you as humans create and recreate the same systems over and over and over again. And this is merely a limited consciousness. But now these doors have opened for you. And so we encourage you to dream, to vision, and most importantly, to state what it is you desire. This is the world I wish, even if you are unable to understand the details of it. We are not asking you to redesign an economic system, though there are some of you who are ready to redesign an economic system. What we are asking you is to simply from your heart say what it is that I want. I don't want to feel that I have to struggle to simply live a life in comfort. I no longer want, I want instead a life in which my work is meaningful and contributes to the whole. This is all that is necessary. Whether you have the solution or not, the solution is waiting to emerge. For all things work for the coordination of the greatest and highest good of all. We ask that you believe this above all other premises. For without this, there is no hope.
We have time for maybe one more question. Yes.
I would like to know, when we translate from the physical body, we were told not to go to the light and just step off the matrix. Does that make any sense?
It is the language of the day, yes. We are amused by the theories. We appreciate truly the many ways in which we try to say what is there and what is not. You cannot not have light. You are light. It is light that is in the universe, the energy of the universe, the energy of source is light. It is impossible to distinguish or extinguish your light. Your light cannot be destroyed. This is why we say to you, the universe is only able to create and to expand. And so the question becomes, how shall you expand when you move from physical to non-physical? What changes for you? It is not your light. Your light is eternal and able to transfer and able to change form at all times. The matrix is an interesting subject to us. For you wish to mechanicalize, is this the word? You wish to mechanicalize your existence and place someplace externally a control that has always lived within you, that has always been there for you. We ask you to look carefully into your heart on the times in which you look to an external force for your joy, for you shall never find it there. There is no force opposing you. There is no force constraining you. There is, however, a concept of a force that you are departing from. In other words, those who are feeling constraint as they move from physical to non-physical shall feel the release of constraint. But what they shall learn quickly is that that constraint was never holding them in or holding them back. It was instead their own imaginations and their own wish for some other energy, some other force to make decisions for them so that they do not have to make those choices themselves. We wish to give you the freedom to make better choices, fuller choices, choices that lead you to joy. There are no right or wrong choices, but there are choices that are designed for your greatest and highest good, and to strive towards these. But you cannot eliminate light.
Indeed, dear ones, and so we shall assist you with some reassurance for each and every one of you who have gone through these cycles, as you term them, of life and death many times. And yet there is that infinite aspect of you, which is your eternal soul. And upon the dropping of the physical body, your consciousness returns to the infinite aspect of you as the soul being. And this soul being has infinite awareness. And so you are indeed moving from a process of limited awareness or constraint, as it were, into an all-knowing, an all-encompassing, and an all-understanding. All this integrated with you as an aspect of light and source consciousness itself. The soul would never want to separate from this. In fact, it is impossible to separate from this. And let us then say that you, as the conscious being in your physical reality now, as it were, as you transition and make this move, returning to the infinite being of the soul, you have all of the knowledge and the capabilities to make the right decision. You are not on a wheel of karma. You are not here to suffer and to sacrifice and to be trapped and to be burdened. You are here by your choice, by the opportunity your incarnation allows your soul to grow. If you want to grow vegetables, you throw shit on them. It is a simple matter of fertilization, of expansion, of nutrients, of growth. It serves a purpose. Your incarnation serves a purpose. It is not there to serve dissatisfaction or de-evolution.
A constant cycle of renewal. Yes, this is what we are speaking of. We have had much heady conversation today, and yet we wish to make it quite simple to you, for it is simple. It is simple. It is simple. It is a recognition that all is well for you. It is a recognition of your living in a love-based universe that cares about you deeply, that helped create you, that co-created you for a function and a purpose, for your perspective, for the mind in which you will enact in each physical presence, that it is simply your greatest good that you are moving toward. Now, we ask only that you see it. We ask only that you relax yourself enough to ask what the good is and allow it to reveal itself to you. It is simple for you to realize that the universe adores you and that you are a part of it through every moment of active choice. And there is nothing you can do that can separate you from this love from source. Nothing. With this, we are complete.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear ones. Now, I have a quick announcement. Please support the work we do. It's critical at this time that we come together and that we have the opportunity to share the wisdom of the guides, but also to support all of those that are here at this event this weekend and those vendors, because they're light workers and they each have very special contributions. So please take the time to get to know them and to support them and to support us and to grow in your consciousness, because this is your time. It truly is your time.
I love that they ended with it being simple, because I often have to go back there. I often, sometimes it does get really sort of complex, and there's so many theories and so many, and whoever you talk to, it just, we love to make things complicated.
Yeah.
We just love it.
And I'll just say also in the spiritual community, we really make things way more complicated. We talk about the new earth and ascension, and we bandy these terms around that we don't really understand. We have a very superficial understanding of it. So that's why often a conversation with Source is a good idea, right?
And I'll tell you, that's really the whole reason why the guides are here. They really believe there's a set of simple premises that they want us all to adopt, and if we do so, we'll live more joyfully.
Yes, yes.
And so that's what they're here to give. All right, thank you so much.
And thank you.
Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of transformational healing, soul alignment, and divine messages. Live healings on Zoom. Space is limited. And journey inward with light mirror reflections. Soul-to-soul sessions with Ragini. Through meditation, chanting, energy messages, and guidance from the masters, strengthen your inner guidance and remember who you truly are. Join the Zoom room free or watch on SoulSearch TV. 3 powerful shows, 1 sacred space. Stream online, Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, or our mobile app. Looking for real answers? Meet Bob the Psychic, Scottsdale's #1 psychic. Join live readings with Bob the Psychic every Monday night on SoulSearch TV. Real people, real questions, real clarity. Bob connects directly with your energy using psychic insight, tarot, mediumship to bring guidance on love, career, family, finances, and your life path. His readings cut through confusion, offer validation and hope, and help you move forward with confidence and trust. Every Monday, 7 p.m. MST. Watch free on SoulSearch TV, YouTube, or Facebook, or reserve your spot to join the Zoom room for a live reading. Experience clarity that changes everything. Limited spots available, so sign up before they're gone. Are you ready to experience real healing, body, mind, and soul? Introducing Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie Soito, a powerful new live show on SoulSearch TV. Francie is a Reiki master, psychic medium, and angelic channel with over 15 years of experience helping people and pets heal, receive messages from the spirit world, and reconnect with their true path. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, join Francie live as she taps into your energy field, connects with your angels and guides, and offers messages of healing, love, and deep transformation. Watch for free on SoulSearch TV, available online on Roku, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and our mobile app. Want to receive a live reading or healing? Spots are limited. Grab your ticket now and receive a private Zoom link to join the session. Launching June 26th. Let the healing begin. Ready to awaken your gifts, heal your soul, and live transformed? Join evidential psychic mediums Kelly Eckhart and Cheryl Murphy every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Pacific for Seeing Beyond, Living Transformed. Receive powerful psychic or mediumship readings and soul messages. Watch free on SoulSearch TV or reserve your live reading spot today. Every other Thursday at 6 p.m. Pacific, experience Becoming Whole, Healing with Francie. Step into a sacred container of
Hello, everyone. I am Sunny Chase. This is Soul Search Saturday, and we are so happy to welcome you guys here today in the studio audience and also on the live stream. So we are going to be ending this day. We've had so many incredible speakers, and we're going to be ending this day on something incredibly interesting. We know so much about crystals. We all wear them. We have them. We hold them. We do so many things with crystals. We take baths in them and all these things. But we're going to be learning today from Anya Sorensen about a very special crystal that many of you guys may know about, but you're all going to learn about it today. And it's how planet crystals are raising the frequency and sort of creating a web around the planet between each of us and doing some very magical work. So let us bring Anya on and let us welcome her.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here. And I'm so grateful and privileged to be what I would call a Trintinian ambassador. Ooh, there's another question. We just said crystals, but what's a Trintinian? Well, let me just start off first with giving just a snapshot, a little bit of background. I'm a healer, energetic healer, if you will, a spiritual paranormal investigator. I wear many different hats in the spiritual realm, and I've been doing it for quite some time, mainly in Sedona, Arizona. And my life took a turn to become more what is called a Trintinian ambassador, representative of the Planet crystals, approximately, gosh, it's 2026 now, 5 years ago. What? Like, have you guys noticed that since that COVID thing hit, like time really went fast, right? But if you recall back then, time also seemed to be doing like this split, like we heard about this consciousness split happening. You know, we have a certain thing of people's energetics going one way, and it'd be one reality, and people's energetics going another way, and it'd be another reality, right? So I bring that up also saying, you guys, you know, as I just shared with you, I'm a bit of a messenger. And so that's kind of being guided to share with you about how timelines are splitting right now and have been. And so they're accelerating in different directions. And so for some people, they've been going one way. As you might know, the mandala effect of Bernstein Bears, you know, that whole mandala thing, since they COVID. And then another way for us in the spiritual, metaphysical ascension realm, different terms for all kind of the same thing. What I call that is raising our frequency, right? It's a good blanket term. You know, you can call it different things, but what is it essentially? It's about frequency. So is someone's frequency staying the same? Is it going down? Or is it actually accelerating and going up? So with the timeline speeding up over the past 5 years, for everybody here in the room and probably everybody there in the audience, I would say that that means that our frequencies have been going up and we're on that timeline, right? You can call it different things, but it means frequency going up. So approximately 5 years ago, my life took a change. I'm going to share a little bit about that, how it took a change and what these crystals mean. These crystals came into my life and my husband's life. Many people in the audience may already be familiar with the crystals, the Planet crystals, or with myself or my husband, Mark Sorensen. And many of you may not, because we've talked about it a few times. But we've been bringing it out to the public for about 5 years now, 4 years now, 2021 to be exact. So we were invited to be stage managers. Again, I wear different hats, so I paused there for a minute. What hat was this? It was the hat of stage manager where this started. Stage manager at a UFO conference. Mark and I are, as I shared, we're healers and paranormal investigators, but at this particular time in 2021, we had an email come to us, and these individuals were running a 10-day conference in Laughlin, Nevada, to be stage managers. They needed help. And Mark is that guy to do that more so than I am. So he was like, you know, why don't we go do this? I said, well, I don't know, because I've never done anything like that before, but let me check in with my guides. So we checked in with my guides, his guides, our guides, and we looked at the list of the people that were speaking that day. And I clairaudiently and clairvoyantly saw Dwayne's picture was getting the message that this gentleman that's speaking at the conference, Dwayne Ollinger, we're actually going to meet him, and more than likely we're going to do paranormal investigation on his land. And we did. That's where these crystals come from. That's where I'm going with it. So when we met him at the stage at that UFO conference, it was interesting because he does have a TV show. It's called The Mystery of Blind Frog Ranch. It's in its 5th season. You may or may not have heard of it. A lot of people have heard of Skinwalker Ranch. I like to say that Blind Frog Ranch is more the light ranch, and Skinwalker is more like you got some interesting things happening over there. Let's just say that. And he was there speaking that day about his 9-year relationship with the Unified Galactic Federation. This is something you don't hear on his TV show. So this is why he was at the conference, speaking about some of the things that he doesn't speak about at the TV show. And so there he was speaking about how these 9 ships came over his land there on Blind Frog Ranch. You're not going to see that on Amazon. So they, at least not yet. Maybe it'll come out, but right now it hasn't, and he's in his 5th season that I'm aware of. So several years ago, he was guided to dig a hole into Blind Frog Ranch, and the particular gentleman that he had hired to help him with the digging and where to do and what to do and how to do it had showed him where to dig that hole. Now, if you go to Blind Frog Ranch, you're going to see where they dug that hole. That's what they call the energy spot, the hot spot on Blind Frog Ranch. He dug that hole and he went way down in the ground. And when he hit a certain spot in that ground, he hit blue dirt, pure blue dirt. And he kept on going on farther for about 5 feet. It was blue. And then after that, it turned back to brown. And him and his crew thought, well, that was interesting. At the end of the day, they headed back to where they were staying, which is about an hour drive out from where this ranch is located at in the Utah Basin. And he got a text. He got a text saying, hey, you know what? The uppers in the realms above you have been alerted, and it's not really safe for you and your crew to go back to the ranch. And Dwayne did not like that message. He's like, well, what do you mean? As he's talking to General Jeremiah he didn't know yet of the Galactic Federation on that text. And I said, well, it's not too safe for you to go there, so you shouldn't go there. And Dwayne's like, well, I'm responsible for my crew and what I do, so you know what? I'm going to go check it out. I'm not listening to you. So he put a couple guys in his truck, drove out there, and it's like 10 o'clock at night. When he gets out there around that time, they notice that the sky has got like this electric blue color going through it. When I hear about that, I kind of think of like those aurora type lights kind of going on. And then he gets another text and it says, you know, well, since he didn't listen, we're going to send protection for you. Dwayne's like, okay, what does that mean? And pretty much in a blink of an eye. Looks up and he says, you could pretty much change the oil on the ship. It was that close. 9 ships came over their head. Him and his couple guys were with us. And that was the Unified Galactic Federation in those ships, humans in those ships that were there to protect them. Protect them from what? I don't know to this day. It's part of the mystery. Part of one of the mysteries they don't put on Blind Frog Ranch that I'm aware of right now. So, but that was his introduction to really understanding that he's communicating with the Unified Galactic Federation at that time. And that began, like I said, a 9-year relationship in the physical with General Jeremiah from the Galactic Federation. And more things happened, highlighting them. The Galactic Federation ended up healing his daughter, who had a terminal illness and was in the hospital and was dying. And they came over the hospital and they actually went into the hospital etherically, energetically. I'm not sure, but people couldn't see him. But I will tell you that his daughter says that angels came to her bedside and healed her. And within 24 hours, her disease was turning around. And within a few days, she was released from the hospital and she's healthy today. So he was ever so grateful for the healing that took place. This is the thing that he was talking about at the UFO conference. We did have this talk on our website. I don't think it's on there now. And I've been doing my best to find it on YouTube. It's been taken off quite a few times. So it kind of pops on, pops off. You know, they take things off when we start speaking about things they don't want us to speak about, I guess, right? It was very intriguing that day for Mark and I. We were like, wow, that's pretty interesting. Wow, that's pretty interesting as he went on about the talk. Like I said, I'm going to do my best to try to put that back on our website if we can get a hold of it again. It's almost a 2-hour talk where he's really going into detail about this. And another thing he was talking about that day was how the water that had been coming up in the land. If any of you guys watch Blind Frog Ranch, they do have a pond of water there. And the reason why it's called Blind Frog Ranch, if you will, it's because when they dug that hole in that particular area where the water's at, these frogs came out and they never seen the light of day, and so therefore they were blind. So Dwayne was like, let's just call it Blind Frog Ranch. That's mystery solved on that one. Anyway, so this water, he was saying that a lot of people are getting in it and they're having healings. Oh, that's interesting. I want to go to the water and get healed, right? So we connected with him after that show, and we went and did paranormal investigation on that ranch. And we had a really good time, very interesting time. I've never felt so many energies in one place. Still to this day, I have not. Neither has my husband. And he's been around the world to a lot of countries and a lot of places. I've been an intuitive since childhood. So feeling energies and places and spaces and doing this kind of thing. Mark and I have felt a lot of things. Nothing like Utah. There's multiple things happening there. So much that when we got on the ranch, we could hardly even speak or talk. We were like, whoa, this is a lot. This is a lot happening. And he was like, well, can you tell me about this? Can you tell me about that? We're like, well, maybe we'll tell you after we integrate some of this, because it's just too many things at once. You have indigenous things that are happening there. So there's a lot of indigenous spirits. There's a lot of portals from other worlds, I would say. And there's just a lot. This is like when I go to think about it, I almost can't talk. But one thing that happened when we were there is he ended up going and putting one of these in my hand. This is the Palanet crystal. So he had a bucket of these in the hot spot, the energy spot, if you will. It's called that on the ranch. A whole bunch of these. And he's, oh, here, feel that. Wow, that was my first connection with it. I could still hardly talk because I got all kinds of energies going on. But I was like, wow, that's a really special crystal there. We ended up camping and staying the night. We ended up getting in that water. We found out that the water was raising our frequency. We didn't have a physical healing, but we did have an energetic upgrade. Now we were testing this through kinesiology, which is what Mark and I do. We did meet a gentleman that was coming off of the property. He was telling us that his back was doing much better after being in that water as a testimony. So we ended up giving him information about that land. And then he liked what we were saying and what we were doing, and we liked him and he liked us, and we hit it off. And he's like, you know, I got 2 other properties that you may be interested in. I'd like you to take a look at. One of those is in New Mexico. And we went to New Mexico. New Mexico is the Bigfoot property. You can actually go on Dwayne Ollinger's Instagram and scan through there, and you can find pictures of a foot about this big, or maybe that big. My husband's foot's about that big next to it. So there's a lot of physical evidence, including, I think he's even posted the animal cam picture where you actually have this hairy face looking in at the camera. But Mark and I went on that property, and we did connect with the Bigfoot family there more than once. They're benevolent, and they are protecting the property. And I would love to see a show where he could do a whole Bigfoot thing there. We'll see. After we did New Mexico, he said, you know, I got another property over here in Amarillo, Texas. We went to Amarillo, Texas. We went out to Amarillo, Texas, about 20 miles outside of the city into another ranch type area. And as we drove way out there, no cell phones allowed. He took us to an area, it's kind of like a cliff, and it goes down in like a crater kind of thing like this. And you have to take a side-by-side in order to get down on it. Now, before we went out, Mark and I were looking out at the whole thing, at the horizon, and Dwayne goes, well, which way you guys want to go? We both said that way at the same time. And he goes, of course he said that way. That way is where these were at. So he took us down on a side-by-side down there, and it had just rained. And the ground was really moist and very fresh. And what I mean by fresh, I think that's kind of an understatement. This energy frequency was one kind of energy, not multiple like over in Utah. It was like standing on a new earth. Yeah, let that one kind of just sink in. It's like standing on a new earth. So as I stood there, the earth's breathing and alive and more pristine and more clear than normal. And we could feel an energy rush going through us. We started muscle testing, doing this. And it's just strong, 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 strong. Then we have light language come through. We speak light language. We decode light language as well. And so clairaudiently in English, downloads, light language, feeling it. We're like, whoa. Seeing these crystals glisten on the ground coming up. Like, this is a ship. It's a spaceship. What? It's a spaceship. Well, the crystals. Well, no, it's a ship. Well, it's a ship. And when it crashed upon impact, it mixed with the earth elements and part of it crystallized. And the consciousness of that ship is alive in here. And it's raising our frequency. That's why the land is doing this. So Dwayne and I are getting all this. I mean, not Dwayne and I, Mark and I are getting all this. Dwayne's recording it. Dwayne's giving us a poker face. Well, that's interesting. Why don't we pick up some of these crystals and take them with us? I'll take you back to my office over here. And we'll talk some more. All right. So we go to this office and we're just vibing from the crystals going, whoa. He takes us into this office and he has a table with a whole bunch of these crystals on it. And he's got this device that was downloaded to him on how to create. I call it a Tesla device made of copper coils. And it's got some wires coming out of it. And it's got these things you can hold on to. And basically what it is it tests frequency. And he shows us that the frequency of these crystals are at 130,000 hertz approximately, which is what we were getting intuitively. He also shows us an email. And an email is from General Jeremiah. It dates in 2012. It is on our website. And it's an email directly from General Jeremiah stating how they did the testing on this land where the crystals come from. 5 tests they ran. And in the 5 tests they ran, it says they're on the email, the same thing that we said. It said, this is a ship. It crashed a little over 1,000 years ago upon impact. It mixed with the earth elements and it crystallized. And when they tested this, they found all these earth elements. And those tests, you can see what the elements are on there. That it had components, earth and components. It had one component not from here, and it's called palinite. Now, a little more information from General Jeremiah. It said they did testing and they also did searching, and they said, you know what, this palinite is not in our area. It's a little bit outside of our solar system, 130 light years away from here. And it comes from a planet called Trenton. Trintin, not to be confused with Ton, which is outside of Saturn. It's like a moon outside of Saturn, I believe. No, Trenton. And it says in this email, the planet Trenton is a place, a benevolent place apparently, and this palinite is a metal that they use to create ships. So Dwayne was like, man, you guys are pretty close here. This is matching here, you know? And we said, wow, that's kind of cool. So that's a snapshot out of that. And then from there, you know, he was like, we really were just making this beautiful connection with him. And he was like, you know, what if you guys take some of these crystals to Sedona and see what y'all can do with them? So we're like, oh, well, I'd love to do that. So we took some of these crystals back. And first thing I did is what any crystal lover does, I think a lot of people do, is we make a grid. So I was like, you know, I'm going to make a grid out of this. In the house, do a clearing with it, do a grid. Well, our neighbor from upstairs, he comes and knocks on our door and he's like, you know, what are you guys doing? Because I feel some energy coming out from my floor. So was it about over there? And I pointed towards it. He's like, yes, right where that grid's at. It's all happened kind of just naturally, organically. Mark had a little trampoline, one of those rebounder trampolines, and he grabs it and he puts it over the grid. He just tells our neighbor, he says, why don't you jump on that and see what you feel? So he jumped on it and he was like, I can feel this going up and down through my chakras. This is amazing. Then we muscle tested and we found out his frequency was going up. And it was like kind of in that moment that we had this idea come to us. We're like, what if we take these crystals and we put them under a massage table and we make a crystal bed? And then we put a flyer around town and we say, open house, come get on the bed and see what your experience is. And we did that. We did it for 3 months. So we had a lot of repeat people coming into our office there in Sedona. So what happened is we found out everyone was having great experiences and they were also rising in frequency and not dropping. People were connecting with the Trintinians as well. Trintinians are connected to their ship. We're getting many messages about benevolence of the Trentinians. Now, we also connected with the Trentinians that day, and when we brought the crystals home, and we had conversations with the Trentinians. And then during that time, the Trentinians were saying, you know, we got to drop the frequency on these crystals because they're too high to go into the hands of the public. So they dropped the frequency at that time down to 10,000 hertz so that people could acclimate to it. So you got to think like attracts like. So the only reason why we're seeing each other and talking with each other is because there's a frequency that's connecting us. But there's many other realms that are around us, or it's all happening right now. We're just not aware of it because of our frequency, right? So they dropped it down to 10,000 hertz at that time. And, you know, say that hypothetically I got Mary coming in, she gets on the bed, she tests at 600 hertz. And then when she gets off the bed, she's at 1200 hertz. It works uniquely with everybody. Some people will double, some people will triple. It depends on what they're at, what they're ready for. But one thing hands down is everybody will go up. So if Mary came back 2 weeks later, we see where her frequency is at. Before she gets on the bed, she's still at that same baseline of 1200. She's not dropping down to 600. Yeah, well, to show you here what I'm using when I say frequency going up and down, it's this. It's called the Map of Consciousness. For y'all there at home, it's by Dr. David Hawkins. He wrote about 12 books on consciousness. And the way he tests consciousness was through kinesiology and muscle testing. And this is the simplest way that we have found to test frequency. He also stated that most people will rise 2 to 3 hertz in a lifetime. People who are doing a lot of inner work, spiritual work, they will rise 20 to 30 hertz in a lifetime. Each one of these bars of colors, if you will, are about 50 to 100 hertz each, averaging. That's a lot of reincarnation. So most of humanity, he said, is around here in the green zone. What I am discovering is that most people that come to these events are in the upper blue zone, blue to purple. So the blue zone here, at the top of it is 500 hertz, which is unconditional love. The bottom of the blue zone is 400 hertz. So at 500 hertz, what I'm finding is that that's unconditional love. That's believing in quantum physics. That's believing in miracles. 400 hertz is logistics. That's where you're building structure and logistics. But anything above 500 hertz, up to purple here, is enlightenment. Enlightenment would be Christ consciousness. Now, the frequency of the planet has raised a lot since he created this. Okay, so it's been going up gradually. However, with the crystals now, and people raising their frequency, and 4 years now bringing this to the public, there's a grid of these crystals being created around the planet. And we're finding that it is bigger than what we understand. That's why I said I'm a Trentinian ambassador. I'm a Palinate ambassador, if you will. So is Mark. And so basically what we're doing is we're just following the consciousness and where it wants us to go. And so are the people that are coming that feel connected with it. So what we're seeing is that people will go up anywhere from, 500 hertz to 5,000 hertz on connection with it. And that's quite a range. I know it is. But gradually over the past few years, the crystals have raised in frequency. So now the crystals are at 28,000. We saw after about 6 months, they went to 15,000. Another 6 months, they went up to 20. And so it's like they've been gradually going up. And so now they're at 28,000 hertz. We're also seeing that's kind of like a snowball effect, that people are not just going up 500 hertz. They're going up massively, thousands of hertz. So it means that the consciousness is ready. It's going faster and faster, up and up and up. And that reverts back to the beginning of this talk when I was saying, hey, we're on this other timeline where things are getting faster and faster and faster in a really positive way. Why? Because our frequency is going up. It's pretty amazing. So in the last year, we have also expanded in our product line. We notice that when people wear it as a pendant, this is the most profound way people were getting an effect, is that wearing it every day. We've taken pictures with aura photos and watched your aura go from holes in it to being nice and solid. That's a great benefit. EMF protection as well. But also when they wear it, they'd have another guide working with them, the Trentinians working with them. We know some people wear them and they come back to these events after a year. We check their frequency and we see they go up about 2,000 hertz from just wearing it. Over time, product line kind of evolved. And we started doing these little things here. This is a little one, but we have a small, medium, and a large. This is a Palinette power plate. It's the world's first Orgonite that has Palinette added into it. When you put your water or your food or even your plants on here, they can grow faster. It raises the frequency of the fluid or the food, and it changes the taste of it. Now we're actually creating a DNA activation plate set. So we have a small, medium, and a 14-inch large that's being made right now. And the 14-inch large is being made. You can sit on it or stand on it. Now this has happened. I have to give a lot of credit to Mark. Mark has taken a small, medium, and large of these, and with his morning coffee, he'd sit down and he'd have one on his belly, one on his third eye, and his feet on it. And he'd be doing that 5 minutes a day, every day with his coffee. And he noticed that he's feeling so much better. It's not just the coffee. But he was like, this is really doing something. Then he had other people doing it. He's like, are you going to try this? You got to put 3 of these. Just do it 5 minutes a day. So this has been the new experiment lately. And it's been creating our DNA activation set now because we were having people give us feedback on how their pains are going away and how their spiritual gifts are opening up, and how the messages are coming through that's actually activating DNA. So we have other people telling us that. So now we're creating this set that's pretty impressive. The other thing we have going on is our new Palinette Crystal Singing Bowl set. Wow. Yeah. We have made Palinette Singing Bowls, guys. If you go on our website, you can see the 3. It's a set that works on your upper chakras, which is one, it's just pure Palinette. And then there's one that works on the middle chakras. It's the Mary Magdalene Bowl. That's what it's being called. It is Palinette with Moonstone to open up the heart chakra. And then there is the Palinette with Sacred Geometry, ancient tea in it with Dragon's Blood. Dragon's Blood is a tree resin that is very protective. And that little bowl is for grounding and aligning to your divine blueprint, getting you back to your divine blueprint. When we play all 3 together, amazing. We're only tapping into what it can do because these are brand new and they're just coming out. We also don't know the effects of it at this time. I will say this, that we have had a couple instances where we were playing the bowls and we could smell ozone. Ozone has been known to cure many diseases. So that was interesting. It was like, it wasn't one of us. We could all just smell it. We're like, wow, this is amazing. I've had a couple other experts share with me that it actually brings out other tones in the other bowls. So if you already have singing bowls, it's bringing out other tones in other people's bowls. So I'm really interested. I can't wait to see, a year from now, people having the Palinette singing bowls, what's going to be happening with that. Because that's a different way to have the energy go into the environment and healing, right? We're also working on another device, if you will. As I mentioned, these help plants grow faster. So we're creating a device. If you guys ever seen those spiral copper coils that people put in the ground or with the plants that make them grow. But we're taking that device and we're putting Palinette inside of it, along with Orgonite, the power plate. So we're creating this device and we'd like to get that into farmland, agricultural land, maybe even cannabis, maybe wineries. Right? It's like possibilities with that. We're also, another idea that has it's the idea, this isn't in the making yet, but an idea that just came forward that someone just shared with me I'd really like to do is make a real small one of these. There's another company called Twisted Sage. Some of you may have heard of it. They do Tinctures technology, but they have this little tiny thing you put on your phone that stops the EMFs, and it's got Tinctures on it. But what if we put Palinette inside of that Tinctures? What's that going to do to the cell phones? So there's a lot of creativity happening with the expansion of how we can get this into the environment with people, places, and things. Ideally, we'd like to see it in retreat centers and wellness centers and things like that. That's really exciting. So for also, I don't know if I mentioned or not, for the past 3 to 4 years, we've been doing several events, speaking engagements like this. We have been having vending booths where we give out free crystal blessings. We put it in people's hands and we just allow the frequency to go up just from simply touching it. I'm not sure what my time is. Does anybody here have any? How much time? Huh? Okay, so I got some more time. So I'm just going to stop right here for a moment. I'm going to ask the audience here. Does anybody have a question? Any questions that I can answer at this time? Questions? Okay. All right, so no questions. So then what I would like to do is a crystal blessing with you guys. Are adding volunteers to do a blessing? 1. Okay, I need 3. Okay, who here has not experienced Palinate ever? Well, that's all you guys. Okay. All right, so what I can do is I can do 3 of you right now, and then if anybody would like to come to the booth afterwards that I don't do, then you guys can come over there and do that. All right, so I'm gonna have you come up. I'm gonna have you come up. And you in the back. Okay, I'm gonna have you. Okay, so if you guys can line up over here, and I'm gonna have you come in front of the screen kind of one at a time. All right, so I'm gonna have you come over here. And what's your name? Ariel. Ariel, like Ariel. All right, I like your name. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to energetically connect with you, and I'm going to check your frequency on this map of consciousness for the audience to see. And I'm going to see what her everyday frequency is. It has nothing to do with what you're thinking or eating or any of that. It's your everyday frequency I'm looking at, okay? Because we do fluctuate a little bit up and down depending on what's going on in our lives, okay? So I'm going to energetically connect with you. Is that all right? Absolutely. Okay, so here I come. You're going to see me jolt. That just means I expanded my aura over to you. Ariel's everyday frequency is at 400, 10, 20, 30, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 500. So you're right at unconditional love. Make sense? Yep. All right. That's what love, I guess. Okay. All right. One at each hand. And you're just going to hold on to the crystals. So upon contact, they start to scan your 9-dimensional bodies. You're scanning to feel whatever's ready to be released. Are you feeling something?
Yeah, I feel it in my thumbs.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so whether you feel it or you don't feel it, some people are deep feelers and some people are tingling, heat, cold, sometimes that can happen, or just
Very cold,
mm-hmm.
little tingly, initial shock.
Okay. All right, so I'd like you to just step over there to the side and just be with the crystals, and I'm going to work with the next person. Thank you. And I'm going to bring you back up and we check your frequency after that. All right, and your name?
David.
Hi, David. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Do I have permission to connect with you energetically? Yes. Okay. All right, just did. Okay. Your David's everyday frequency is at 400, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 500. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 600, 6, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 700. You're enlightened. And you're wearing purple. It's purple. All right. So you're already high up there. Just allow. State of allowance. Wow, I can feel him going up. What are you experiencing?
Tingles. Just tingles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'd like you to also just step aside over there and be with the crystals. And I'll have the next person come up. Hi. Hello. And your name?
Roxanne.
Roxanne. All right. Okay. So permission to connect with you energetically. Yes. Okay. All right. Roxanne's everyday frequency is at 500, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 600. You're at frequency of peace. Right there. Make sense? Home base peace. One on each hand. And just allow. No pressure to share. If you'd like to share, you can. It's tingling. Yeah, it's tingling with everybody there.
It is.
Yeah.
It feels like it's moving. Like a pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely a pulse.
Yeah, we've gotten that feedback. We've had people tell us it's kind of like an energetic
It's like a wave.
like a wave.
Yeah, it's
scanning
really
it.
kind of wavy, but a definite like movement.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to ask you to step aside. And Ariel, if you could come forward, please. But one thing I'd like to share too is one thing I saw in my inner vision when I did this paranormal investigation and connecting with the Trentinians is that when the beings are traveling on the ship and the ship was whole and intact, the ship is alive, right? And it's conscious. And so when they get off the ship, they're in an environment, Mars, wherever they're at, Pleiades, Earth, and then they get back on the ship. So they got to recalibrate back to the ship, and they got to get to the same frequency of the ship so they could travel. So the ship would clear them, recalibrate them, and get them up to the same frequency. This is what I saw in my inner vision. And so that's what I see is going on here. That galactic technology, if you will, it's attempting to clear you, recalibrate you, and it wants to gently get you up to the frequency that it's at. Kind of cool, huh?
It is cool.
Yeah. How you doing?
Good. It went from like tingly cold to like a heartbeat type feeling, like I could feel like it was like pulsing, and then it just kind of became tingly again.
All right. That's all it takes. Let's see what your new frequency is. They're hot.
Yeah.
Sometimes they're cold, sometimes they're hot. Come to people's hands. Okay, so I'd like you to just say this after me. It's just to make sure you're grounded. Say, I call all my energies back to me now.
I call all my energies back to me.
Okay. All right. Ariel's new frequency is at 107, 8, 9, 1000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 14, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 14, 50. That's your new frequency.
Nice.
And that's a blessing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And David, you ready? How you doing?
Really good.
Okay.
I feel it.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, David, let's see what your new frequency is. First, I'd like you to do the same thing. Can you say, I call all my energies back to me now?
I call all my energies back to me now.
You're pretty grounded already. Yeah. Okay. 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2000, 21, 22, 23, 22, 22, 22, 22, 2000, 200, 2000, 200, 2000, 300, 400, 500, 2500, 2500.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. How are you?
Good. It's moved up to here. Like it's tingling up here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Feel it in my eyes and my head.
Yeah. So one thing we understand is it's working on the 9-dimensional bodies: physical, mental, emotional, etheric, astral, spiritual, cosmic, universal. We got a lot of bodies, right? And so the one where it's going to work, I don't know, but I do know that it raises your frequency. So some people it'll just work specifically in one area, and some people will work in all areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
So raising your frequency though is about your awareness expanding. I feel like it's working on your third eye right there.
Mm-hmm. I definitely feel it up in my here. As
Third
well.
eye, crown chakra,
Mhm.
some of the throat.
Mm-hmm. Also a little bit here.
Okay. Yeah, we do get a lot of feedback that it opens up the heart.
Mm-hmm.
I have to say it's interesting because the higher we go, the feedback and seeing how people are, it's a softer frequency. There's a softer field. People soften. Isn't that cool?
Yeah, it is cool.
Let's see how high you
It's
went.
very nice.
All right. If you could just say, I call all my energies back to me now.
I call all my energies back to me now.
Okay. Grounded. All right. And the frequency is at 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2000. So you just hit 2000 hertz.
Yay, yay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So that's what I call it crystal blessing, guys, because it's a permanent raise in frequency. It does take 1 to 2 days to integrate the new frequency. So be gentle with yourself. Like you could be hungry, you could be tired, and those kind of things happening. It's just that you're integrating with a new frequency. It does take a little while for the mind to catch up to what just happened. Because generally speaking, the mind is in the 400s. And so the mind's going, oh, hold on, what's going on around here, right?
I feel like I kind of just got a little caffeine shot, to be honest. I went from feeling, okay, taking
Yeah.
it to I'm awake now.
Yeah. Yeah, I have to say that's a big way how it's changed my life. People go, well, how do you do all that you do? I'm like, crystal energy. Yeah. I'm like the Energizer Bunny doing these events and talking with people and doing so much. And I just keep on going. And so does Mark. And so does my son also works with us too. It's like we just have a lot more energy, to say the least, to do what we do. Does anybody have any questions I can answer?
Is there anything that we shouldn't do to approach on the frequency? It won't diminish. Right?
Nope. No, you can drop a few hertz because you're going through something. So detoxing or tragedies or traumas or purging, you can drop a little bit, but you're not going to drop way hundreds of hertz and go back to where you're at. You're at a new frequency. So the fluctuation is normal. It's not going to change. So you're at 2000 hertz right now. You're going to be at that 2000 hertz. Like I said, being gentle to yourself is the best thing to do. Is like, just don't be harsh on yourself if you're feeling a certain way or thinking a certain way. It's just part of the acclimation process. Yeah. Yeah. Anybody else have any questions?
So your booth selling the crystals together, or?
Yes, we do sell everything Palanet. So we have the raw crystals, we have the pendants. We do have the plates. We're a bit out of stock at the moment, so those are on order, but you can order a plate. Those are, like I said, we've had those out of stock for a little bit. The bowls you can get online. So we do have all our Palanet products. And for you guys at home, you can go on lovemycrystals.com. You can go on there and you can also take a look at what we have. You can go under what is Palanet, and you can see about 4 hours of cumulative of interviews of Mark and I there, which answers a lot of questions, goes into great detail about a lot of the things I've just been speaking about. Yes, I want to say thank you to everybody. Thank you for having me here. And thank you to everybody online.
Thank you.